Life, as they say, has a way of forcing your hand into impossible situations. And the choices it presents are often brutal, like facing down a colossal beast wreathed in lightning. It might seem unfair, this constant struggle, as he and his companions stand over the fallen monster. But his mysterious ally knows this world's harsh truth. It simply cannot be helped. Because that's just the way things are always ready to hit you with one last, devastating surprise. And then reality snaps back, bringing with it a completely different kind of shock. He stands at the hospital reception, unable to believe what he's being told about the medical costs. The receptionist calmly explains that the new nerve regeneration fluid for his sister is not covered. Disbelief washes over him. Without private insurance, the financial burden will be crushing. And then she shows him the price for the newly developed drug. A staggering 5 million won. He clutches his head in disbelief, the staggering number ringing in his ears. The memory of the doctor's chilling words resurfaces, a grim reminder of the stakes. Standing by his sister's bedside, he feels the terrifying weight of his poverty. She wakes up and asks about the bill, and he wonders if he should tell her the truth. He quickly forces a smile, lying that he got a job and everything is under control. She stretches wistfully, lamenting that her dreams of track and field are likely over. He swears he'll get her back on her feet, telling her to just focus on her studies. With a strained grin, he promises to take care of everything, even without their parents. But his desperate attempt to get a loan is shut down immediately at the bank. He stands outside, defeated, the crushing reality of his situation finally sinking in. A silent groan escapes him, the sting of failure twisting his features. His hand tightens around his now useless bankbook. With a cry of pure frustration, he hurls it across the pavement. The book lands open as a small black cat curiously approaches it. But his mind is consumed by a single, desperate thought. Money. He needs it, more than he has ever needed anything in his life. He knows his credit is shot, but he still has to find a way somehow. The crushing reality hits him. There is no way. Utterly defeated, he collapses onto the cold, hard ground. He covers his face, tormented by the fear that his sister may never walk again. But he forces himself up, convinced there's still a way to earn the money he needs. As he reaches for his book, the little black cat suddenly bats at it, startling him. He picks up the book, and the playful cat latches onto his arm. Tucked inside the pages, however, he finds a mysterious black business card. He pulls it out, his eyes widening in confusion at what he's holding. The card advertises a high-paying temp job from an underworld dispatch. His mind immediately leaps to the worst-case scenario, an organ harvesting scam. Laughing it off, he decides he's not that desperate and casually tosses the card away. But after just a few steps, he stops and turns back to pick it up. He pockets the card, figuring you never know when a shady opportunity might be your only choice. A sudden notification pings, and his phone lights up with more bad news. It's a constant stream of withdrawals for interest and bills, scraping away what little he has. The crushing reality of his debt finally spurs him into motion. He realizes with a heavy heart that he can't afford to be picky anymore. With grim determination, he pulls out the black business card, his absolute last resort. He knows it's suspicious, but a simple phone call can't hurt, can it? He dials the number, only to be met with a bizarrely cheerful and heroic ringtone. He cautiously says hello, but the other end of the line is completely silent. Then, an unprofessional voice on the other side just says, "Huh," leaving him totally baffled. The person asks if he was the one who just called, and he cautiously confirms. The voice on the other end seems genuinely shocked that anyone actually called this number, leaving him utterly bewildered. Without any introduction, he's given an address and a deadline, a funeral hall in just 30 minutes. The caller pressures him, threatening to hang up if he can't make it, so he hastily agrees. He's given one last instruction: wear a black suit, and soon finds himself standing outside the hospital. Dressed for the part but completely in the dark, he reassures himself that he can always run if things get sketchy. But his resolve is firm, driven by the crushing weight of his sister's hospital bills. As he waits, someone approaches. A woman's voice calls out his full name, Lee Dojin, catching him completely off guard. He turns, flustered and blushing, managing to confirm his identity. And then he sees her, an unbelievably stunning woman with flowing white hair, who declares that she is the one he's meeting. His mind goes blank, and he can only recall the two immediate, overwhelming feelings he had the instant he laid eyes on her. The first was an inexplicable, almost cosmic sense of trust in this complete stranger. But the second, far more potent feeling, was an overwhelming and primal sense of fear. It was a terror that made him feel small, looking up at a predator. A feeling like sinking into a deep, dark ocean, completely helpless. Snapping back to reality, his brain short-circuits as she steps impossibly close. She just stares, her gaze intense and unblinking. He starts to panic, wondering if this is some kind of high-pressure interview tactic. Satisfied, She turns and simply instructs him to follow, her beauty seeming almost inhuman. He nervously asks what kind of work this is, and she reveals they're heading to Funeral Hall 1. As they approach, they witness a tense scene, an older man aggressively grabbing a grieving woman. The man flashes a greasy smile, claiming to be an old friend of her father. He tightens his grip on her mourning robes, trying to remind her how he supposedly adored her as a child. But she shoves his hand away in disgust, telling him to get his filthy hands off of her. Watching from a distance, the white-haired woman quietly tells Dojin to get ready. He's completely baffled, wondering what for, as she casually takes a sip from a bottle. He can't help but be disturbed by her nonchalant attitude in such a solemn place. The old man continues to harass the woman, trying to guilt her by mentioning his generous offering. That's when Dojin intervenes, grabbing the man's wrist and telling him to leave her alone. He calmly introduces himself, Lee Dojin, from the funeral service company. The old man's face contorts with rage, absolutely furious that a mere funeral worker would dare to touch him. He shoves Dojin back, arrogantly demanding if the young man has any idea who he is. But then, the white-haired woman steps in, coolly stating that they aren't from any funeral company. Dojin is completely lost. If that's true, then what exactly are they doing here? She ignores him, her piercing gaze locked on the old man as she begins to recite his personal information. She lists his entire political career, concluding with his current title as a city council member and his history of murder. Dojin stares in disbelief as she mentions the most recent murder was ordered just last night. The mourning woman freezes, a horrifying realization dawning on her as she thinks about her own father's accident. The victim, a journalist who had uncovered the councilman's deep-seated corruption, was silenced. He was an old friend, murdered in a staged hit-and-run made to look like a tragic accident. The councilman's shock fades into a smug grin, dismissing her as a rookie prosecutor with a single investigator. He proudly waves his phone, boasting about all the high-ranking prosecutors and officials he has on speed dial. But the woman's eyes flare with a dark energy as she calmly states that his karma is already full. She recounts his life of sin, accusing him of hurting countless people over the last 60 years. And yet, she offers him a final chance, a command to repent for his crimes right now. The councilman just scoffs, dismissing her as another hopeless young prosecutor as he turns away. He pulls out his phone to call his secretary, trying to schedule a golf game to show how unbothered he is. But as he walks, his body begins to flicker with a strange, ethereal blue light. The white-haired woman turns to a very confused Dojin, telling him their work is just beginning. She points toward the councilman, insisting that they must stop that man. Suddenly, without warning, the arrogant old man collapses face first onto the hard floor. Dojin rushes to the councilman's side, trying to shake him awake, completely baffled by the sudden collapse. But the white-haired woman stops him, pointing to an empty space, clarifying that the old man isn't the problem. The real threat, she warns, is the thing that's about to tear through reality and emerge right there. An ominous voice echoes through his mind, speaking of callous duties that must be done regardless of circumstance. And then, a massive, monstrous paw steps out of the shadows, its fur etched with glowing crimson runes. The beast's form continues to materialize, a creature of overwhelming power that makes any fight seem unfair. Dojin can only stare, his face pale with terror, as the sheer pressure of its arrival freezes him in place. A colossal wolf now looms over them all, its glowing eyes locking onto the terrified humans cowering below. It growls, its presence radiating pure malice, declaring that only its prey should remain here to feel its terror. Snapping out of his shock, Dojin's first instinct is to turn and yell for everyone to evacuate immediately. Dojin recoils in shock, seeing the civilians gone, but the woman calmly explains that they are the ones who vanished. With a deliberate step, she reveals they have just entered the monster's personal barrier. He can barely process what that means as she elaborates. This is a domain for hunting villains of immense evil. It is, she concludes grimly, the beast's private hunting ground, and the beast itself immediately lunges. A massive paw, wreathed in dark energy, smashes down with overwhelming force. The ground shatters, the shockwave blasting them both off their feet and into the air. But she reacts in a flash, catching Dojin and absorbing the impact as they tumble across the broken floor. Her gaze hardens with resolve. Their mission, she states, is to stop this hunt. The wolf recognizes them as an obstruction, a low growl rumbling as raw energy gathers in its throat. It roars, promising to kill them where they stand, and unleashes a devastating beam of pure power. But she's ready for it. Holding up what looks like a simple clipboard, a magical sigil flares to life, erupting into a powerful barrier that completely nullifies the attack. The giant wolf looks on, unimpressed, condescendingly praising their foolish attempt to fight back. Dojin is frozen, his mind screaming as he struggles to accept that any of this is actually happening. With no time to recover, The wolf gathers another sphere of crackling energy in its maw. It unleashes a second, more focused blast right at Dojin, who can only stare in horror. But at the very last second, a hand grabs him by the collar, yanking him out of the line of fire. The ground where he stood is instantly annihilated in a violent explosion of raw power. When the dust clears, the white-haired woman stands in the epicenter, having saved him once more. The wolf lets out an irritated snort, its patience clearly beginning to wear thin. She effortlessly scoops him into her arms, and his mind reels from the utter humiliation of the moment. The wolf addresses her directly, amused that her only role seems to be protecting her weapon. It sneers, dismissing Dojin as a pathetic scholar who couldn't possibly pose a threat. But her calm voice cuts through the rubble, pointing out something the beast has overlooked. For all its posturing, she notes, the wolf hasn't managed to land a single scratch on him either. Dojin panics internally, wishing she would stop provoking the monster that could kill them both. Intrigued by her audacity, the wolf changes its tune and offers a twisted proposal. It suggests a duel, itself against the very human it just mocked, where the first to be injured loses. The beast then taunts her, asking if she's truly afraid it might lose to someone so weak. As she weighs the impossible choice, the wolf's eye glints, and it agrees to wait for her answer. The giant wolf settles in, announcing it will wait until the human is ready to fight. But Dojin nervously admits he's terrible at fighting, while she calmly promises to assist him. She then gently scoops the terrified young man up from the ground. Her first question is about a weapon, sending Dojin into an internal spiral of panic. He protests that he's just a student, but she coolly insists she believes he can handle it. Taking him at his word, she summons a bow, assuming a scholar must know archery. He doesn't. She cycles through other weapon types, but Dojin doesn't even recognize their names. The woman presses him, finding it hard to believe he has absolutely no combat skills. Her silent, judging stare makes him completely fall apart. Sure, she thinks he's pathetic, so in a last-ditch effort to save face, he blurts out that maybe he does have a skill after all. He tearfully blurts out that there is one thing, deciding to just bluff his way through this. Her response is completely unexpected. She simply tells him to kneel on the floor. Confused but obedient, he kneels as she begins to explain the power she's about to grant him. She touches his forehead, bestowing the ability to manifest an imagined weapon into the real world. A surge of cosmic energy flows into him, and she instructs him to assemble it in his mind. He's completely stunned, a faint blush on his face as the reality of this power sinks in. She looks on with quiet intensity, certain that whatever he envisions will be made real. The mysterious woman states her absolute faith in his success, and all he can do is meekly agree. But inside, has a flustered mess, barely able to process what's happening. Snapping out of it, he slaps his own face, telling himself to get a grip and focus. But his moment of focus is shattered by a terrifying new presence. A colossal wolf's glowing red eye snaps open, its gaze piercing and ancient. Its massive paws, armed with razor-sharp claws, plant themselves firmly on the ground. The beast speaks, its voice echoing as it praises his spirit for suppressing his fear. Dojin ignores the creature's taunts, his mind locked on a single command: imagine and assemble. Deciding the test is over, the wolf lunges forward, promising a swift and merciful death. But in that instant, a brilliant blue light erupts from Dojin's eyes as his power awakens. His mind flashes back to his past, to his seemingly useless major in 3D modeling. With newfound clarity, he focuses, channeling all his concentration into the task at hand. He realizes his entire life, every skill he learned, has been leading up to this one moment. He roars back, vowing to show the beast a weapon drawn directly from his imagination. Digital light solidifies, not into a sword, but into the familiar shape of a modern firearm. The wolf lunges forward, utterly unimpressed, believing no spear or blade could possibly stop it. But Dojin's hand closes around the grip of a fully materialized M16 assault rifle. The first shot cracks through the air, tearing a bloody hole straight through the beast's massive paw. He fires again, a spent casing ejecting from the side as the weapon cycles flawlessly. With a confident flick of his thumb, he switches the rifle's firing mode to full auto. A relentless stream of bullets hammers into the wolf, shredding its fur and flesh. The ancient creature stares, its eyes wide with a mixture of pain and utter disbelief. Just then, the white-haired woman appears, swinging a blade of light to finish the job. She watches the scene unfold, a faint, intrigued smile playing on her lips. Lee Dojin, meanwhile, remains perfectly still, rifle aimed and ready for whatever comes next. The giant wolf stares, a forgotten truth dawning on it. Humans can wield the powers of sin and punishment. Instead of rage, a deep, booming laugh echoes through the hall. The beast finds this all very interesting. Looking down at its bleeding leg, it acknowledges that Dojin has fulfilled his promise to scratch it. With a terrifying grin, the creature decides that's enough entertainment for one day and will withdraw. It introduces itself with regal authority as Bamseori, one of the 6 legendary named Fangs. Unfazed, Dojin simply lowers his weapon and gives his own name, adding he's a proud reservist of Korea. The wolf, Bamseori, savors the name for a moment, committing it to memory. As it turns and vanishes into the shadows, it vows that the name Lee Dojin will not be forgotten. A strange blue energy washes over the waiting room, seamlessly mending the destruction. Lee Dojin stands alone in the pristine hall, still trying to process what just happened. He remembers her mentioning a barrier, finally understanding as he sees no trace of the battle remains. Suddenly, the white-haired woman is before him, commending his performance. She casually tells him the danger has passed, as if a giant wolf attack is just another Tuesday. With a simple, elegant snap of her fingers, a dark energy surges through Dojin's body, catching him completely by surprise. His phone buzzes, and she confirms his payment for the day's work has been deposited. She begins to explain their operations, but Dojin has heard all he needs to. He cuts her off, stating he was only here for the money and has no desire to do this again. He turns to leave, making it clear his part in this is over, but she isn't quite finished with him yet, offering one last thing. She stops him in his tracks, presenting an envelope with a cash bonus equal to his pay. With a mysterious glint in her eyes, she insists he take the black, wax-sealed envelope. He reluctantly accepts it, his hand briefly touching hers. She tells him that if he ever changes his mind, all he has to do is tear it open. The moment he does, she promises she will find him, wherever he is. With a final, knowing glance, she vanishes, confident they will meet again. The scene then violently rips away to a brutal car crash on a dark, rainy road, and we see the source of his desperation. His family, hanging unconscious in the wreckage. The memory of the crash haunts his sleep, his sister's name a final, desperate whisper. He wakes up with tears in his eyes, the nightmare of losing his parents still fresh. But his grief is interrupted by a mischievous hand holding an ice cube right above him. A sudden, shocking cold jolts him fully awake, the icy prank a complete success. He leaps up to find his sister standing there, casually asking if he's finally up. She reminds him about his hospital visit, his gaze drifting to the mysterious black envelope. After telling him to get ready for breakfast, she leaves him alone in his room. The momentary calm shatters as the crushing weight of the hospital bills floods his mind. But then, a spark of hope ignites. He completely forgot about the pay he received. He quickly grabs his phone, anxiously wondering just how much money actually came in. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at his phone screen. The notification is crystal clear. A whopping 5 million won has just been sent to him. The sheer size of the payment leaves him completely stunned, phone trembling in his hand. Hess still in a daze at breakfast, muttering about the amount to his sister's confusion. The shock follows him while brushing his teeth, his sister wondering what on earth has gotten into him. Still lost in his thoughts, he walks absent-mindedly back toward his desk, and slams his little toe with a painful crack right into the corner of the furniture. A piercing scream echoes through the apartment, causing his poor sister to sigh at the commotion. He collapses to the floor, clutching his throbbing foot, the pain finally snapping him out of his trance. But then, as the agony subsides, his eyes land on the mysterious black envelope on his desk. He remembers her words that this envelope holds another fortune. With medical expenses looming, his desperation grows, and he contemplates opening it. His mind flashes back to their meeting, when she gave him the envelope as an offer. She had warned him that if he opened it, she would find him no matter where he went. He tries to rationalize it away, doubting she could ever track him down to his home. Believing he can just ignore her if she comes, he finally gives in and tears the seal. But a voice suddenly speaks from inside his room, stating plainly that he opened it. The voice repeats, confirming his action, and his blood runs cold. Pure, unadulterated terror flashes across his face as he realizes he's not alone. His hands clench the bedsheets, his body completely frozen in shock. He rips the covers back, his heart pounding, to find the source of the voice. And there she is, the white-haired woman, lying on his bed with a confident smirk. A panicked scream tears from his lungs, echoing through the quiet apartment. He stumbles backward, falling to the floor, demanding to know how long she's been there. His shout alerts his sister, who calls out from the hallway, asking what's wrong. A new wave of terror hits him. He can't let her see this, screaming for her to stay out. But then, the scene dissolves, shifting to the bright morning light outside his window. His sister stands in the doorway, looking completely baffled by his bizarre behavior. It was all a nightmare. He's just a mess under the covers, yelling at her for opening the curtains. Unimpressed, she sarcastically knocks on a nearby closet, asking if he's satisfied now. Hess sure he heard a woman's voice, and stammers out a pathetic excuse about his phone. His sister, of course, plays along with a smug, knowing look. She goes all in, teasing her lonely older brother who can't even find a girlfriend at his age. But she adds a final jab, asking if it isn't a bit much to be doing that during the day. Announcing she's off to the convenience store, she finally leaves him to his shame. He peeks out from his blanket cocoon, realizing there's been a massive misunderstanding. But then he thinks twice, a blush creeping across his face as he pulls the covers back. He decides it's much better to be misunderstood than to explain the gorgeous spirit haunting him. To escape the suffocating awkwardness, he flees the apartment and heads to a local cafe. But it seems there's no escape, as he finds himself sitting right across from her anyway. As he tries to find a moment of peace, something on the cafe's television catches his ear. It's a breaking news report. Assemblyman Kim Hangshik died in a car accident. The name instantly clicks for Dojin. That was the man the giant wolf was hunting. The woman across from him confirms it, stating he was killed in a car-ramming incident that morning. She adds with a cold satisfaction that it was an ironic end, a fitting punishment for his crimes. And thanks to Dojin defeating the wolf, she says, the assemblyman's soul was safely guided to hell. The word hell short-circuits his brain, sending a nervous sweat down his face. He finally looks her dead in the eye, demanding to know who, or what, she really is. Her expression darkens as she reveals the truth he might have already guessed. She came from the underworld. His immediate thought is that she's completely insane, but remembering the giant wolf, he can't be so sure. Trying to grasp the absurdity of it all, Dojin asks if he's meant to become some kind of grim reaper. The woman calmly swirls her drink, telling him he's close, but has two crucial details wrong. First, while she acts as a chasa, her rank is far higher a Sinjang, whose purpose is to subdue and defeat demons. She clarifies that their job isn't simple guidance, it's the protection of human souls. The pieces click into place for Dojin, who realizes this means fighting those horrifying monsters he saw before. She then explains the nature of their enemies, beings not born of the universe, but from the sins of mankind. These ultimate predators, the dregs of human souls, are known as the Mokdugi. And as for the second thing he got wrong, a vision flashes of a powerful, wolf-like warrior in fierce combat. He unleashes a blindingly powerful attack, but even he isn't completely immune to the fallout. The warrior looks down at his own steaming shoulder, covered in the same strange red markings as the giant wolf. The flashback continues, as someone laughs mockingly from a hidden vantage point. The invincible Master Knight Frost, a being of immense power, had actually lost a fight to a lowly human. Watching from the trees is a new figure, their cheerful cat-like tail swishing in the breeze. It's a cat-like being named Summer Star, who cheekily asks if the great warrior is doing some outdated training. Night Frost is not amused, ordering them to come down and speak politely before he twists their neck off. Summer Star just finds his over-the-top seriousness adorable, giving him a playful wink. They effortlessly leap down from the tree, still wondering how he could have possibly failed his hunt. Night Frost bristles at the word fail, insisting he's a warrior who simply kept a promise. Summer Star just scoffs, calling him old-fashioned and comparing him to a stereotypical middle-aged man. Kicking a small rock aside, they elaborate that his rigid, traditional way of thinking is exactly what they mean. Night Frost comically misunderstands, thinking Ajay is a modern term for a great warrior. Summer Star bursts out laughing, pointing out that keeping a promise to retreat first is, in fact, losing. His pride wounded, Night Frost lets his intimidating aura flare, but Summer Star is merely mock-frightened. Dropping the playful act, they get down to business, informing him that Mother wants to hear about his failure personally. With a grim look, the wolf warrior simply acknowledges that he understands and will go soon. Summer Star stretches, their tail swishing, as they casually prepare to depart. But they pause mid-step, a sudden thought stopping them in their tracks. Their playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sharp and serious curiosity about the man he fought. The scene cuts away, back to the woman explaining that the Mokdugi hunt down evildoers. And a chilling realization hits Lee Dojin. If they only hunt the damned, then every one of their targets truly deserved their fate. Lee Dojin leans back, musing that if the Mokdugi only reap evil souls, then it's just karma, and there's no real need to protect humans. But the woman shuts her eyes, ready to drop a truth bomb that goes far beyond simple morality. She begins to explain the order of the universe, all woven around the endless cycle of reincarnation. This perpetual flow of souls is what sustains the cosmic order, a fundamental law of creation itself. And at the very heart of this cycle lies a single, irreplaceable element. It takes hundreds of years, she reveals, for even one new human soul to be born. She concludes that human souls are the most precious essence in all existence, their protection vital for the universe's balance. Dojin takes a slow sip, processing the sheer scale of her story. He finds it absurd, this talk of cosmic laws, but he knows he can't just dismiss it. Not when the memory of that strange, powerful gun he held feels so undeniably real. He can still feel the phantom sensation of the weapon he forged lingering on his hands. The woman leans forward, continuing her explanation of the dark side of this cosmic order. Unrolling a scroll, she states that human wickedness must be purified through hell's judgment. This accumulated sin, she warns, has already given birth to a powerful demon that defies creation itself. If the souls of the wicked are not sent to hell, their corruption will continue to fracture reality. And eventually, she says with a grave expression, this will lead to a cataclysm across the entire universe. Dojin listens, processing her plea to protect these souls, but he remains unconvinced. He explains that he can't afford to worry about cosmic disasters while struggling to pay his sister's hospital bills. Having heard her story, he makes his decision and gets up to leave the table. But just as he turns to go, something makes him freeze in place. He stops, turning back to challenge her with a simple, cutting question. If she's a god, why doesn't she just fight the monsters herself instead of relying on humans? The woman patiently explains that while her divine power easily handles ordinary demons, the creatures born from human sin, the Mukdugi, are a special exception. They can only be vanquished by their natural opposite human souls and the power of life. This fundamental rule has made their divine weapons useless against the Mukdugi for centuries. Leaning forward, she gently takes his hand, telling him he has the qualities of a soul guardian. Dojin is completely flustered by the sudden touch, his heart pounding in his chest. But their moment is shattered when his sister appears at the door, catching them in the act. He jolts up in a panic, totally bewildered by her sudden and unexpected arrival. She notices his flustered reaction, asking if something is wrong as he stammers. But Dojin's mind quickly snaps from embarrassment to sharp focus. All he can think about is his sister, and how he'd do anything to see her walk normally again. With newfound resolve, he tightens his grip on the woman's hand. He looks her dead in the eyes, a critical question forming on his lips. He lays out his one condition. If she can truly heal his sister's illness, he'll accept the job. The divine woman's expression softens with sympathy for his situation, but there's a catch. She explains that a strict rule forbids gods from directly intervening in human affairs. All she can offer is a sincere apology, her hand still held in his. Dojin sits in silence, his one non-negotiable term completely shut down. She understands his dilemma, knowing his sister's illness requires constant, expensive medication. So Dojin proposes a new deal. If she can't offer a cure, she can at least offer financial security. His gaze is firm if his sister's medical bills are covered. He's willing to reconsider. He agrees to fight for her. And a subtle, satisfied smile proves she's finally gotten her way. With their hands clasped together, the contract between man and divine is sealed. But now that he has some leverage, Dojin decides to push his luck a little further. He blushes, sheepishly asking if a high-spec gaming PC could be part of the compensation package. The divine woman simply stares, holding his hand as his list of demands continues to grow. Even as they leave the cafe, he's already planning for the future, asking about college tuition. The negotiations finally conclude as night falls over the city. Later that evening, Dojin finally sits down for a proper meal. He eats in silence, the long and stressful day finally catching up to him. Across the table, he can feel his sister's watchful eyes on him. It's a rare moment of peace for the two of them, sharing a quiet dinner. But something is weighing on Dojin's mind, and he hesitantly calls out her name. With a sudden vulnerability, he asks if she ever misses their mom and dad. Yejin looks up from her book, surprised by such a heavy question out of nowhere. She gently puts her book down, reassuring her brother that she's always been okay. With a soft smile, she explains it's because he's done a perfect job filling the void. Dojin is completely floored, wondering when his little sister became the emotionally mature one. He glances at a family photo, silently promising his parents he's taking good care of his sister. In her own heart, however, Yejin makes the exact same promise, to take care of her brother. The scene then shifts away, taking us to a bright, modern shopping center. We find a stylish figure in a music store, carefully browsing the records on the shelf. They find what they're looking for, pulling a specific album from the collection. It's the idol, Summer Star, humming a cheerful tune, pleased with their purchase. But from the shadows, a pair of ominous, glowing red eyes watches their every move. A tiny mouse with a strange sigil on its forehead scurries out, calling their name. Summer Star seems completely unfazed, simply adjusting their cap with a sigh. They lean down with a smirk, playfully reminding the creature that humans are terrified of mice. The tiny creature apologizes, trying to stay hidden while Summer Star just wants to shop in peace. But the idol cuts right to the chase, asking what this is really all about. The familiar pleads to be allowed to join the hunt, only to be met with a cold, simple no. Summer Star strolls on, mockingly asking if the mouse even knows what kind of protector they're dealing with this time. The creature confirms that it does, relaying the intel that their target defeated Master Knight Frost with a gun. A condescending smile spreads across Summerstar's face, explaining that's exactly why it's too dangerous for them. They tell the little familiar to stop with its reckless bravery, as one bullet is all it would take. But the mouse isn't finished, arguing that a gun has a fatal flaw, a sword does not. It runs out of ammo. And it seems the creature has come prepared, revealing countless pairs of glowing red eyes from the shadows behind it. The swarm reveals itself, a tide of runic mice far outnumbering the bullets in any single rifle. The mouse reminds them of the oath they all made together. It argues that strong or weak, they all swore to give their lives for their mother and their race. Summerstar's expression darkens, a small, cruel smile forming. They ask if the mouse is simply saying it wants to go out and die. But the familiar is resolute, clenching its paw as it declares its wish to die alongside the named ones. With glowing red eyes, it affirms that yes, they will fight and they will die for the cause. Seeing this unwavering resolve, Summerstar's cold demeanor finally breaks into a smile of acceptance. They grab their cap from a shelf, promising their sacrifice will become the foundation for their people's salvation. Putting on the cap, they order the mouse to prepare for the fight ahead. The time is near, the day of the hunt is not far off. A week passes, and a new routine begins along the river at sunset. Lee Dojin is pushed into a relentless training regimen. His mysterious companion calmly takes notes, analyzing his physical condition. With talismans plastered all over his body, a hellish stamina test begins. All day long, they run endless sprints and long-distance trials. Utterly exhausted, Dojin begs to know if they can't just measure it all at once. She calmly denies his request, explaining they need data from various levels of fatigue. It's the only way, she says, to create an efficient physical training program just for him. She meets his exhausted gaze, asking him to trust her and follow along. With no other choice, he pushes through the pain and continues the grueling run. A new week begins, and with it comes a new training ground, a KO gym. The focus immediately shifts from endurance to raw, punishing strength. Every muscle screaming in protest, Dojin struggles to complete just one more rep. All the while, his mysterious trainer calmly observes and takes her notes. She praises his effort, only to immediately ask if he's ready to add more weight. His body gives out, the barbell crashing to the floor as his limits are tested daily. The third week arrives, focusing on the very functions of his heart and lungs. He's subjected to bizarre breathing exercises, with a magic bubble forced over his head. By the last day, he can barely stumble through the woods, completely drained of all energy. His spirit is utterly broken, and he's convinced this hellish training will be the end of him. Barely conscious, Dojin claws his way up the last hill, the finish line just in sight. He collapses the moment he reaches the post, his body finally giving out completely. His trainer casually sits on his back, noting his time was a full 2 minutes slower than yesterday. Without a moment's rest, she announces the next step, a run to the mineral spring. The poor guy is horrified. At this rate, he's more likely to run straight to the afterlife. But then, she dangles the ultimate reward. She'll grant him any one of his wishes. The only condition is that he must arrive within 10 minutes. A switch flips in his mind. Suddenly, a new energy surges through Dojin as he forces himself to his feet. With a desperate, primal scream, he bolts down the path like a man possessed. His shout echoes through the woods, a testament to his sheer, unbreakable will. He crashes to the ground, his very soul trying to peel itself away from his exhausted body. His trainer calmly acknowledges his immense effort, a rare moment of praise from her. Though he didn't make the time limit, she reveals his 3 weeks of work were not in vain. The glowing talismans on his back dissolve, the initial data collection is finally complete, and with that, she announces the brutal warm-up is over, and the real training can begin. After a short break, they relocate to a tranquil park to start the next phase. She explains that the power he's meant to wield uses life force itself as a resource. Life force? The concept is completely foreign to Dojin, and he questions what she means. She clarifies it's a power called Beck, and the first step is to measure his maximum limit. Holding up a golden talisman, she ignites it with a spark, ready to begin the test. But first, she calls out to an unseen entity named Sarang. The request is simple. Put up a barrier to keep civilians out. A sphere of blue light erupts from the ground and expands outward in a rush. It quickly forms a massive, shimmering dome over their entire training area. A complex pink sigil then materializes at the peak of the dome, sealing it completely. Now that they're alone, she turns to Dojin with a grave expression. She tells him that the moment he learns to use Bake, his normal life is over for good. He'll be stepping into the surreal side of the world, a life of fighting demonic beasts. And if he wants to survive the Mokdugi, He'd better pay very close attention. Elsewhere, a blonde girl watches them on a holographic screen, annoyed that someone named Chasanim has been with him for 3 weeks. She slams her fists on the desk, absolutely furious that this new guy ruined her plans with Chasanim. His smug attitude is just so irritating, especially since he only passed a measly fitness test. Her tantrum is cut short by a direct order from Chasanim. Prepare to measure the limits of Beck. Sorang immediately snaps to attention. Despite her feelings, she obediently gets to work, tapping her stylus on the holographic interface. She resolves to watch this guy, Dojin, very closely, just to see if he's actually worth all this trouble. Meanwhile, back in the training area, Dojin is on one knee, ready for his first real lesson. She gives him his first task: manifest a small metallic cube, just as he did with the rifle. Dojin focuses, channeling his energy and remembering the feeling of creation. A small lump of metal, that's all he needs. A brilliant blue light starts to coalesce between his hands, raw energy taking shape, and in a flash, a perfect, glowing blue cube materializes, hovering silently in the air. With the cube manifested, his instructor issues the next challenge: increase its weight, not its size. Dojin pours his power into the task, and the ground beneath the cube instantly cracks under the immense pressure. The white-haired woman gives a slight nod of approval, telling him to keep going until she says stop. But as he continues, her calm expression shatters into one of complete shock. She immediately calls for Sorang, who appears with a glowing pink magic circle, ready to deploy a measuring device. From the magical energy, a strange, cat-faced drone materializes in Sorang's hands. The device is sent flying towards Dojin, hovering in the air as his mentor prepares the scan. A thin, pink line of energy shoots out, connecting directly to Dojin's head, much to his confusion. She explains it's simply to measure his total Beck, urging him to ignore it and focus. A holographic display flares to life, and the numbers begin to skyrocket at an unbelievable rate. Sorang reports from the monitor that his Beck has already passed 90, suggesting they stop since 100 is the average. But his mentor isn't satisfied. She can feel that he has far more to give. She stuns Sorang by telling her to give a heads up only when the number approaches 180. Dojin, oblivious to the insane numbers he's producing, continues to channel his energy. The white-haired woman calmly asks him if he's feeling any physical strain from the process. He looks back, a bit confused, saying he feels perfectly fine and wondering if something is wrong. She reassures him that this is normal. Depleting one's life force doesn't come with any physical symptoms. Dojin breathes a sigh of relief, admitting he thought he might collapse if it ran out completely. But his mentor's expression turns deadly serious, explaining that the lack of pain is precisely what makes it so dangerous. Meanwhile, Sorang can only watch in utter disbelief as the numbers on her screen blow past 180 and just keep climbing. Sorang's mind reels. This is impossible. She knows that even the strongest barely reach a Beck of 130, yet his reading is already at 153. The white-haired woman explains that just before he depletes his Beck, he will get a nosebleed. She warns him with chilling intensity that he must remember that feeling. Dojin asks what happens if he pushes past that warning sign. The answer is grim. He would begin drawing power from his very lifespan. With no other physical symptoms, it's a direct path to shortening his own life. But just as she finishes her grave warning, her eyes flick to the side. Sorang frantically calls out to her. The reading has just blown past 170, and she can only stare, dumbfounded. As the numbers continue to climb 180-190, the number shatters the 200 mark, a value Sorang can barely comprehend. At that very moment, the promised warning sign appears: a single drop of blood from Dojin's nose. The white-haired woman is immediately at his side, her voice cutting through his focus, telling him to stop. His strength gives out and he collapses, but she's there to catch him as the immense energy dissipates. Wiping his nose, Dojin seems almost unfazed, thinking the mental strain was no worse than physical training. She commends his effort but firmly reminds him to never forget that feeling, his one and only warning. She then gently offers him a handkerchief. He takes it with a quiet smile, a sense of accomplishment on his face. Turning towards the monitoring room, the woman calls out to Sorang, asking for the final value. But Sorang can only stare at the screen, completely stunned, unable to believe the impossible number displayed. Her eyes are wide with disbelief as the number keeps climbing past 200. The final result settles on a staggering 274, a value that should be impossible. Sorang stammers, asking the white-haired woman how she could have known his Beck limit would be that high. On the monitor, her superior simply turns with a knowing look, ready to reveal the truth. She explains to Dojin that the reason he possesses far more Beck than an ordinary person is simple. It's because he inherited it from someone named Yuji. The name means nothing to Dojin, who can only stare back with a look of utter confusion. The woman then pivots, reminding him of an earnest request made by his late parents. Suddenly, a memory slams into him, his eyes widening with dawning horror. Hez back in the wreckage of the accident, his parents' final words ringing in his ears, a plea to take care of his little sister. The memory of his parents' final plea still lingers in his mind. He looks up at her. The promise to care for his sister now tied to this strange new reality. She explains that when a dying wish is accepted, the spirit energy known as Bak flows into the one who carries it on. This sacred act of inheritance, she tells him, is called carrying on one's will. A small, dense black cube materializes on the ground before him. He kneels to pick it up, feeling a profound weight that represents everything his parents passed on. The woman's hair sways as she turns, her lesson not yet over. She helps him to his feet, explaining that inheriting and maintaining that Beck is no easy task. With a soft gaze, she assures him the weight he feels reflects his own hard-lived years, something his parents would know best. And then, in a stunning shift, she drops to her knees right in front of him. Completely flustered by her sudden display of fealty, Dojin just turns and walks away. He makes a beeline for the nearest water tap, needing to literally cool his head. A huge splash of cold water soaks him as he tries to get a grip on himself. The woman watches, clearly amused, as he shouts that he can finally breathe again. Soaked and dripping, he walks back over to her, trying to regain some composure, but his face is still bright red, sputtering and unable to hide his embarrassment. He coughs awkwardly, trying to sell the ridiculous excuse that it just got too hot. With a sly, knowing smirk, she plays along, musing about the strange weather. She then announces that his training for the day is officially done, but she adds one last little jab, suggesting he might want to deal with his tear-swollen eyes before going. Still trying to convince himself he wasn't crying, Dojin makes his way back home through the city. He arrives at his apartment building, ready to start the next part of his day. Inside, his sister Yejin spots him tying his shoes and asks if he's already heading out again. She notes his casual clothes don't look like they're for his old job. He quickly comes up with the excuse that he's doing physical labor now, which only confuses her. Her immediate concern is whether this new work is dangerous. He sweats, stammering that it's perfectly normal before making a hasty escape. As soon as the door closes, her hands stop dead while cleaning a plate. She's left alone in the quiet kitchen, her expression filled with unspoken worry for her brother. Meanwhile, Dojin walks away, completely oblivious to the anxiety he's left behind. A memory of Sarang's gentle words surfaces, reminding him that his parents knew of his struggles. He clenches his hand, thinking of the inheritance, the bake, they left behind for him. Sarang's voice explains a profound concept about the final moments of life. If a dying person's wish is strong enough, their life force flows to the one who promises to fulfill it. This transfer, known as carrying on the will, is how he inherited his parents' power. He realizes with a profound sense of relief that he and Yejin are not truly alone in this world. Just knowing that makes this dangerous new path feel more than worth it. A small cat-faced multi-purpose drone suddenly activates beside him. It engages its mobile training mode, generating a massive hexagonal barrier. The 500-meter zone is now sealed off from the public, and his training is about to begin. Dojin glances back at the strange little cat-faced drone. It suddenly barks an order, telling him to stay still while it measures his physical condition. The machine buzzes around him, completing its analysis as he stands there, unamused. But as it speaks, a flicker of recognition crosses his mind. He's definitely heard that voice before. Suddenly, a woman with striking white hair appears, asking if he's ready for some practical training. Dojin is completely flustered, protesting that he doesn't even know how to fight monsters yet. She just gives him a confident, knowing smile, telling him not to worry about a thing. She won't be throwing him against real monsters from the start, she says, as a small black cat is tossed into the arena. But as she reveals his first opponent, the supposedly harmless feline slams its tail into the ground with terrifying force. It instantly transforms into a raging torrent of water, revealing its true monstrous nature. Dojin stares in utter disbelief, a jolt of recognition hitting him hard. A memory flashes through his mind of a young man petting this very same black cat. He realizes with a shock that this is the cat he met all those years ago. The white-haired woman just smiles, confirming that he has indeed seen this creature before. She introduces it as Damsel Pio, a spirit beast from the underworld used to force confessions. A single bite from this cat, she explains, will make him spill every single thought in his head. Dojin starts to panic, but she casually reassures him that it can't bite ordinary people. It's unable to pierce the protection of Beck, so he breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he's safe. But then she drops the bombshell. The current Dojin is an exception to that rule. His Beck attribute changed from defense to combat the moment he materialized his weapon, leaving him vulnerable. Before he can even react, the cat sinks its teeth into his hand, and he yelps in pain. The truth serum effect is immediate, as he blurts out that he couldn't stop staring at her legs. A system message pops up, channeling the cat's absolute fury at his disrespect. He tries to shut the little creature up, but it's already writhing in his grasp. The cat hisses, its fur standing on end, while Dojin is completely mortified. The white-haired woman turns, asking him if there was something he wanted to say about her stockings. He breaks out in a cold sweat, trying to pretend he has no idea what she's talking about. Unamused, she gives a simple, chilling order to her spirit beast. Bite him to death. Damsel Pyo turns, its eyes glowing with a menacing red intent. Dojin freezes on the spot, realizing with dawning horror that she might not be joking at all. But suddenly, the woman clarifies this isn't an execution, it's just practice, and he's the target. She starts explaining the combat habits of their usual enemies as he takes his stance. Dojin swallows nervously as she calls him a not-so-dangerous warm-up. He steals his resolve, getting into a fighting posture. After all, he reasons, his opponent is just a tiny spirit beast, just a cat. The two of them dash forward, closing the distance in an instant. And just like that, Dojin is sent sailing through the air, utterly defeated by the cat. He crashes hard onto the sandy ground by the river. Kneeling in the dirt, covered in scratches, he's left completely speechless. The woman lectures him for his arrogance, adding that she hadn't even set the barrier to sparring mode. She calmly pets the little black cat, telling Damsel Pyo to settle down. Holding the spirit beast, she reminds it that Dojin is a novice and it needs to go easy on him. The cat hops to the ground, seemingly ready for another round. With a clap of her hands, the woman begins to prepare the real training session. She explains the device she's just activated, a mobile barrier that will follow Dojin everywhere. With a flick of her finger, she engages its primary function. She's now switched it to sparring mode, giving him a sly look. This mode renders their bodies incorporeal, meaning they can go all out without any real harm. Dojin's hand glows with power, as he thinks he's finally devised the perfect strategy. His brilliant plan to defeat this terrifying spirit beast? A magical cat toy fishing rod. The cat's eye locks onto the toy, a flicker of feline interest instantly captured. From behind the barrier, So-Rank screams, absolutely mortified by his idiotic plan. But Dojin remains clueless as a black streak flashes past him, ignoring the bait completely. With a triumphant snatch, the cat grabs the toy and trots off, looking immensely pleased with itself. Then, the playful atmosphere vanishes as its paws dig into the ground with predatory intent. A warning flashes. The toy has awakened Damsel's untamable, wild hunting instincts. A demonic red aura erupts around the cat as it lets loose a terrifying guttural meow. Dojin's face drains of all color, finally realizing he's provoked a demon, not a pet. The dagger he summons is instantly knocked from his hand, clattering uselessly to the dirt. The white-haired woman simply watches as Dojin is now relentlessly hunted by the feral beast he unleashed. The white-haired woman watches, amused, thinking this idiot deserves a beating but that it makes for excellent training. Dojin flees in a full-blown panic as a demonic screech echoes behind him. He's surprised at his own speed, realizing his 3 weeks of training have definitely paid off. Still, he shouts for help, knowing he stands no chance against that monster with his bare hands. Suddenly, the little cat-faced drone pipes up, announcing it's time for a lesson on how to use his power. It reminds him that his Beck ability now has absolute defensive power against supernatural threats. But to use it offensively, he must convert it into one of 3 combat attributes as the cat closes in. The demonic beast lunges, a blur of black fur and red energy aimed right at his throat. Instead of dodging, Dojin plants his feet, grinding to a halt and turning to face his attacker. The lesson begins as the drone instructs him on the first attribute. Will grants him the physical abilities of a Mokdugi, matching the agility of his opponent, Pyo. Dojin wonders if he can use this amazing new power right now, but the drone immediately shuts him down. He begs for a quick and easy way to win, promising to study the theory later. But the demonic cat, Damsel Pyo, isn't waiting for his lesson to finish. It unleashes a terrifying beam of pure energy, blasting it straight at the stunned Dojin. The little beast lands with an eerie calm, its supernatural power now undeniable. Dojin panics, shouting that the cat is shooting beams, but the drone calmly explains Pyo is a spirit beast designed to fight evil. It then reveals that if he trains the second attribute, determination, he too could use spells like that. This attribute would grant him control over elements, telekinesis, and other powerful abilities. Unfortunately, Pyo is already charging up another blast, ready to end this fight before the tutorial is even over. The ground sizzles where the beam hit, leftover puddles instantly steaming away into nothing. Dojin stares in absolute horror, realizing the blast was hot enough to evaporate water on contact. But the drone explains that the determination attribute requires years of training he simply doesn't have. He frantically begs the drone to skip the theory and just tell him how to survive this thing. The drone offers a sheepish apology for its rambling, but Damsel Pio's patience has clearly run out. As the spirit beast charges its next attack, the drone pivots, offering a different path to power. It promises to teach him an attribute with combat spells that even a beginner can use immediately. The drone finally reveals the third and final option, the divinity attribute. It starts another long-winded explanation, but Dojin is at his wit's end, begging it to just help. And just like that, a vortex of holy fire erupts from the ground, engulfing the demonic cat. The drone continues its lecture, explaining that divinity is the power to materialize objects into reality. The key, it says, is using one's own beck, a concept that clearly startles Dojin. A memory flashes, and he suddenly understands he already did this once before when he created a gun out of thin air. His floating tutor confirms it, adding that guardians use this power to make weapons capable of hurting spirit beasts. But while the lesson drags on, Damsel Pio, far from being defeated, begins to glow with immense power. Dojin watches, his eyes widening as a terrifying magic circle forms above the small creature. From within the glowing red sigil, a monstrous, clawed paw begins to emerge. It's a massive spectral limb, descending with enough force to obliterate the tiny cat and everything around it. He completely freaks out, screaming that this is way too dangerous for a simple training session. The drone calmly reassures him not to worry, since any injuries sustained here will be instantly healed upon leaving. Dojin brightens up, realizing he can't actually die here, but the drone quickly clarifies hell still feel the pain. Before that grim detail can sink in, the colossal spectral paw slams down right on top of him. The ground erupts as Damsel Pio gracefully leaps away from the point of impact. Dojin is thrown aside by the shockwave, his head ringing from the sheer force. He can only let out a scream of pure terror, completely overwhelmed by the attack. Looking up, he sees the paw wasn't even for him, it's now poised directly over the tiny cat. He struggles to his feet, knowing his body can't keep up with this kind of power. With no other option, he decides to face the next attack head-on, channeling his energy. The massive paw descends once more, its shadow swallowing him whole. But just in time, he materializes a huge, sturdy shield to block the devastating blow. As the attack fizzles out against his shield, a small cat-faced drone zips over to observe him. Watching the live feed, Sorang can't help but be impressed by his quick adaptation. Even the calm and collected white-haired woman offers a rare compliment on his performance. This entire ordeal, it seems, was a test of his divine work skill in a combat scenario. She explains that the skill is so versatile, it can even act as a substitute for the will attribute. A spark of inspiration hits Dojin as he begins to materialize something new from digital light. First, a massive, high-tech shield forms in his grasp, solving his defense problem for good. He realizes he can do more than just make things he can control their properties, like weight. With a smirk, he summons a huge rifle to match his shield, ready to turn the tables on the little cat. His observer watches, satisfied, noting that discovering this weapon synergy makes the training a success. She continues her lecture, explaining that most only use the divine attribute for basic weapons. After all, spells and martial arts typically offer far more raw power than a simple sword or spear. But Dojin, she notes with a hint of admiration, is completely different. He can materialize highly precise firearms that rival techniques that take hours of dedicated training. As Dojin braces himself with his new gear, however, she adds a dose of reality. With his current abilities, even a gun won't be enough to overwhelm the spirit beast, Damsel. And she's right, the cat is just too small and agile, and Dojin can't land a single shot. It closes the distance in a flash, slamming a condensed magic attack right into his shield. The sheer force of the blow sends him flying helplessly through the air. Lying defeated on the ground, he sighs, realizing a gun alone simply isn't the answer. Completely out of breath, Dojin lies there, flushed and defeated from the overwhelming assault. Damsel casually steps onto his materialized rifle, the ultimate sign of disrespect for his power. The tiny cat then unleashes a monstrous, terrifying aura, showing him the true gap in their strength. But even pinned to the ground, Dojin isn't ready to give up just yet. A new plan forms in his mind, he just needs to try a different kind of attack. Sensing the shift, the spirit beast leaps forward, ready to end the training session for good. But instead of another gun, Dojin's hand erupts with a brilliant blue light. With a surge of focus, he calls upon a power he's never used in a fight before. A massive waterfall materializes out of thin air, crashing down on the battlefield. For the first time, the smug little cat is caught completely off guard, submerged in the sudden flood. The tidal wave crashes over the training ground, leaving Dojin gasping for air on a tiny island of dry land. And the result? One very soggy, very dizzy spirit beast who's clearly had enough. But Dojin isn't finished yet. summoning a cage of pure energy to trap his dazed opponent. Lying back, exhausted but grinning, he knows he's finally pulled off a win. The little cat is completely subdued, its ghostly spirit floating out of its body in defeat. Watching from afar, Sarang leaps up in disbelief, stunned at what just happened on her monitor. She knows that materializing a formless liquid is supposed to be an incredibly advanced skill. The white-haired woman is equally shocked, noting how unnaturally fast he's mastering his divine attribute. She realizes his abilities aren't just talent, they border on something far beyond normal. As the sun sets on a highway, a new level of potential has just been unlocked. Even the defeated cat spirit, Domsil Pio, admits that Dojin's performance was excellent. Sitting beside him on the bench, his mentor praises his ingenuity in defeating the spirit. Dojin gets a little flustered, chuckling about the old saying regarding cats who like water. She reminds him, however, that even a gifted cat is still a cat at its core, bound by its nature. With the training session concluded, she decides to give him a new assignment for the next 3 days. She hands him a book, a comprehensive guide to the structure of modern firearms. He must study it so thoroughly that he can materialize and operate these weapons flawlessly. Taking the heavy book, he flips to one of the pages she marked with a sticky note. The first thing he sees are detailed schematics for a hand grenade, and the weight of the task sinks in. As he processes this, she reassures him that the divine energy he spent today will fully recover by tomorrow. Dojin mulls this over, finally connecting the dots that this Beck is just like mana points in a video game. But before he can get too comfortable, she drops a bombshell. For the next 3 days, he's on standby for immediate deployment. She commands the cat drone, Sorang, to display the profile of a villain whose divine energy has just been depleted. A holographic image appears, showing a woman whose Beck is so critically low that any minor injury will make her a target for the Mokdugi. Dojin immediately understands the gravity of the situation, his expression turning serious. His mentor confirms it. Soon, they will have their first real battle as partners. The scene then cuts away to a sleek, modern office building gleaming under the night sky. Inside, a man looks down at a woman at her desk, callously commenting on her appearance. She casually shuffles through photos of men, discarding one because his powerful family might cause trouble. With a sinister smile, she holds up 2 remaining photos, having decided these 2 will be far more entertaining victims. With her targets chosen, she quickly dials a number on her phone. She orders someone named Manager Kim to bring 2 girls to the club that very night. The person on the line objects, mentioning a debut single, but she couldn't care less. She erupts, reminding them that without her, their careers are destined for failure. Having asserted her dominance, she slaps the photos of her male victims on the desk. The executive seethes with rage, annoyed by the audacity of these useless fools. Deciding she'll oversee this personally, she grabs her bag and gets ready to leave. She instructs her subordinate to get the car and let the club know she's on her way. With a cold and determined look, she walks out of her office. A quick glance into her purse reveals a container of drugs, her sinister plan now clear. She smirks, confident that this little concoction is all she'll need for her plan. But elsewhere, a new predator watches from the shadows, mocking the state of his target. The cat-like boy, Summer Star, leaps into action, calculating his prey will be defenseless by tomorrow. She's not his usual type, he muses. But a job is a job. And considering all the terrible things she's done, he decides hell be the one to devour her. The night passes, and a new day begins. We find Lee Dojin back in his office, completely absorbed in a mysterious new book. But the more he reads, the more he realizes he's in way over his head. He closes it with a sigh, admitting the advanced techniques are far too difficult for his current level. Talk of infusing Beck into nerves or detonating it with fire is just meaningless words on a page to him. Still, Lee Dojin isn't one to just give up. He focuses, channeling his energy into his hands. He figures his Shin attribute, the power to manifest objects, is just naturally easier for him to handle. And according to Chasa's teachings, a full day has passed, so his Bak should be fully restored. He clenches a fist, feeling a world of difference from yesterday's exhaustion. His body feels light. His condition is perfect, and with a renewed sense of purpose, he turns to leave. Now, it's time to go. But as he slides the door open, he's greeted by his sister, Yejin, holding a mug. Both of them freeze, surprised by the unexpected encounter. She asks why he's in a suit and where he's going so late, forcing him to stammer out a lie about a funeral. His sister hits him with a brutal truth bomb. He doesn't have any friends. Flustered, Dojin insists he just made a new one, his face a mask of panicked sweat. When she asks for a name, he blurts out the only one he can think of, Pyo Domzil. Not wanting to get caught, he bolts for the door, shouting he'll be back late. She seems to buy it, calling after him to give the family her condolences. As he leaves, Yejin thinks the name Domzil is actually quite cute, completely fooled by his flimsy lie. Dojin soon arrives at a sleek, imposing skyscraper under the night sky. He finds the white-haired woman waiting for him in a quiet lounge area. She looks up from her book and coolly tells him there's no need to be so nervous. He stammers that he isn't, all while shaking so hard the entire table rattles. She asks if this is his first time, noting he seems to be fighting a makdugi all over again, judging by his nerves. She calmly flips a page, telling him to relax since their target will be arriving soon. He takes a deep breath, trying to get a grip and focus on the magazine in his hands, but his eyes immediately widen as he actually starts reading the content. The reason for his shock? A single outfit costs a staggering $850, more than 2 months of his living expenses. His surprise then shifts to confusion as he realizes the outfit's design looks strangely familiar. He looks up from the page, his jaw dropping as he sees she's wearing the exact same expensive attire. Finally, finding his voice, he asks how she gets these clothes, since her outfit changes every time they meet. She explains casually that her secretary in the divine realm tailors them to match the fashion of this era. The word secretary triggers a memory, and she confirms it's a child named Sarang, just as the little cat drone zips past. She continues, explaining that Sarang is so interested in this era's fashion that she materializes outfits from magazines. A light blush creeps onto Dojin's face as he processes this, admitting he's a big fan of the styles himself. He awkwardly compliments her secretary's excellent taste, and she promises to pass on the kind words. But the light mood vanishes as she taps a notepad, announcing their makdugi prey has just arrived. Her expression turns dead serious as she describes the target, a human whose evil deeds have piled up beyond measure. Dojin immediately snaps to attention, asking where to find them, and she tells him to watch the hotel entrance. Just then, the automatic glass doors slide open with a soft whoosh. A well-dressed couple enters, and the woman is identified as Ju Jin-hee, a powerful director at a media conglomerate. He then asks about the man beside her, and the white-haired woman chillingly calls him her current prey. She elaborates that these men are just the start of the evil deeds this woman has accumulated over time. She details Ju Jin-hee's monstrous hobby, preying on aspiring celebrities she finds amusing. The director uses them like puppets, dangling success, but her greatest evil is revealed in how she disposes of them. She engineers their complete social ruin, delighting in watching their lives shatter under the pressure. Dojin places the file down, his expression hardening as he processes this depravity. He realizes her beck must be gone, and a system window confirms its power is practically zero. The white-haired woman confirms his theory, explaining that a human's protective light fades as they commit evil deeds. Once they cross a certain threshold of sin, they become marked, becoming helpless prey for the makdugi. She then delivers a chillingly specific prophecy. Ju Jin, he will die in room 1202 between 3:15 and 3:30 this morning. With only 30 minutes left, she rises and tells Dojin it's time to follow their target. She assures him they have some time, as the makdugi haven't erected their barrier just yet. With the clock ticking, they immediately head out to intercept their target. At the same time, another couple is already at the elevator, the man pressing the button to go up. The doors begin to slide shut, the two of them alone inside. But the woman glances out, her face twisting in annoyance at the last-second interruption. Dojin's hand darts out, hitting the call button just before the doors can fully close. They step inside, joining the other couple in a suddenly crowded space. The four of them ride in awkward silence, the original pair clearly unnerved by their new companions. The woman shoots a suspicious side-eye, wondering who these two could possibly be. Dojin notices their destination is already selected, the 12th floor, exactly where they need to go. To sell the act, the white-haired woman links arms with a flustered Dojin, asking if their room is on this floor too. The other woman, a talent scout, immediately hones in, complimenting her looks and asking if she's with an agency. She smoothly offers a business card from M&E, trying to look impressive and professional. Leaning in, she whispers about seeing star potential and extends an invitation to visit her agency. But a slow, cunning smile spreads across the white-haired woman's lips. She's got a better idea. She dramatically clings to Dojin, declaring that he's her fiancé. So a career in entertainment would be difficult. The scout's face falls, muttering about what a waste it is, though she seems to accept the excuse. Back in reality, Dojin is just a blushing, sputtering mess while his guide looks smugly satisfied. The scout turns to her own partner, promising to get him a big coffee commercial deal instead. But he just stares back, reminding her that the new model for that exact brand is her ex. The talent scout, Ju Jin-hee, lets a cruel smile slip as she discusses her ex. She coolly predicts his career is about to be ruined by an illegal gambling scandal she's leaking. Her partner is shocked, but she just boasts that nothing in this industry escapes her notice. Overhearing everything, Dojin scowls, realizing her business model is to destroy people first. The group continues walking down the hotel hallway, passing the 12th floor. Their footsteps echo as they move towards their destination. Dojin and his guide follow closely behind the entertainment duo, the air thick with unspoken tension. But Dojin's mind is on their mission. He asks what happens if they stop the Mokdugi, but fate still demands a death. The white-haired woman confesses they don't know the exact cause of death, since the target isn't sick or suicidal. She explains that even a predetermined lifespan is a mystery, making Dojin fear a major accident is about to happen right here. She coolly explains that a major accident would have already attracted a swarm of Grim Reapers. But Dojin's mind is racing. If it's not an accident, then how is someone supposed to die here? Then it hits him like a bolt of lightning. Could the target be that ruthless woman from M&E? His guide confirms it's highly probable. Ju Jinhee has made so many enemies, one of them is likely to seek revenge. Dojin panics, realizing that means one of her victims could be lurking nearby, ready to kill her. He insists they have to stop it. They can't just let someone become a murderer on their watch. But just as he's about to act, the white-haired woman turns and stops him. She looks him dead in the eye, telling him he now has a choice to make. Save the cruel executive and fight her Mokdugi, or let the murder happen and collect the soul of the killer instead. The heavy burden of the choice is now his to bear, and he's left completely stunned. She lays out the two grim paths before him, her expression completely unreadable. Stepping closer, her tail curls around his leg, a subtle, almost menacing gesture. She warns him that if he chooses to interfere and stop the murder, they would have to reveal themselves, and the Mokdugi would know they're here. In this line of work, revealing your hand first is the same as conceding the fight. She tells him to think calmly and make the best choice, whatever that may be. Dojin falls silent, the impossible weight of the decision pressing down on him. His brow furrows as he wrestles with the moral and tactical nightmare. She adds that even a predetermined fate is a mystery. No one knows the exact time of death. But as he looks up, his eyes gleam with a newfound and unshakable resolve. He tells her the best choice isn't just saving a life, but preventing a victim from becoming a murderer. Without warning, he grabs her shoulder, his voice firm with conviction. If fate isn't set in stone, he argues, then Ju Jinhee's murder is just one possibility among many. This means her soul being stolen by a Mokdugi and an idle trainee committing murder are two separate tragedies that he believes they can prevent from ever happening. He thinks of the idle trainees, kids who were mocked and abandoned, maybe even as young as his own sister. They clung to a rotten lifeline named Ju Jinhee, only to be exploited and pushed toward revenge. But he believes that if they don't commit this crime tonight, they can still start their lives over. He sees the two dark futures intertwining, the soul theft and the vengeful murder. With his mind made up, he looks her in the eyes and asks for her help to prevent them both. A soft, knowing smile spreads across her face. She accepts his decision, promising to follow his will without a moment's hesitation. With her support secured, they begin to walk down the hall, a new partnership formed. But Dojin's mind is suddenly short-circuiting, realizing he grabbed her shoulder in his excitement. He immediately starts to panic, worrying that he might have overstepped. His thoughts spiral as he frets that she'll think he has ill intentions. She just glances over, seemingly unaware of the internal crisis happening right next to her. Mistaking his anxiety for compassion, she calls him a gentle person for worrying about the idle trainee. He latches onto the excuse, trying way too hard to convince her that was his only concern. But he immediately gives himself away, and she curiously questions his odd fixation on her shoulders. He desperately asks if she can read minds, and her playful offer to try only makes him panic more. But she completely misinterprets his anxiety, praising his good heart as an important strength. She explains that this kindness fuels a power called Beck, which repels evil and grows with good deeds. Dojin just swallows hard, the sweat beading on his brow. Hess completely baffled that she didn't sense his less than pure thoughts about her. His mind spirals, twisting her encouragement into a subtle warning to keep his distance. Shaking off his paranoia, they finally arrive at their destination, room 12. The woman notes that there's no Mokdugi barrier yet, urging him to get ready. This triggers a memory for Dojin, connecting it to the giant wolf he fought before. It seems this is their signature move, hiding among humans, then trapping their prey within a barrier to hunt. She continues her lesson, explaining the barrier is a pocket dimension designed for untraceable hunting. Inside, time is distorted, and any damage is simply erased when the barrier collapses. Their only strategy is to strike the moment it opens, using the unique psychic wave as a beacon. But just as she finishes, a terrified scream echoes from one of the hotel rooms. A man bursts into the hallway, screaming about murder and calling someone completely insane. The woman instantly recognizes him as the idol who was with Ju Jinhee, and her hand begins to glow. Before he can cause a bigger scene, she blasts him with a wave of energy, silencing him immediately. The panicked man is left dazed and slumped against the wall, his outburst cut short. Dojin watches, stunned by her ruthless efficiency as she conjures a complex magical seal. She then calls out to Sarang, ordering her to erase the man's memories and send him home. A small cat-faced drone acknowledges its orders from Miss Chaza and zips away in a blur of pink light. Under the drone's influence, the panicked idol is left in a trance, his only thought now being to go home. The white-haired woman explains to Dojin that the man was just another trainee involved with the target. Dojin listens intently, his expression hardening as he understands the gravity of the situation. Arriving at the hotel room door, Dojin immediately steps forward to get them inside. He grips the handle, but a quick jiggle confirms his immediate suspicion the door is locked. Annoyed, he realizes there's no other way in and they'll simply have to force it. But just then, his companion suddenly collapses, forcing his hand and leaving him with no other choice. Channeling his power, he unleashes a wave of scorching heat directly onto the lock. The metal glows white-hot before the lock gives way in a burst of flame, clearing their path. His companion, already recovering, warns him to be careful of the still glowing metal. Wasting no time, Dojin steps purposefully through the ruined doorway. He calls out a mock room service as muffled screams and a cry to die echo from within. The panicked eyes of Ju Jinhee meet his, pleading for help. Just as they suspected, a hooded figure is on top of her, trying to end her life. The attacker, a vengeful trainee, is lost in a rage, screaming that the evil woman must die. But his murderous attempt is cut short by a firm grip on his shoulder. Dojin yanks him back, telling him to stop before he throws his entire life away. The trainee struggles furiously, threatening to kill Dojin too if he's not released immediately. But the attacker has completely lost it, thrashing wildly in Dojin's grip. While Dojin holds the man back, Ju Jinhee sits up on the bed, gasping for air. The trainee screams that his life is already over, all because of her. Catching her breath, Ju Jinhee glares at him, calling him a crazy bastard. A flash of anger and confusion crosses her face. She then notices Dojin and his companion, realizing they were the couple from the hallway. Instead of feeling grateful, her mind immediately jumps to paranoia, accusing them of being accomplices. The trainee ignores her, roaring about a drug article her son used to frame him. She dismisses his claims instantly, convinced he's just spouting nonsense. Ju Jinhee yells back, denying everything, as the trainee vows to find proof of the media manipulation. Her expression warps into a crazed, mocking sneer as she taunts him about who would ever believe his words. Dojin struggles to restrain the young man, pleading with him to stop provoking the woman, but Ju Jinhee's victim act completely vanishes, replaced by pure contempt for the talentless loser she pitied. That's the last straw. The trainee explodes with rage, vowing to kill her, while Dojin desperately tries to hold him back. Suddenly, Dojin yells that it doesn't matter, declaring that her life is already over and will end today. A strange energy fills the room, freezing the tense standoff. Both the trainee and Ju Jinhee are completely baffled by his sudden, chilling proclamation. Seizing the moment of confusion, the white-haired woman slaps a strange runic talisman onto the trainee's back. His eyes immediately glaze over, the fire of his rage extinguished in an instant. Just like that, the trainee stands between them, utterly calm and docile, his will seemingly erased. Ju Jinhee snaps out of her daze, completely bewildered by the sudden calm. She demands to know what they did, questioning why the trainee suddenly went limp. Whirling around, she sees them escorting the man away, and furiously asks who they are. The white-haired woman and Dojin share a silent, professional glance. He turns to face her, his eyes cold as he declares they are here on behalf of the underworld. The underworld? The words hang in the air, leaving her utterly baffled, but her confusion quickly twists into a condescending, arrogant smirk. She scoffs at the white-haired woman, mockingly asking if she's the prosecutor. Feeling untouchable, she leans back, threatening them with a legion of lawyers and political connections. But her opponent is unfazed, calmly promising that the only court she's going to is the lowest one. Ju Jinhee sneers, daring them to try their best against her influence. But her smug confidence shatters as the hooded man behind them begins to dematerialize into blue light. The white-haired woman's eyes narrow. She senses it too. A domain has just unfolded around them. Suddenly, a violent surge of purple energy erupts. The Mokdugi's barrier is active. The woman lands gracefully beside a terrified Ju Jinhee, her whip cracking with readiness. Unfazed, Dojin calmly orders her to erect a bake shield, one large enough to protect them all. She looks towards the balcony, confirming his unspoken fear a powerful killing intent is waiting outside. Wasting no time, she pulls out a runic talisman from her clipboard. She shoves the glowing paper directly into Ju Jinhee's face, whose bravado has completely vanished. The talisman ignites as she gives a final, chilling warning. Stay still, or her soul is forfeit. As the shield activates, A chilling promise echoes from outside. He'll be sent safely to hell. The white-haired woman effortlessly restrains the terrified Ju Jinhee, whose arrogance is long gone. They take cover as Dojin confirms the barrier is now active, just in time. An instant later, a thunderous impact slams against the shield right beside his face. He rushes to brace the balcony door, feeling the immense pressure from the unseen attacker. Suddenly, a knife blade pierces clean through the door, missing his head by a hair's breadth. He quickly warns his companion to stay behind him, telling her not to stick her head out. But she's unfazed, her eyes cold as she realizes the real assault is only just beginning. As if on cue, spiderweb cracks race across the reinforced glass, and with a deafening roar, the entire door shatters inward under a torrent of violent energy. A storm of purple energy blades explodes into the room. Dojin feels a chill, realizing they would have been shredded without the shield. The deadly projectiles relentlessly pepper the space around them. He moves to protect the receptionist, but a shard catches him clean in the shoulder. His companion glances over, a flicker of concern on her face as he's struck. While he dramatically worries about his life insurance, she calmly tells him he's covered. She's already moving, summoning a shimmering artifact with a flare of blue energy. The item materializes in a flash of golden light, the demon reflecting mirror. A powerful relic. It's designed to automatically intercept any rapidly moving blade. She notes its one limitation, an effective range of just under 10 meters. With a deafening roar of clashing metal, the mirror erupts in a blinding golden light. The storm of blades disintegrates into nothing but shimmering particles. Lee Dojin slumps against the wall, breathing a sigh of relief, wondering if it's finally over. He can only stare in awe at the power of the demon-reflecting mirror his partner wields. But their brief respite is broken by a condescending new voice, mocking their methods. A cat-like figure, Summer Star, steps out of the shadows, brimming with smug confidence. They correctly deduce that maintaining such a powerful shield must have drained her energy reserves. With a sly grin, Summer Star offers a simple deal: hand over the person she's protecting. But the white-haired woman ignores the taunt, her gaze fixed solely on her injured companion. As the enemy prattles on, a ghostly blue rifle begins to materialize from thin air. But Dojin isn't here to listen to a monologue. He declares negotiations over and unleashes a blinding blast of energy. The attack slams into a hastily erected barrier, stopped just inches from its target. Summer Star is furious, not just at the interruption, but because their intel was wrong. Dojin can manifest two Beck weapons. They quickly recover their smug demeanor, however, brushing it off because they didn't come to this fight alone. With a flourish, they introduce their special countermeasure, a bizarre masked figure they call a Makdugi. This new fighter seems desperate for a chance to prove themselves, and Summer Star happily agrees to sit back and watch the show. With a word of thanks, the Makdugi's body begins to erupt in grotesque, pulsating growths. As its form continues to warp, a small, runic-covered mouse suddenly plops onto the ground. Dojin eyes the strange creature, analyzing this new threat. He senses immense power, but if it's just one rat per bullet, then his assumption is immediately shattered as a horrifying swarm of them materializes, ready to overwhelm him completely. Dojin stands his ground, the Makdugi's taunts echoing that he simply doesn't have enough bullets. An overwhelming tide of glowing runic mice charges straight for him, a river of red and purple energy. He opens fire, his spiritual rifle barking as he mows down the front line of the vermin horde. But the sheer number is insane. He quickly realizes his gun alone won't be enough to stop them all. Suddenly, his spirit cat Damsel Pyo appears, yelling at him to use the gun to blow away their shield. His shots land, but the mice seem intent on their goal, ignoring him as they swarm a central point. To his horror, their bodies are being used as sacrifices, forming a massive, sinister magic circle on the ground. Dojin can only watch as the circle activates, a terrifying surge of power gathering at its core. A violent explosion of red energy erupts, blasting him and the white-haired woman off their feet. But she's already moving, a talisman whipping through the air as she leaps to counter the attack. She slaps a talisman onto the doorway, instantly erecting a shimmering blue barrier between them and the horde. The tidal wave of demonic mice crashes against the shield, their momentum completely halted. But they are relentless, their leader screeching for the swarm to just chew their way through. The woman calmly confirms their fears. It's a weak, hastily made barrier that won't last long. She tells Dojin to fall back to the opposite room where she can deploy a much stronger defense. The lead mouse cackles with glee, seeing the barrier as nothing more than a momentary snack. With no time to waste, she and Dojin turn and sprint down the hall, seeking safer ground. Dojin glances back, his face paling as he grasps the true, overwhelming scale of the swarm. Meanwhile, the cat boy Summer Star watches from the sidelines, smugly amused by their pathetic attempt to run. He knows it's useless, As the mice shriek their intent to gnaw through any obstacle in their path, Summer Star strikes a pose, practically giddy with amusement at their desperate flight. With no time to spare, the woman scoops up the unconscious agent as Dojin covers their retreat. Her feet barely touch the ground, moving with supernatural speed and force. She bursts through the doorway into the designated safe room, unleashing a blinding flash of light that seals the entrance behind them. Outside, the endless swarm of runic mice slams into the newly formed magical barrier. Dojin whips around, rifle still raised, watching the glowing runes hold against the tide. He frantically asks why she can't use her mirror artifact, but she explains that only a human's Bayek can subdue a Mokdugi. A horrifying realization dawns on him as he asks if every single one of those mice is a Mokdugi. She confirms his worst fear, stating she's never seen a Mokdugi form a colony like this before. She watches the creatures outside, quickly deducing they're all linked by a single consciousness. With no time to waste, she pulls out several paper talismans from her sleeve. She declares they need to erect a formal defensive barrier to truly secure the room. The talismans shoot through the air, swirling with a potent magical energy. They slam against the door, forming a complex and powerful runic seal to buy them time. With the immediate threat held back, Dojin asks if she can manifest a weapon with more stopping power. She explains that she's thought about it, but her current knowledge only allows for smaller firearms. He admits that while he skimmed the encyclopedia she gave him, he hasn't memorized the weapon structures. She seems a bit surprised he even looked through the diagrams at all. But a glint in her eye reveals a new idea, a risky way to manifest weapons even with fragmented knowledge. Dojin grimly states the obvious. At this rate, the swarm of mice will eventually break through and kill them. The white-haired woman agrees, telling him to sit on the bed where Jinhee is resting. Outside, the horde of runic mice relentlessly claw and chew at the glowing barrier on the door. Their master's command echoes in their minds, urging them to gnaw through the seal without pause. She then reveals her plan, to use his beck to hyper-awaken his brain, pushing it beyond its normal limits. Dojin is skeptical. If such a technique exists, why haven't they used it? She explains it's normally for the body, not the mind. But there's a terrifying cost. Body enhancement burns through beck, and after a few dozen seconds, it begins consuming your very lifespan. It's a mutual destruction technique, with a 5-minute limit, and hyper-awakening the brain has a high risk of failure she can't guarantee against. He notes with a grimace that she can't even lie to reassure him, and she confirms that in this situation, a lie would be meaningless. Meanwhile, the mice continue their furious assault, their teeth grinding against the weakening magical seal. She explains the first step. His mind must be completely free of negative thoughts like worry and anxiety. She instructs him to imagine the happiest things he possibly can as she begins the process. With her hands on his head, she prepares to pour his beck in to hyper-awaken his brain. Dojin starts simple, his first happy thought being, of course, a massive pile of cash. With that money, he imagines his sister Yejin, finally cured and completely free from her paralysis. A genuine, blissful smile spreads across his face. Lost in this perfect scenario, the woman senses the change, noting that his pure happiness is causing his awakening level to rise smoothly. She encourages him to keep going, but Dojin's thoughts drift toward a deeper desire, a normal, happy family. And suddenly, his fantasy shifts to him coming home from work to her, waiting for him in an apron. His ultimate image of happiness, it turns out, is a newlywed life with the very woman currently rewriting his mind. The woman is stunned. His awakening level is spiking at an insane rate. In his mind, the fantasy deepens, picturing them with a son and a daughter. He even imagines getting the children a pet cat to complete the perfect family scene. Back in reality, the energy from the ritual flares up, bathing the room in a blue light. She's in disbelief, wondering how his level could possibly be rising this fast. Meanwhile, Dojin is completely lost in the moment, a faint blush on his face. His mind constructs the perfect future, a quiet family picnic in a sunlit field. But her voice cuts through the daydream, instructing him to focus his mind. Dojin's eyes snap open, the blissful fantasy abruptly shattering. He's mortified to find her leaning in, blushing as she calls him darling. She saw it all. And what she saw was his fantasy escalating, with his perfect wife whispering that the children were asleep. He's completely captivated as she leans in, calling him honey. But the domestic dream takes a wild turn when she suggests it's time for a third child. His mind gets ahead of itself, imagining clothes tossed carelessly to the floor, leaving Dojin a blushing, stuttering mess at the very idea. The sheer shock of the suggestion finally rips him out of the fantasy with a mental scream. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the cat-like Summer Star watches the defensive barrier shimmer. He casually remarks that he's not fighting today. He's just here to watch the show. But that's a lie, as he calmly produces a small, ornate dagger from his coat. With a smug grin, he reveals his role, wondering how long they can withstand his mice's assault. And his mice are now trapped, contained within a powerful blue magic circle. Observing the scene, a white-haired girl seems impressed, though she can hardly believe her eyes. Because this is all Dojin's doing, he's achieved a hyper-awakening, his aura blazing. His containment spell seems to work at first, destroying the mice caught within its field. But the swarm's malevolent red energy begins to overwhelm his blue defenses. The mice surge together, forming a horrifying living pillar of dark magic. They screech as their bodies are sacrificed, becoming fuel for a much larger attack. The entire swarm condenses into a single, terrifying projectile aimed at the main barrier. It strikes the shield with explosive force, threatening to shatter the entire defense. A moment later, a sickening crack spreads across the barrier, signaling its imminent collapse. The lead mouse shrieks with glee, rallying its brethren as the defense is about to fall. And with one final, triumphant cry, the barrier shatters into a million pieces. They surge forward to swarm the breach, but their leader chokes on its victory cry. Something small and metallic suddenly lands right in the middle of the horde. The mice stop in their tracks, utterly confused by the strange object that appeared out of nowhere. One of them even picks up the grenade, tilting its head with a curious little squeak. A moment later, a blinding flash and a deafening blast erupt from the center of the swarm. The mice are sent flying, one of them recognizing the modern explosive a second too late. When the smoke clears, a scorched crater is all that's left, surrounded by stunned vermin. Watching from afar, a smirking blonde figure identifies the weapon, musing that this tactic can't last forever. The mice's commander believes they can handle this. As long as they dodge the fragments, they'll be fine. It scoffs at the explosives, ordering the swarm to simply spread out and keep tearing through the barrier. The chittering horde surges forward, emboldened by their leader's confidence. But that confidence shatters when it's not a couple of bombs, but a whole rain of them that descends. The commander freezes, its smug look replaced by a single, terrified squeak. A new, desperate order is given. The closest mice must sacrifice themselves by wrapping their bodies around the explosives. Without a moment's hesitation, they leap onto the falling grenades, intending to smother the blasts. They swarm the shells, their bodies becoming living shields to block the shrapnel for the rest of the horde. But their sacrifice might be in vain, as a white-haired woman raises a golden artifact that glows with immense power. One mouse that slipped past the chaos reaches a doorway, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming, blinding light. The entire hallway is consumed by the artifact's holy light. It wasn't an attack, but a trigger, causing the pouches carried by the mice to ignite. A massive, fiery chain reaction rips through the horde, obliterating dozens in an instant. Watching from afar, Summerstar realizes they used the demon-reflecting mirror to detonate the explosives remotely. The battlefield is left a smoking ruin, littered with the fallen mice. But their commander, ridiculously, dismisses the devastation as just a loud noise. It rallies the survivors, arrogantly believing they've figured out the perfect countermeasure. Back in the hallway, Lee Dojin calmly prepares another, single explosive shell. The mice spot the lone projectile and scoff, thinking their opponents must be out of ammo. The commander smugly orders a few grunts to smother it, walking right into the next trap. The mice pile onto the shell, desperately trying to contain the blast with their own bodies. But as the device activates, it releases a blinding white light instead of an explosion. A strange, ethereal smoke billows upwards, washing over the entire horde. Panic erupts as they realize this is no ordinary smoke, it's a form of white fire. The flames cling to their bodies, a magical inferno that simply cannot be extinguished. Watching the chaos unfold, Summerstar lands silently on a nearby rooftop. He's baffled, recognizing this clinging, smoke-like fire as a power beyond known sorcery. His thoughts drift to Lee Dojin, wondering at the true extent of his control over iron and fire. He had promised himself he wouldn't interfere, but this changes everything. With the battle escalating, he realizes the time for leisurely observation is over. Back in the office, the white-haired girl confirms the white phosphorus smoke is spreading, ordering Dojin to prepare the final weapon. She warns him that his energy, his bike, is dangerously low and must be used carefully. Dojin gives a silent, determined nod, accepting the risks of this final gambit. With his hair flaring a brilliant blue, he begins to gather the last of his power into his hands. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the spirit cat damsel Pio digs its claws into the ground, ready to play its part. But the runic mice are far from beaten. Their leader screams out a new strategy for survival. The wounded are ordered to sacrifice themselves, using their bodies to shield the healthy from the white flames. They form a massive, writhing pile, convinced they can outlast the attack and wait for Dojin's power to fade. One of them even sneers, thinking they just need to hold on, but then a strange pink energy begins to glow beneath them. Suddenly, the entire mound is trapped in a crackling barrier, and their smug confidence shatters into pure terror. Their screams echo from within the pink prison, their survival strategy having turned into a cage. The white-haired girl steps forward, the glowing runes at her feet revealing her as the architect of their doom. She had anticipated this, knowing their hive-mind pride would force them to clump together rather than scatter. The mouse leader quickly understands the situation. They walked right into a trap made from a defensive barrier. But a flicker of arrogance remains, convinced their opponents must be running on fumes after such a display. It sneers, believing it can still chew through them once its swarm breaks free from this pathetic cage. It scoffs that their teeth will shatter the barrier in 3 seconds, but a voice cuts in, calling that far too slow. Lee Dojin stands ready, his hair now a frosty white, wielding a new weapon as he declares 1 second is enough. The leader's smug confidence shatters instantly, its face contorting in pure, unadulterated shock. With the fight clearly over, the white-haired girl prepares to release Dojin's brain from its hyper-awakened state. With a gentle touch, she deactivates his power, the brilliant blue glow fading from his hair. She warns him to be careful, maintaining that state has nearly exhausted his life force. Dojin feels the immense drain himself, realizing he's running on fumes. Because of that, he could only manifest 2 liters of fuel, barely enough for a 2-second burst. But his resolve is absolute. He knows this one final attack will be enough to end it all. Suddenly, a new cat-eared figure appears, demanding they halt the execution. Summerstar complains that Dojin's trump card is basically cheating, clearly upset by this turn of events. But before anyone can react, another unseen player reveals their hand, a dagger flashing into view. An instant later, a crimson slash cuts Summerstar down as a new enemy marks Dojin for death. The white-haired girl wastes no time, immediately conjuring a defensive magic circle to protect them. The barrier shatters, and its destroyer, a cat-eared warrior, smugly announces their arrival. Summerstar flashes a set of wicked finger blades, warning the white-haired girl to step aside. She, however, remains completely still, utterly unimpressed by the hollow threat. Her expression alone mocks their title, unimpressed by this so-called martial artist. Dojin is even less concerned, openly challenging the attacker to throw everything they've got. A dangerous glint fills Summerstar's eyes, their pride clearly stung by the disrespect. In an instant, they unleash a furious storm of blades, a whirlwind of steel meant to shred them both. But the white-haired girl is ready, her own power flaring as she moves to intercept the deadly barrage. Dojin, for his part, casually plucks a stray dagger out of the air, stopping it just an inch from his eye. Summerstar can only watch in disbelief, a slow smirk forming, impressed they neutralize the entire attack. Summerstar can't help but wonder just what kind of woman stands before them, so utterly unfazed. They mockingly comment on the duo's protectiveness, sarcastically noting she could have let 1 or 2 knives slip by. But the proof of their failure lies scattered at their feet, every single blade neutralized. Dojin calmly explains that in their business, everyone is a valuable asset, so they can't afford any losses. In a poor attempt to save face, Summerstar scoops up a handful of their runic mice, claiming their short staff too. They declare that since even these useless minions are precious, they'll make a tactical retreat for today. But the little creatures cry out in their master's mind, insisting the fight isn't over and they can still win. Summerstar coldly shuts them down, thinking that the idiots have already lost and there are barely any of them left. One of the tiny minions trembles in their grasp, realizing its master has completely given up on the fight. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces Summerstar's head, the strain of the encounter finally taking its toll. And just as they're leaving, a groggy voice echoes from the barrier, wondering how long she's been out. It's Ju Jin-hee, stumbling out of her protective field, confused by the wreckage and the lingering drug effects. Dojin's face drops in sheer panic. Of all the times for her to wake up, it had to be now. Summerstar's retreat is instantly cancelled, a wicked grin spreading across their face as the prey walks right out into the open. With a renewed sense of purpose, they launch their remaining runic mice, promising a name to whoever finishes the job. The swarm of living projectiles screams toward Ju Jin-hee, who can only stare in frozen horror. But just before impact, a figure flashes past, grabbing the dazed woman and pulling her from the path of destruction. The white-haired girl shoves Jin-hee to the ground, telling her to stay down for her own safety. As she rises to face the enemy, the golden ribbons in her hair begin to crack and shatter. A cold, determined glare settles on her face, her power beginning to flare as she prepares to end this herself. But before she can act, Dojin throws himself in front of her, shielding her with his own body. He absorbs the full impact of the spikes, crashing to the ground with her in his arms. The white-haired girl looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief at his sudden, selfless intervention. Shaking off her shock, she realizes the immediate threat to the civilian isn't over. Her hand ignites with power, casting a spell to protect the terrified Jin-hee. She pulls out a glowing talisman, channeling her energy into the powerful artifact. A brilliant blue light erupts, forming a holy barrier right around the vulnerable woman. She explains that it's a maximum output formation, capable of blocking any supernatural power. The only problem, she tells Dojin, is that such a powerful barrier has a very short duration. Their new mission is simple. Keep Jin-hee safe inside for just a few minutes until the enemy's power wanes. But just then, a new player arrives on the scene, calmly stating that the barrier will only last 3 more minutes. With a flick of his wrist, he tests the energy field with a knife, watching it spark against the holy power. His eyes narrow with intrigue, so the rumors were true. The white-haired girl really did block Nightfrost's attack. He wonders about her true identity, musing that her actions seem more cute than truly impressive. Or perhaps, he considers, she's a divine being of a much higher rank than he first assumed. Suddenly, a cruel smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the barrier's one critical weakness. While it blocks supernatural beings, a regular human can walk right through it. Inside the barrier, Jin-hee is completely disoriented, believing she's just having a strange hallucination. Summer Star sees her confusion, realizing he won't need any elaborate tricks to fool her. His plan is simple and cold. The instant she steps out of that barrier, he'll strike her vital point. Summer Star approaches her with a polite smile, offering to escort Director Ju. Still dazed, she questions if this catboy is really from her company. He simply confirms, urging her to come with him with a disarmingly calm expression. Trusting him, Jin-hee takes a step, her heel about to cross the barrier's glowing line. But just in the nick of time, Dojin and the white-haired girl rush in, screaming for her to stop. Jin-hee freezes, recognizing them as the prosecutors from before, believing this is all just one strange dream. Thinking fast, Dojin fabricates a story, claiming he's a trainee she personally recruited. She stares at him blankly, searching her foggy memory for any hint of this man. Her conclusion is simple. She doesn't like tall guys like him, preferring the cute ones like Summer Star. Flustered, Dojin insists she called his audition cute, but she has absolutely no memory of it. Desperate, Dojin decides he'll just have to force her to remember how cute he is. He conjures a giant, glowing blue bow on his head and strikes an excruciatingly cutesy pose. Jin-hee's face sinks into a mask of pure, unadulterated disgust. While she finds it repulsive, the white-haired girl can't help but laugh, thinking it's adorable. She even leans in close, telling the flustered Dojin that she likes his little performance. But this only infuriates Jin-hee, who points back at Summer Star, insisting he's the cute one. In the middle of her sentence, a flash of light streaks past her face, stunning her into silence. The friendly act is over. Summer Star stands over a bleeding man, disgusted by the very word cute. Jin-hee glances at her hand, horrified to see it splattered with fresh blood. As she collapses, trapped in a glowing ritual circle surrounded by runic mice, Summer Star turns his back to leave. The tiny runic mice panic, crying out for their master not to abandon them. Summer Star, however, is completely unfazed, coldly stating the barrier's time is up. He declares the hunt a failure and prepares to teleport away with his swarm. Dojin realizes the Mokdugi's barriers are just safe hunting grounds for harvesting souls. As the threat fades, the blue aura around his own hand finally dissipates. But the mice are left behind, writhing in agony from a lingering white flame. Suddenly, the flames are gone, and the confused creatures check on their fallen comrades. This unexpected act of mercy catches Summer Star's attention, halting his retreat. He turns back, demanding to know why Dojin would spare his kids. Dojin explains that if the battle is over, there's no need for meaningless suffering. Summer Star just laughs, calling him a fool for his misplaced compassion. But Dojin is completely unfazed, calmly gathering his energy once more. He materializes his weapon, coolly stating he'll just burn them all again next time. This raw confidence earns a genuine, amused smile from the cat-like boy. Seemingly satisfied, Summer Star commands his mice to gather the injured and prepare to leave. He stands in the center of a swirling purple teleportation circle, his swarm ready to depart. Glancing back, he admits he's surprised, commenting that Dojin and his partner make a good team. But the compliment twists into a threat as he promises to remember their scent. The little runic creatures help their wounded comrades into the glowing portal. With a final, taunting farewell, Summer Star and his entire swarm vanish in a flash of light. With the enemy gone, the white-haired girl lowers her bandaged hand. A gentle light cleanses the hallway where Jin-hee still lies unconscious. She turns to Dojin, softly apologizing for letting the rats escape on her own initiative. But her expression isn't regretful at all. She reveals she's actually very happy about it. Dojin is caught completely off guard by her sudden cheerful mood. She explains that someone with a kind heart like his would surely feel sorry for the creatures. The thought of watching them burn unnecessarily must have pained him deeply. Not only that, but she assumes he was repaying the honor of the wolf, who kept its promise to retreat. Dojin freezes, realizing he wasn't concerned about the mice and had completely forgotten about the wolf. She gazes at him with admiration, convinced he acted out of nobility, leaving him to wonder if he's being praised for good deeds he never intended. Caught, Dojin awkwardly agrees, deciding to just roll with this soft-hearted image she's built of him. He tries to laugh it off, desperately hoping she can't read his mind. But she continues, explaining that his seemingly naive choice to save the mice is actually a sign of a powerful soul, one that stems from true kindness. She places a hand on his chest, believing that this good heart will ultimately make him the strongest. Dojin is left speechless, completely taken aback by her profound interpretation. The white-haired girl looks at him with genuine admiration, truly glad he's a kind person. Elsewhere, Summerstar and the swarm of runic mice are in full retreat through the city. The little creatures are heartbroken, apologizing for being defeated so easily. But Summerstar simply reassures them, praising their bravery for facing a stronger opponent without shame. The mice try to console their master, telling her that's enough for one night. But Summerstar is already deep in thought, admitting to herself that she completely underestimated that man. She never imagined he'd have such an unbelievably powerful divine partner by his side. Floating high above the cityscape, a smirk crosses her face. This defeat only makes things more interesting. Elsewhere, in a quiet hotel room, the recently rescued idol looks over the unconscious Ju Jin-hee. She's completely out of it, oblivious to the chaos that just unfolded around her. The idol himself seems dazed, muttering that he has to go home as a small cat drone watches over him. This is all the work of a young girl named Sorang, who expertly deletes and modifies memories to tie up loose ends. Outside, the white-haired woman gets a report from the drone, praising Sorang for another clean job. Dojin simply stands by her side, hands in his pockets, as the strange night's work finally concludes. But just as the night seems to be over, Dojin gets a notification from his sister, Ye-jin. She sent a bizarre late-night text about breaking her toothbrush, leaving him to wonder what on earth she was doing. His moment of peace is shattered when the cat drone, Sorang, announces that Ju Jin-hee has officially died. Dojin, completely unfazed, casually asks for the cause of death, but the drone just stares back in silence. And then, its digital face scrunches up in pure, unadulterated rage. A massive holographic projection of the furious drone erupts, screaming at him for his blatant lack of respect. The little drone flies up and smushes his face, furious that a junior would dare to be so informal. Dojin quickly learns his lesson, stammering out a flustered apology to his senior. The white-haired girl calmly asks Sorang for the report, and the drone immediately turns cheerful and obliging for her. Sorang explains that after witnessing the fight, Ju Jin-hee mistook it for a hallucination and fatally overdosed on her drugs. Dojin reflects on the pathetic end of a corporate giant, taken down by a simple drug overdose. He mutters that she brought it on herself, but his casual remark seems to have triggered the drone. Once again, Sorang is in his face, accusing him of trying to act smart to impress his new superior. It starts grilling him with impossibly obscure questions about astronomy, just to prove a point. Completely blindsided, Dojin can only stammer in confusion, wondering why he's being singled out. The white-haired girl calmly steps in, promising to buy the furious little drone some ice cream. The offer works miracles, revealing Sorang's true form, a bubbly blonde girl ecstatic about the treat. While she happily agrees to handle the paperwork, Dojin is left reeling from the sudden shift. He asks if Sorang dislikes humans, but the white-haired girl explains she's just excited to have her first junior. With that settled, she pivots back to the important mission, finding a convenience store for that ice cream. Dojin decides to tag along, figuring he has something he needs to buy too. The only place open at this ungodly hour is the convenience store right in front of the hotel. Once inside, the two of them split up to browse the aisles for their items. Dojin's grand mission turns out to be a simple replacement hair tie. He feels a strange sense of accomplishment, viewing it as the first step on a new journey. He then spots his superior looking completely lost, asking if she's found the ice cream yet. She seems to be in the beverage section, reaching for something specific. With a triumphant glimmer, she holds up a bottle of ceremonial alcohol, leaving Dojin speechless. At the counter, she admits she isn't sure if his sister will like it, but also grabs strawberry ice cream. Before he can protest, she offers to pay for everything, calling it a performance bonus for him. Dojin politely refuses, insisting that he can't let her buy gifts for his sister. He decides the ice cream is more than enough, and prepares to pay himself, an offer she quietly accepts. She then suggests they walk to the bus stop together, an idea that seems to catch him completely off guard. As they stroll through the park, she commends him on his performance during his first official job, but as they arrive back at a more formal setting, her tone shifts, telling him there's something he needs to hear. With a sudden and chilling seriousness, she says she wants to talk to him about retirement. She explains that in their line of work, retirement isn't about getting old or being unable to continue. She stops in her tracks, letting the weight of her words hang in the air between them. For people like them, she reveals, retirement is just another word for death on the battlefield. Her final piece of advice is a grim one. Never be ashamed to run away if it means survival. She makes him a promise. If he ever wants out, she'll handle it, no matter the circumstances. Her gaze is sharp, drilling home the single most important rule: nothing is more precious than his own life. Lee Dojin listens, his expression hardening as he processes her heavy words. But he can't quit. He tells her plainly that he needs the money for his sister's treatment. While other guardians may have fought for noble reasons, he admits his cause is simpler. He would give his life for his sister. Chasa seems to understand, revealing she never knew why the previous guardians fought either. As a high-ranking Xinjiang, she has battled countless monsters completely on her own for a very long time. But fighting Mukdugi requires a partner, making this a first for her as well. Dojin is stunned, realizing that even this seasoned warrior is treading new ground by his side. She looks at him then, and vows that, as his partner, she will make sure his retirement doesn't come in the form of death. To seal her vow, she stakes her own divine life on his survival. Dojin is left speechless, unable to respond to such an immense declaration. He realizes this job, once just a means to pay his sister's bills, has now become something far, far greater. With their new partnership solidified, they agree to work together. As they approach the bus stop, Dojin assumes they'll part ways for the night. But Chasa stops him, insisting there's one last thing they need to do. She looks him dead in the eye and asks a strangely specific question. Flustered, he blurts out the first thing that comes to mind: his right eye. She calmly jots down his answer, leaving him completely bewildered by the odd formality. She declares that from this moment forward, their business isn't quite finished. With an ominous glow, she reveals her plan: to engrave a sigil into his right eye. The statement short-circuits Dojin's brain. She can't possibly mean his actual eyeball. To avoid prying eyes, she quickly ushers him into a nearby secluded alley. A wave of dread washes over him as he realizes he may have just agreed to something terrible. He desperately asks if he can change his mind, feeling like he's made a fatal choice. But Chasa is firm, stating that his answer was locked in the moment he said it. Seeing he has no choice, he awkwardly bends down to her level as instructed. She holds the glowing card before him, telling him to close his right eye. Promising it won't hurt, just feel strange, she presses the artifact to his face. But instead of pressing the artifact to his face, she simply covers his eye with her hand. She leans in impossibly close, her face just inches from his, leaving him utterly baffled. A small, knowing smile forms on her lips, and his confusion turns to outright panic. And then, to his complete and utter shock, she kisses him. She holds the back of his head, pulling him in as a strange power begins to flow between them. In that instant, a massive pink magic circle flares to life, engulfing them both. A searing bolt of energy lances directly into his closed right eye. When it opens again, his pupil has been replaced by a glowing arcane seal. The power surges, erupting from them in a brilliant column of purple light. The ritual ends, and Dojin collapses, paralyzed, as Chasa calmly explains the spell in his eye will be essential. Dojin trembles on the ground, face burning with regret. He realizes he should have said lips, not eye. Chasa calmly looks down at him, acknowledging his shock and telling him the paralysis will wear off. Suddenly, a holographic message appears from Sorang, urgently requesting approval for official documents. Chasa explains she has to leave, as matters concerning the deceased cannot wait for his recovery. Before departing, she gives him his homework. The spell needs 3 days, and their next session is close combat. She then places the ice cream for his sister on his back, noting it's magically chilled so it won't melt. With a final farewell, she turns to leave, abandoning him to his temporary, full-body paralysis. He struggles against the numbness, trying to call out, but his words are just a garbled mess. With all his might, he forces his arm forward, presenting a small, ribboned hair tie he'd bought for her. She pauses, her expression unreadable, and gently takes the simple gift from his trembling hand. The simple gift seems to stir a distant, half-forgotten memory within her. Looking down at the still paralyzed Dojin, she offers a quiet, sincere word of thanks. She clutches the hair tie, revealing this is the first gift she has ever received from a human. As his paralysis finally fades, a wave of smug satisfaction washes over him. He's utterly convinced that his grand romantic gesture has completely won her over. In fact, his mind has already skipped ahead to thinking about names for their future children. But while he's lost in his delusions, the night quietly moves on without him. Elsewhere, Chasa sits alone on a bench, her mind focused on far more serious matters. She contacts Sarang, ordering her to acquire a powerful divine weapon, the Four Symbols Judgment Sword. She knows passive defense won't be enough to protect Dojin. She needs this blade to go on the offensive. She reasons that future enemies will target Dojin's weakness, close quarters combat. To counter this, she will fight them head-on, using the combat style she knows best. With her mind made up, she gives Sarang the final order, and her assistant immediately confirms. Her expression shifts, a quiet determination settling in as she prepares herself. She begins to tie back her long silver hair, a clear sign that she's getting serious. Her eyes gleam with focus, her battle preparations now underway. With her hair tied up, she glances at the gift on her wrist, hoping its earthly aura fades soon. Sarang catches the strange comment, but Chasa quickly dismisses the question. Her mission set, she tells Sarang she's grabbing ice cream and heading back for the night. At that same moment, a weary Dojin finally returns home, greeted by his sister's voice. He hands over the items, but his sister isn't so easily distracted, grilling him about his supposed new job. Dojin stammers, claiming he works for a funeral service company, but she presses him for the name. A knowing smirk spreads across her face as he weakly offers up the name Afterlife. She calls him a liar without a moment's hesitation, forcing him to desperately defend his flimsy excuse. A strange purple aura erupts around her as she strikes a pose, declaring that his eyes betray him. She points out the star-shaped magic circle in his right eye, smugly identifying it as a cosplay contact lens. Panic floods Dojin's face. He can't believe the mark is visible to her. He whips around, rushing towards the nearest mirror to check for himself. But as he stares at his reflection, he sees nothing. The spell has completely vanished from his sight. She casually asks if he's got a sealed black flame dragon in his eye, and he just sighs, deciding it's easier to let her think that. So Dojin fully commits to the act, a dark aura flaring as he describes the 36 demonic beasts sealed in his eye. His sister, completely unfazed, just deadpans her amazement while looking at her phone. He spins a grand tale of a world-ending plan, and she just sarcastically notes how scary it all sounds. The scene then cuts away, shifting to a peaceful, sun-drenched mountain where a sharp blade rests inside a traditional home, a silent testament to its owner's nature. A young cat-like person named Summerstar approaches, finding the house strangely surrounded by a snowy barrier. With an annoyed sigh, they question the need for a magical snowstorm in the middle of a sunny day. Inside, a wolf-eared scholar named Dawn Rain calmly reads, admitting a fondness for the atmosphere of a snowy day. Dawn Rain finally looks up from their book, greeting Summerstar and asking what brings them here. Getting straight to business, Summerstar reveals their purpose. Mother has chosen Dawn Rain for the next hunt. Dawn Rain dismisses the mission, stating they have no interest in hunting evildoers. But Summerstar cuts them off, revealing that Mother's supposedly loyal hound, Nightfrost, actually ran away. The news is shocking. Dawn Rain can hardly believe that the fearsome warrior would flee. With a smug grin, Summerstar explains that Nightfrost simply got stubborn, finding a new toy to play with. Annoyed by the warrior's foolishness, Dawn Rain's tail whips through the air with a sharp crack. But Summerstar is too quick, casually catching the tail before it can even connect. Suddenly, this whole affair has become far more interesting. Dawn Rain invites the messenger to sit and share the story. Outside, the unnatural snow falls silently around the remote estate. As they share tea, Summerstar comments on how strange it is for Mother to issue a direct kill order. Dawn Rain explains that's precisely why they were chosen for a job that requires a clean end, not a soul to be harvested. Summerstar reveals this kill order didn't even come from Mother directly, but through her favorite daughter. The mission's top priority, they explain, is the utter elimination of the human or the Chasa, not soul capture. Dawn Rain brings up the strange white fire the human used, questioning if it's a known human spell. With a condescending smile, Summerstar explains it's not magic, but a human weapon, a small bomb. They muse on how even powerful beings like them, guardians to the Chasa, are bound by certain rules. Humans, however, driven by their insatiable greed, create absurdly lethal weapons just to kill each other. Finding this fascinating, Summerstar concludes that humans are truly the monsters among monsters. They then feign concern, asking if a traditionalist like Dawn Rain can handle such modern warfare. But Dawn Rain is unfazed, noting that the concept of ranged explosive attacks is nothing new for sorcerers. Closing their book with a decisive snap, they declare that the ultimate purpose of battle is simply to win. Having made their decision, Dawn Rain rises from their seat with purpose. They grab their coat, confidently stating that Chasa without their spirit beasts are no real threat. The strategy is simple in their mind. Sever the human's hands, and the fight is over. All it should take is a single sword. Anything more would be overkill for a mere mortal. They retrieve their blade, a firm believer that using excessive force only invites disaster. But Summer Star interrupts, reminding them that this frail human has 2 or 3 times the normal amount of Beck. With a knowing smirk, they warn Dawnrain not to underestimate him, a point the stoic warrior quietly accepts. Realizing more information is needed, Dawnrain decides to visit Nightfrost, who never forgets a single detail of his fights. As they stand ready to leave, Summer Star cheekily asks for one more cup of tea, and Dawnrain obliges. Then, in a burst of frosty energy, they leap away, disappearing into the winter air. Left alone with their thoughts, Summer Star takes a slow sip of tea. They can't help but sneer at the so-called mother, wondering why everyone is so devoted to her every word. Meanwhile, back in the human world, a fire has been lit under Lee Dojin. Following his recent life-or-death battle, he dedicates every waking moment to self-improvement. He studies modern weapon blueprints, designing new armaments at his desk. He pushes his body to its limits, tirelessly running to build his physical conditioning. And most critically, he hones his creation ability, manifesting glowing blue ammunition from thin air. When the promised training day finally arrives, he's greeted by a mysterious white-haired girl. She gets unnervingly close, and a surge of power burns a magical sigil directly into his right eye. The process is a success. She explains that 2 Divine Realm spells are now installed, with more to come later. The white-haired Chasa gives the order, and her floating cat drone companion, Sorang, gets to work. A red beam scans Dojin's eye, leaving him to wonder what exactly was just carved into his soul. She explains it's a spell executor, a device that can hold up to 5 Divine Realm spells. All he has to do is speak the activation words, and he immediately compares it to a smartphone's voice assistant. But Sorang, the system AI, can tell from his clueless expression that he's completely lost. It condescendingly explains that Divine Realm spells normally consume an extreme amount of energy for humans. However, since Dojin's only real advantage is having more energy than sense, he can actually handle the simpler ones. Other, more talented guardians master the elements directly, having no need for such a crude shortcut. But for a dummy like him, already grown up with a hardened brain, learning spells the proper way is impossible. Surrounded by mocking drones, he can only hang his head and agree with the AI's brutal assessment. He sarcastically apologizes for his ignorance of magic, which the AI smugly accepts. Chasa, however, completely misreads the tension, smiling warmly at how close they've all become. With the cheerful drone clinging to his head, Dojin can only sweat and force out an agreement. She then shifts gears, announcing that it's finally time for his real training to begin. The cat drone zips into the sky, deploying a 100-meter barrier to ensure their privacy. Chasa's tone becomes deadly serious, pinpointing his biggest weakness, a complete lack of combat experience. She explains that his blind spots are dangerously wide, something a true warrior covers with sharp vision and intuition. This kind of danger sense is a skill forged only through years of martial arts and countless life-or-death battles. But since he has neither, the first spell loaded into his eye will serve as a substitute for that missing instinct. The spell, Sanha Sajikdo, will give him a visual heads-up display of all the combat information he can't yet process on his own. Dojin, of course, is eager to know about the second spell, but Chasa holds him back, insisting they first need to talk about his glaring weakness in close combat. She lays out a grim scenario. Even if his new eye spell warns him of an attack, his body is simply too slow to react. If he were to face a Mokdugi right now, she bluntly informs him, he would be dead in under 5 seconds. Therefore, his best strategy is a simple one. Avoid close quarters, fighting entirely, and maintain his distance. The second spell is his get-out-of-jail-free card for when that fails, an emergency escape called the Heaven-Flipping Seal. Its function is as simple as it is powerful, allowing him to swap his body and position with any object in his line of sight. Chasa explains their perfect synergy. He's a glass cannon with huge attack power, while she's a pure tank who can't attack at all. The gears begin to turn in Dojin's mind as he grasps the true potential of this ability. He could swap places with her, letting her nigh invulnerable body absorb a fatal blow meant for him. Chasa decides theory is over, telling him to try the spell directly with a simple activation phrase. Before he can even react, a flash of light yanks him from his spot. He reappears instantly, landing right beside a perfectly composed Chasa. The sudden teleportation leaves him completely bewildered and off balance. She explains that in emergencies, she can forcibly activate the spell for him. This means she can pull him to safety, while she engages a Mokdugi in close combat. However, she warns him the spell has a long cooldown and is only for true emergencies. Dojin's first concern isn't for himself, but for her, worried she'd be swapping into danger. Chasa finds the very idea of her being in danger completely impossible, almost laughable. She reassures him with unshakable confidence that she can protect them both. She explains that the key to fighting Mokdugi is protecting the bake wielder until the very end. With a wooden sword in hand, she announces it's time to begin his close combat training. They stand in an open courtyard, ready for their first lesson. Dojin stretches casually. As she explains, they'll start with light sparring to get him used to melee. She instructs him to activate a tool called the Sanhasa Jikdo. He simply needs to speak the activation phrase, surveying the mountains and rivers. As he utters the words, a stunning pink holographic interface materializes around him. He's amazed by the augmented reality, feeling the data is right there in front of him. Chasa then reveals the true nature of this training barrier. Inside, his body is in a spirit state, allowing him to fight freely without any risk of real injury. But just as they're about to start, Chasa reveals there's one last detail. It seems after she told Sarang about their little ice cream outing, a new feature was added to the training. She hands him a wax-sealed letter, explaining Sarang left a message about a new reward and penalty system. Dojin takes the envelope, a bit confused by this sudden change of plans. He opens it to find the reward. His survival rate will increase, though the letter adds an ominous unfortunately. Apprehensive, he continues reading, wondering what on earth the penalty could be, and his blood runs cold as he sees the conditions for failure spelled out in terrifying detail. If he fails, Sarang will hack his computer and phone, exposing all his most embarrassing secrets to everyone he knows. Chasa peers over his shoulder, genuinely puzzled, unable to understand why this would be a punishment at all. Before he can even process her innocence, the little cat drone chimes in, telling him there's a postscript he missed. His hands shake as he sees the small yellow note stuck to the page. He peels it back, and his heart stops as he reads the real message scrawled in red. A direct death threat. Now completely deflated, Dojin can only stand there as Chasa announces it's time to begin their training. The world dissolves with Sorang's cheerful confirmation, shifting to an entirely new scene. We're pulled into a breathtaking ethereal realm, a grand palace under a shimmering purple moon. Standing in the hall is a regal warrior with white wolf ears, Master Knight Frost, who finds himself being watched. He's immediately confronted by a smirking individual, Dawn Rain, who mocks him for returning from a failed mission. But Dawn Rain's playful tone vanishes, replaced by a cold glare, as they warn the fox to watch his mouth. Master Knight Frost remains stoic, turning away and stating he won't cause a disturbance in his mother's residence. The taunts continue, but Knight Frost calmly insists his mother is far too gentle to punish him for one simple failure. Dawn Rain's eyes gleam, agreeing that his mother is gentle, too gentle to punish a child for failing the hunt. But Knight Frost's expression hardens. He insists he did not fail at all. He simply kept a promise he made to his opponent. With a casual shrug, Dawn Rain accepts that they'll be the one facing this human and the Grim Reaper next. Knight Frost can only offer that they are a high-ranking god and a courageous human warrior he met briefly. The word courageous earns a scoff from Dawn Rain, who believes courage alone wins no battles. But Master Knight Frost gives a stern warning not to underestimate that human. He argues that simply managing to stand before monsters like them proves a warrior's spirit. And with a grim certainty, he declares that warriors with that kind of spirit always grow stronger. Intrigued, Dawn Rain decides they will judge this human's potential for themselves if he can survive their blade. His training is about to begin inside a newly upgraded spirit barrier. In an instant, Dojin and the Chasa are transported to a vast, empty plain. She tells him that distance is crucial in a fight, a lesson best learned through experience. With her wooden sword raised, she orders him to manifest his weapon. Dojin narrows his eyes, a bead of sweat forming as he prepares himself. She explains that within the barrier, he's safe to use any weapon he wants. However, she's left the sensation of pain active, because pain is vital information in battle. He smirks, revealing that he's come prepared with a brand new melee weapon, a shotgun. His instructor is impressed by his diligence, but tells him to focus on mastering his new skills. With a deep breath, Dojin braces as the first attack comes hurtling toward him. A holographic shield ripples around Dojin as he correctly guesses the attack is coming from above. Relying on what he thinks is a classic cliché, he aims his shotgun skyward. He fires a single, powerful blast to intercept the incoming threat. The shot connects perfectly, deflecting her wooden sword mid-air. But as the sword lands harmlessly, a dreadful realization hits him. It was just a feint. Before he can even turn, she's already at his side, sweeping his legs out from under him. He's sent flying, completely outplayed by the most basic misdirection. The shotgun slips from his grasp as he crashes hard onto the unforgiving ground. He struggles for breath, realizing her definition of a bit of pain was a massive understatement. His instructor simply looms over his fallen form, already winding up for the next brutal lesson. With a final, devastating stomp, she sends him crashing into the earth like a rag doll. The dust settles, revealing Dojin sprawled out in a massive crater, utterly defeated. She calmly explains his body is simply too weak to process the combat data from his own powers. He realizes with horror that his spirit form is the only reason his spine isn't snapped in two. As he struggles to his knees, she announces this was just a mock battle before the real training starts. Her aura turns sinister as she reveals the pain reduction is just enough to prevent shock-induced death. But even hearing that, Dojin's hand tightens around his shotgun, his resolve unbroken. He forces himself back into a fighting stance, ready to go again for the sake of his future. A cruel, satisfied smile spreads across her face. This is the determination she was looking for. She plants her sword, telling him that victory is impossible today, his only job is to keep on losing. She explains that some lessons can only be learned through constant, crushing defeat. Every loss plants a seed of growth that will be vital in the coming war against the Makdugi. With a chilling confidence, she promises to personally ensure those seeds bear the fruit of victory. And so, the endless cycle of battle continues until the ground itself is shattered from their training. After what feels like an eternity, he finally earns a small victory. He lasted 10 whole seconds. Her praise is cold and formal, but for the exhausted Dojin, it's a warmth he desperately needed. With that milestone reached, she declares the mock battles are over. It's time to refine his technique. She brings her sword down slowly, and to his own surprise, Dojin actually manages to block it. But his relief vanishes as he feels the impossible, crushing force behind her casual swing. She shatters his stance with ease, slamming him to the ground and proving his training has only just begun. She explains his first major problem, the massive gap between his perception and reality. Thinking he should be able to block or dodge is a fatal flaw for humans in a real fight. With his current physical abilities, she tells him that trying to evade is simply inefficient. He asks what he should do, and she reveals the answer is to fight using human fangs. A sharp glint in her eye, she clarifies that these fangs are the weapons and tools of civilization. Today's lesson will be on shields, not just walls, but active tools for close-quarters combat. Since he can't dodge, his new basic tactic will be to block with a shield and counter with his gun. She then orders him to create a new shield, smaller and more practical than his last one. It needs to be light enough for one hand, and Dojin conjures a glowing blue shield to his side. The energy solidifies into a tactical shape, earning her approval as the perfect size for his new fighting style. Next, she suggests modifying his shotgun, shortening the barrel for close-quarters agility. The combination suddenly feels familiar, and he recalls fighting Damsel Pyo with this exact setup. But she dismisses it. That was a fluke, and now it's time to start the real lesson. The training begins instantly. She stands behind him, sword raised, ready to strike on the count of 3. Her expression is deadly serious as she begins the countdown. 1, 2, 3. The sword smacks against his shield, and Dojin feels a surge of pride at the successful block. She offers a quick good job, but the warm-up is over. She warns him the attacks won't stop now. Without another word, she unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, forcing him onto the defensive. Even as she presses her assault, she notes that he's keeping up surprisingly well. Dojin knows she's holding back, but he can feel it too as adapting to the shield faster than he ever thought possible. He realizes that standing his ground with a shield feels entirely different from just dodging. It costs less stamina, and his defensive range is massively expanded. But above all, it gives him a sense of psychological stability she decides to test by speeding up. As the strikes rain down faster, this newfound calmness breeds confidence. He's feeling so good, he starts to think he can even land a counterattack. His trainer notices the shift in his eyes, a flicker of amusement on her face, but his ambition is a little premature. She disarms him and sends his own shield flying. It comes crashing down, pinning him to the ground, a harsh reality check. After 10 straight defeats, she admits he's at least getting the hang of it. Exhausted, Dojin tries to save face, but she just offers a break before the real sparring begins. With a clap of her hands, she calls out to Sarang, requesting a table, chairs, and drinks for their break. Dojin, still on the ground, looks up as a brilliant blue magic circle forms right above him. Suddenly, an entire stone table plummets from the sky, aimed directly at his head. He barely rolls out of the way as it crashes down, and his trainer just scoffs at Sarang's poor aim. In the next moment, she's seated at the table with a bottle, casually telling him to take a seat. He awkwardly points out that only one chair was delivered, trying to play it cool. She agrees that proper rest is essential, even for a moment, and calls out Sorang's name once more. Another portal opens, and Dojin turns, likely expecting a much-needed chair to appear. Instead, a cardboard box and a small pink cushion materialize out of thin air. He stares in disbelief at his new seat. An apple box, with the cushion as a meager consolation prize. She claims there are no spare chairs, then cheekily offers him her own seat instead. But before he can even respond, She declares shall just sit on the box, much to Dojin's horror. He protests, but she insists she likes apple boxes, forcing him to reluctantly take the pathetic seat. The moment he sits, the flimsy cardboard begins to groan and crack under his weight. Suddenly, the box explodes, sending apples scattering across the ground in every direction. He topples backward, completely losing his balance in a clumsy, undignified fall. His trainer simply steps over his sprawling body without even a hint of surprise. She peers down at him, bottle still in hand, and casually asks if he's okay. Lying on the cold stone, utterly mortified, Dojin can only stammer that he's fine. But his embarrassment is quickly replaced by a new distraction, a perfect view of her slender calves. She leans in, noticing his bright red face and genuinely asking if he's really okay. Completely flustered, Dojin blurts out that it's only because her calves are so pretty. Just as a system notification pops up saying he found a chair, one materializes from thin air and smacks him down. His mind short-circuits, replaying the embarrassing moment over and over as she calmly asks him if he's alright again. Sarang's system window helpfully explains that since his body is spiritualized, he shouldn't have any actual injuries. Still dazed, Dojin manages a shaky thumbs up, stammering that he's fine while his mind is still stuck on one thing. Unfazed, she accepts his answer and suggests they can finally rest for a bit now. But that break is short-lived, as she turns and declares it's time for his final training session. She draws her wooden sword and lays out the rules. If she makes him unable to fight, she wins. Dojin loads his rifle, thinking that these advanced firearms are his only hope of landing even a single hit. He understands his only strategy is to be unpredictable with his arsenal of modern firearms, but he knows this trick probably won't work on monsters like Chasa or the Makdugi. Still, with little choice, he steels himself, ready to give it everything he's got. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as his expression hardens with resolve. She sees the look in his eyes and commends his determination, a vital trait for a human facing the transcendent. Gripping her wooden sword tightly, she announces it's time for them to begin. Without another word, she lunges forward, her blade empowered and screaming through the air. Dojin reacts in a flash, manifesting a glowing blue shield just in time to block the devastating strike. A smirk plays on her lips, pleased that he's fully aware of how outmatched he truly is. She's thrown back, impressed that despite the overwhelming odds, he never gave up. He had poured every ounce of his courage into that final, desperate rifle blast. Yet, she nullified it with a simple magic circle, his best effort rendered useless. And just like that, the illusion of the ruined battlefield shatters around them. They're now sitting calmly at a pristine table, where she casually offers him a drink. She holds up a bottle of expensive-looking whiskey, noting she has glasses and ice prepared. Dojin panics, frantically waving his hands as he admits he can't handle strong alcohol. He almost asks for something childish like banana milk, but he stops himself mid-thought. He realizes he can't look like a kid in front of a woman drinking whiskey in broad daylight. Desperate to maintain his pride, he decides he has to look cool and confidently asks for a beer. The white-haired girl, Chaza, immediately counters by listing a dozen different types he's never heard of. His brain short-circuits, trying to find an answer that doesn't reveal how utterly clueless he is. But before he can even stammer a reply, a summoning circle flares into existence right over his head. A full case of beer suddenly materializes, smacking him squarely on the noggin. Chaza calmly mentions that her support, Sarang, must be getting the coordinates wrong today. A text box from Sorang pops up, making flimsy excuses about staying up all night for a promotion match. Dojin grows suspicious, realizing that both of these so-called mistakes have landed directly on him. Chasa just calls Sarang generous, but Dojin can't help but notice the syrupy sweet tone Sarang only uses with her. His mind races, trying to process what's happening. And then it clicks, Sarang isn't clumsy. She's jealous that he's suddenly become Chasa's partner. Completely ignoring his internal meltdown, Chasa calmly offers him a drink. Dojin is immediately flustered by the gesture, wondering if she can somehow read his thoughts. She just smiles, explaining that she simply remembered one of Sarang's little habits. It turns out Sarang has trouble opening canned drinks and always asks Chasa to do it for her. But the friendly moment shatters as a pink magic circle flares to life around Chasa. Announcing she'll take the lead, she unleashes a devastating strike right at him. Dojin barely gets his shield up in time, only for the immense force to crack it straight down the middle. The two halves of his shield crash to the ground as Dojin realizes just how fast she is. He quickly analyzes the situation. His shield is gone, and standard attacks are useless. But he's not out of options, clutching his shotgun with a new plan forming in his mind. With a powerful spin, he hurls the broken pieces of his shield right at her. Chasa effortlessly dodges the metal shards, using her magic circle to pivot in mid-air. She extends a hand, a smug look on her face, believing he's now cornered. She thinks he just threw the shield to land a desperate graze and survive the timer. But his eyes burn with cold focus. She has completely misread his intentions. He's betting everything on this one final, perfectly timed shot. His fourth shot rings out, a spread of pellets she knows is effective against lesser foes. He keeps up the barrage, emptying his fifth and sixth shells with cold, focused intensity. But Chasa just smirks, her barrier effortlessly repelling every single piece of shrapnel. He loads his last bullet, a special dragon's breath shell, a true tool of modern civilization. She holds up a hand, condescendingly telling him he fought well. But the match is over. Then he does the one thing she never expected, pointing the muzzle directly at her feet. He fires, aiming for the single exploitable weakness, the gap between her barrier and the ground. A flicker of satisfaction crosses his face. His gamble paid off exactly as planned. Chasa is stunned, realizing he used an incendiary round, perfect for grazing her just enough. A blush spreads across Dojin's face, caught completely off guard by her reaction. Chasa admits defeat, declaring that with this, he has officially won the training session. Her clothes are in tatters, but she smiles, finally able to fully entrust her back to him as a partner. Dojin is left speechless, flustered by both her words and her current state of dress. The system voice echoes as the simulation ends, congratulating him and telling him to rest. Meanwhile, in a massive private library, Sarang had been monitoring his progress the entire time. She pouts, annoyed that the dummy managed to finish his training so quickly. But a sudden message from Dojin thanking her for her help leaves her completely flustered. With the day's work done, he finally makes his way back home for the night. Floating on air, Dojin practically glides into his apartment. He's wearing the most blissfully dopey smile imaginable. His good mood is so overwhelming he even gives his sister a deep, respectful bow. The cheerful humming continues right into the shower as he happily washes up. And at the dinner table, his weirdly happy demeanor leaves Yejin utterly baffled. She finally breaks, asking if he took some strange medicine to be grinning so much. Her brother's behavior is so unusual that she's genuinely starting to get worried. But it all comes back to Chasa's words, her sincere praise replaying in his mind. He basks in the feeling, knowing that tonight, he's going to have some very good dreams. But Dojin's peaceful night is a world away from the tension brewing in this office building. Here, a fierce argument echoes through the empty cubicles. A determined team leader confronts her boss, demanding to know why her team hasn't been paid. But he just explodes, screaming that the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. He points the finger directly at her, blaming her for delaying the game's release. She stands her ground, refusing to ship a half-finished product designed to manipulate players. Her integrity only fuels his rage as he slams his fist down, mocking her naive idealism. He brings up a rival CEO who made a fortune on a gambling-like game with a small investment. He scoffs at her principles, asking if a good reputation can somehow pay their bills. In his mind, only cash matters. A stark contrast to her silent focus on creating something beautiful. The boss's cruel words about artistic nonsense echo as team leader Seo stands defeated in the hallway. A colleague tries to rally her spirits, pinning all their hopes on the upcoming Chinese Game Expo. But she can't quit. She knows if she leaves, the game she's poured her own fortune into is finished. The weight of her team's struggles and the impossible deadlines press down on her as she walks away. Meanwhile, the boss casually grabs a golf club back in his office, completely unbothered. He even practices his swing, muttering to himself about the sheer inconvenience of it all. He scoffs at the disloyalty of young people who dare to ask for their salary after a few missed months. But a sinister glint in his eyes reveals the truth. He's milked the company dry and plans to close it soon. The scene shifts to a bar, where a concerned voice calls out to an Unnie. Team leader Seo is passed out on the counter, as a bartender explains her team isn't there for the money, but for the love of the game they built. She starts ranting, slurring her words, but her passion is crystal clear. This game is like her own child. But on the phone, her sister completely misses the point, jumping straight to conclusions about marriage. Team leader Seo is mortified, shouting that her sister has it all wrong while the bartender quietly observes. With a final burst of frustration, she slams the phone down, ending the ridiculous conversation. Her screen lights up with a memory of a past award, a stark contrast to her current drunken state. The bartender, who has overheard everything, can't help but chuckle, noting that she must work for a game company. His smile is the last straw for her frayed nerves, and she glares at him with pure indignation. In a flash, she lunges across the bar and violently grabs him by the collar. She gets right in his face, demanding to know if he looks down on games too. As she hysterically laments an in-game character's death, he frantically tries to explain that he's on her side. And just like that, all the fight drains out of her, and she face plants onto the bar. Completely passed out, She starts mumbling in her sleep about some game character named Darius. The bartender, however, isn't just some random guy. It's Lee Dojin, and he's wondering what this is all about. He recalls the mission briefing from Chasa. Infiltrate this bar as a part-timer using a memory manipulation device. But as usual, she gave him no details, leaving him to puzzle out the reason for this strange assignment. His thoughts are shattered when the woman suddenly springs back to life, screaming about debugging. Barely coherent, she slaps her card on the counter, announcing that she's leaving. She stumbles out the door, shouting into the night about winning Game of the Year. Dojin just watches her go, thinking to himself how tough the game industry must be. But then he notices something she left behind on the counter, her wallet. Just then, a message appears on his phone with an address, telling him he can leave now. Without hesitation, he sheds his work apron. He quickly steps out of the bar, mission now in motion. But right outside, he finds the drunk woman from before, huddled on the ground and looking sick. She mumbles about needing to get to her company for debugging but is too dizzy to stand. When she gives him the address, Dojin is stunned. It's the exact same one from his mission. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. He offers to take her, knowing she's the key. He immediately calls a taxi, his purpose now crystal clear. Arriving at the large corporate building, he helps the barely conscious woman out of the car. But the moment her feet touch the pavement, she collapses completely. She weakly asks if he can help her into the office, admitting she's too dizzy to walk. Dojin tries to politely bail, saying he has something really important to do now. But just as he turns to leave, a hand grabs the back of his pants, stopping him cold. She yells that since he helped her this far, he has to take responsibility to the end. He panics, begging her not to say things that could be so easily misunderstood. Too late. A voice cuts through the night, mockingly impressed he brought a drunk woman to work at 3 a.m. Standing there is the Chasa, his partner for the mission, looking smugly at the scene. Flustered, Dojin tries to explain that this is a meaningless customer who just happens to have XX chromosomes, a choice of words that immediately enrages the woman clinging to him. Now insulted, she shoves him away, declaring she's perfectly capable of going to work by herself. And with that, team leader Seo promptly empties her stomach onto the pavement. The ordeal seems to sober her up a bit, and she stumbles into the building lobby. She apologizes to Dojin for the trouble, blushing as she insists she can go on alone. But the Chasa casually cuts in, informing her they're also headed to the 12th floor. She asks why they're looking for her boss, Kim Dong-jik, who she says isn't in yet. A dark vision fills the air, showing a terrified man shadowed by a monstrous wolf. The Chasa explains that his evil deeds have made him a target, but just being eaten is too light a punishment. Now completely sober and terrified, the woman grabs onto Dojin for dear life. She desperately asks what they mean, her mind reeling from the sudden turn of events. The Chasa looks at her coldly, revealing her boss is nothing more than a common scammer. Still, in disbelief, team leader Seo tries to defend her boss, mentioning withheld wages and overdue pensions. She parrots his excuses, claiming the company is broke and he's struggling just like them. The Chasa listens with a cold patience, acknowledging that simple business failure isn't a crime. But she quickly clarifies that Kim Dong-jik is no failed businessman. He's a professional criminal in disguise. She lays out his entire scheme, using a puppet company to attract massive investments for game development. Then, while withholding wages from his developers, he would intentionally bankrupt the subsidiary. Head cut it loose like a lizard's tail, leaving all the debt and unpaid salaries behind. The blame would fall on a paper president, a ghost, while he walked away with all the cash. He embezzled the money, exploited his own developers, and shifted all responsibility onto them. The horrible truth finally dawns on Sei. The company wasn't broke. It was a lie to steal the very money she helped bring in. All that stolen money, she explains, was funneled into buying up valuable real estate across the country. The weight of it all crushes team leader Seo. Her entire career was built on exploiting legal loopholes to ruin people's lives. Overwhelmed and sick to her stomach, she quietly asks if she can go to the bathroom for a moment. As they wait outside, the Chasa coldly remarks that there's no such thing as accidental fraud. It's a crime of pure malice, and she wonders if they'd be so bold if they knew what awaited them in hell. But then, she changes the subject, turning her attention fully to Dojin. She confirms his suspicions. He was sent to the bar specifically to bring Seo into custody. However, she points out that Seo was far more drunk than anticipated, and that the two of them seem to have gotten much closer than she expected. She playfully asks if he uses alcohol to get friendly with women, sending Dojin into a flustered panic. Dojin frantically tries to explain he's just direct with women, only to admit he's never actually tried. He immediately cringes at his own words, wondering what on earth he was even saying. The Chasa, however, just smiles warmly, telling him there's no need to apologize. She was just curious, she says, since everyone has their own methods for these things. Their conversation is cut short as team leader Seo steps out of the bathroom. Seo is ready to leave, but Dojin informs her they won't be joining her. The 12th floor is now their official workplace. With a cryptic smile, the Chasa adds that they've prepared something special for her instead. Seo is completely baffled by the sudden change in plans, wondering what they mean. Just then, her phone buzzes, and she instinctively glances at the screen. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief at the message she's just received. The Chasa calmly explains that she's just deposited all the overdue wages for Seo and her team. Messages flood in from Seo's colleagues, all confirming they've received their full salaries in one go. She reveals she sold all the real estate their old boss, Kim Dong-jik, had embezzled, converting it to cash for them. With a reassuring smile, she adds that all taxes have been legally resolved, so they can use the money freely. Before Seo can even process how this is possible, a strange light emanates from an emergency exit sign. She stammers, completely at a loss for words, as the Chasa begins to dissolve into particles of light. In a flash, both she and Dojin have vanished, leaving Seo staring at an empty hallway. The shock is too much. Her legs give out, and she collapses to the floor in a heap. A small cat drone hovers nearby as she clutches her head, wondering if this is all just a drunken dream. Meanwhile, Dojin and the Chasa have already teleported away, their feet landing softly in a new, unknown location. Wasting no time, Dojin materializes with his weapon drawn, demanding to know where the Makdugi is. The Chasa calmly informs him that the barrier is completely empty, which makes no sense to Dojin. She explains with a knowing look that the Makdugi set this trap in advance and will be arriving shortly. He wonders what kind of tactical advantage this could possibly offer, but she bluntly tells him there is none. This empty barrier isn't a strategy. It's a bold declaration of war from an enemy brimming with confidence. With a serious glint in her eye, she warns him to prepare for a fight, adding that she doesn't do sneak attacks. Dojin, possibly misreading the room, declares with a nervous sweat that he will fight her fair and square. She stares back, unimpressed, as he claims he has the confidence to actually beat her. He quickly tries to clarify, drawing his own blade while stammering that's roughly what he meant. But his bravado is cut short, as his eyes fly open in absolute, wide-eyed shock. Before he can even react, a gloved hand seizes a new target by the collar. The newcomer, Dawn Rain, effortlessly hurls the man through the air, sending him flying directly at Dojin's group. With a heavy thud, the body of the angry boss slams onto the unforgiving floor. He's knocked completely unconscious, identified by Dawn Rain as the one who crossed the line. Dawn Rain coldly states that while the man is alive now, he's guaranteed to die before the night is over. He then looks at his own hand in disgust, bothered that his glove was sullied by the evildoer's hair. With a flick of his wrist, he discards the now tainted glove onto the floor. Dojin is completely baffled, wondering why their ally would throw the target at them instead of just taking his soul. But the glove suddenly erupts in a burst of brilliant blue flame, disintegrating into nothing. As the fire subsides, the wolf-eared man formally introduces himself as Dawn Rain. Dawn Rain declares his purpose, sent by Mother to kill them. With a shimmer of blue energy, he draws his sword from its sheath. He coolly asks if Dojin has any last words before he dies. Standing his ground, Dojin confirms that yes, he has something to say. He tells the assassin that he'll fail, but not to worry too much about it. Dawn Rain just smirks, offering to send him back near death to give him an excuse. Seeing that Dojin is fully prepared, his hand tightens on the hilt of his blade, and in a blur of motion, he lunges forward, sword at the ready. The space between them closes in an instant, a streak of deadly intent. The first attack comes down in a devastating, light-infused arc, but Dojin barely manages to block, sweat dripping down his face. He's stunned that such overwhelming power came from just a scabbard. Dawn Rain is unimpressed, noting that the shield is sturdy, but that's all. He decides to end this, activating a talisman imbued with foxfire. The foxfire wisteria flower erupts, a roaring inferno of blue flames. But from the shadows, the white-haired girl prepares her own move. She declares that since Dojin isn't ready for this technique, she'll take it herself. Her blade cuts through the air, and her attack completely smothers the blue flames. Dawn Rain is left in total disbelief, having never seen a Chasa suppress his fire with pure sword skill. He launches another attack, the foxfire peony, only for her to effortlessly deflect it as well. But even his advanced techniques are useless, as the white-haired girl's blade slices right through them. Dojin suddenly appears, shielding her, and Dawn Rain finally sees it, the perfect coordination he was warned about. He realizes this is the teamwork Summer Sun mentioned, where the Chasa blocks while the human attacks. Dojin, on the other hand, is already planning his counter, willing to endure a blow to take Dawn Rain's arm. His opponent sees it too, noticing the complete lack of fear or hesitation in Dojin's eyes. The white-haired girl acknowledges Dojin's incredible speed before turning her cold glare back to Dawn Rain, demanding he repeat his earlier death threat. Unimpressed, Dawn Rain simply gathers more of his foxfire, readying another overwhelming attack. He unleashes a massive wave of blue flames, a torrent meant to incinerate them both. Yet with blinding speed and precision, she meets the inferno head-on, her blade carving it apart. Dawn Rain can only watch in disbelief, finally understanding her true power. She deflects all light-based flames. His initial foxfire attack was completely neutralized, so he switches it up, unleashing a far larger technique, Marigold. But even this is met with the same result, a perfect arc of defense shielding Dojin. Dawn Rain acknowledges her strength. She's an impenetrable fortress wall. But then he realizes a fortress doesn't need to be broken down. He takes to the air, changing his angle of attack as she prepares her own magic circle. A new strategy forms in his mind. For an opponent that can't be easily defeated, he activates another skill, Carnation, as blue flames erupt at her feet. You simply remove them from the equation altogether. Suddenly, ethereal ropes shoot up, binding the white-haired girl and yanking her into the sky, leaving Dojin wide open. His chasa is violently ripped from the battlefield, her perfect defense shattered. With his target now exposed, Dawn Rain touches the floor, unleashing his true plan. A brilliant blue aura explodes around him, his expression cold and utterly confident. He activates his skill, Foxfire, engulfing the entire level below in an inferno. He knows her power is immense. She'll eventually break through his flame walls, but a few minutes is all the time he believes he needs to secure his victory. The white-haired girl realizes the gravity of the situation. Dojin is completely vulnerable. She had tried to swap places with him, intending to face Dawn Rain herself, but the trap was too perfect. If Dojin were sent down, he would have been instantly incinerated. All she can do now is race against time, silently urging him to hold on a little longer. From within the flames, Chasa sends a message of pure faith, reminding Dojin of their training. But instead of focusing, Dojin's mind goes blank, desperately trying to think of something cool to say. He feels an overwhelming need to sound manly and pierce her heart in this critical moment. But all that comes out is a pathetic stutter, his brain completely short-circuiting under pressure. Sarang watches the disaster unfold, sighing at his attempt to flirt inside a death trap. She can't decide if his incredibly bold or if his sense of crisis is just broken. Back in the inferno, however, Chasa isn't worried in the slightest. She believes that kind of insane boldness is exactly what a human needs to survive. Dawn Rain smirks, seeing his chance now that Dojin is separated from his protector. He knows about the gun, but confidently questions how long Dojin can possibly last alone. He coolly declares that now, it's just the two of them, and it's time to enjoy themselves. Dojin, however, is not in the mood, screaming that pretty boys aren't his type before unloading his gun. But the bullets simply phase through Dawn Rain's body, which has erupted in ethereal blue flames. Dojin's eyes widen in absolute shock. Unharmed, Dawn Rain calmly watches the attack fail, mocking the fact that his opponent is just now noticing. The kid's system scans the scene, confirming his worst fear. Some kind of spell is making the enemy intangible. He finally understands the source of all that unbearable confidence. Dawn Rain condescendingly explains that Dojin's ignorance of his techniques was his fatal flaw. He lectures that winning is about overcoming information gaps, the very foundation of tactics. All Dojin can do is sweat, aiming a now useless weapon at an enemy he can't even touch. But Dojin has one more trick up his sleeve, activating a strange, glowing blue device. His eyes glow with resolve as he locks onto Dawn Rain, ready to see if that shield can handle this. Dawn Rain scoffs, seeing this as a desperate move from a rookie who has no idea what he's up against. He lunges forward, intending to tear through this final defense and end the fight once and for all. With absolute certainty, he closes the distance, believing his victory is just a single strike away. But as his hand makes contact, the sharp smell of gunpowder fills the air, and his confidence shatters. A massive explosion engulfs him completely, sending him flying and his glasses careening through the air. Elsewhere, a blonde girl with fox ears practically dances with joy, celebrating the perfectly sprung trap. She happily explains that the Makdugi just tasted a dose of explosive reactive armor designed for tanks. It was a clever defense, built to ignore weak projectiles but detonate against a direct, powerful impact. The armor was designed to detonate against any impact that Dojin's own body couldn't withstand. It absorbs the blow, then blasts back with explosive force, a powerful but one-time use defense. This idea was born from his brutal training, watching the Chasa effortlessly shatter dozens of shields. Sarang smugly explains the victory formula. 50% the Chasa's training, 49% her own genius design, and maybe 1% Dojin's idea. In the aftermath, the Mokdugi's golden weapon lies broken, a testament to his overconfidence. Dojin calmly points out that Rain was so sure of his strength he didn't even need to break the shield. He reminds the wolf that he should never have been so arrogant. While his physical abilities might be a joke to a Mokdugi, the weapons humanity has created are not. Rain, now humbled and wounded, admits his mistake. He was arrogant. He thought separating the boy from the Chasa was a guaranteed win, but he foolishly underestimated a cornered human. Rain reflects on humanity's true nature, creatures obsessed with fighting, with a shameful history stained by blood. He realizes time is running out. If the Chasa returns, this fight becomes his undeniable defeat. Refusing to lose, he unleashes his full power, determined to end this now. Dojin fires back, but the Mokdugi scoffs at the uselessness of a simple smokescreen. The shotgun pellets harmlessly deflect off Rain's overwhelming blue aura. He views Dojin as a dangerous weed that must be uprooted before he can threaten their mother. But Dojin stands his ground, eyes glowing with resolve, ready for the final clash. With a roar, Rain brings his massive paw down, aiming to crush the boy's skull. The ground cracks under the immense force of the attack, a vortex of raw power. But the blow is stopped dead in its tracks by the Chasa, who has returned just in the nick of time. With a flick of her wrist, she effortlessly repels the massive paw. Dojin's safe in a bubble at her feet. Rain is completely stunned, realizing the Chasa has returned far sooner than expected. She doesn't even break a sweat, sending the wolf beast crashing violently to the ground. Meanwhile, Dojin, having a great view from down below, comes to a life-altering decision. Has decided his next life's ambition is to become an owl, for observational purposes. Rain grits his teeth, acknowledging that if Shed struck with killing intent, he'd already be dead. But she's not here to finish the fight. She grabs Dojin's bubble and makes a swift retreat. He realizes this isn't just about power. He has to break her barrier before they can escape. So he resolves to pay the price for his arrogance, even if it means burning away his own life force. But just as he's about to go all out, a familiar voice warns him against using that technique so carelessly. And the one who stopped him is a new arrival, a cat-like warrior whose tail wags with an air of superiority. He tells Rain that his power is far too precious to be wasted on a suicide attack. It's Summer Star, here to announce a change of plans from Mother. Their new priority is the evildoer's soul. Just then, a holographic interface pops up, a pink-haired operator relaying the same orders. She tells the white-haired girl that since the soul is secured, they are to fall back immediately. Rain is floored, demanding to know if Summer Star is telling the truth about Mother changing her mind. But Summer Star just flashes a smug grin, pointing to his uniform as proof of his authority. This only angers the wolf beast more. He considers lying in that uniform to be utter blasphemy. The white-haired girl, however, calmly accepts her defeat, acknowledging they won this round by securing the soul. She stands ready to withdraw, waiting for her master's next summons as her flames die down. Rain, in its massive wolf form, gives a parting threat, promising not to underestimate the human again. It glares down at Summer Star, vowing to remember this defeat as a glowing portal begins to form. With that final promise of vengeance, the beast steps into the swirling vortex and vanishes. The white-haired girl watches them leave. While the holographic operator seems relieved the situation is over. Summer Star then turns his attention to Dojin, pointing and making it crystal clear he didn't intervene for their sake. He was actually saving his own comrade, who was about to foolishly use a life-burning technique. This act, he declares, repays the debt for Dojin sparing their mice earlier in the fight. Summer Star then offers some surprising praise, admitting Dojin has grown far stronger than they ever expected. They once saw him as just a lucky weakling who could be crushed, but that perception has clearly changed. He glances back with a sly grin, saying now no one thinks he's weak, and that's a bit disappointing. With a sly smile, Summer Star admits he prefers weaker people. They're more fun to toy with. And with a casual wave, he vanishes into a vortex of shimmering turquoise energy. All that remains of the powerful warriors are floating embers, and a hallway floor completely torn apart by their battle. In the sudden silence, Dojin and the Chasa are left alone in the wreckage. A holographic alert suddenly chimes and the corpse of the creature they fought has disappeared. Dojin's hand tightens into a fist, the victory feeling hollow. He may have survived, but he feels the bitter sting of failure, believing he couldn't protect the soul. Turning to the Chasa, he apologizes, blaming his own inexperience for the mission's outcome, but she simply tells him not to worry, explaining that a direct kill order from their mother means he's doing his job perfectly. Dojin listens silently as his partner reassures him, but not in the way he expected. The Chasa begins to break down the mission's failure, placing the first reason squarely on her own shoulders. She admits her second mistake was underestimating their enemies, failing to predict that Summer Star would sneak in to steal the soul. With a heavy look, she confesses that her choices were wrong, showing a vulnerability he's never seen. She declares that the failure of this battle is entirely her fault, and Dojin's eyes widen in disbelief. He can't help but mutter aloud, processing the idea that even gods can make mistakes and choose the wrong path. But his quiet observation is taken as an insult by the little cat drone, which suddenly glows with rage. It zooms forward and smacks him right across the face, furious at his perceived disrespect. As Dojin lies stunned on the floor, the drone frantically defends its master, yelling that she's already suffering. It looms over him with glowing red eyes, demanding to know what he meant, while he quickly tries to explain he wasn't being sarcastic. The drone furiously lectures him that in any good movie, a subordinate takes the fall for their boss. It demands he take all responsibility for this failure, a logic so twisted Dojin can hardly believe it. But the white-haired girl gently scoops up her fuming companion, telling it to calm down. Still seething, the drone is silenced as Dojin scrambles up, trying to defend himself. He explains he was just genuinely shocked, admitting he always thought gods were perfect beings who never made mistakes. The girl dismisses this idea, clarifying that they are merely administrators of the world's system, not perfect entities. She explains that even the world itself, Samramansung, is flawed, flashing an image of the great wolf Bamziori. They have to borrow human power precisely because they aren't all-powerful, showing a glimpse of Summer Star. It's the only way they can deal with anomalies like Mokdugi, which exist outside the system, bringing up Dawn Rain as another aid. To prove her point, she turns and activates a large holographic interface, ready to show him the truth. A holographic guide, Sorang, appears, telling Dojin she'll organize the report but hopes he understands his place now. With a final, huffy stomp, she vanishes from the room. The main interface then loads up the profile for the white-haired girl, bringing the focus back to her. As she holds the now docile drone, Dojin finally asks the question weighing on his mind. What happens when they fail a mission? She explains there's nothing for him to do, but she must write a statement. This isn't just any report. It requires her to spend 2 days alone in a room where time is heavily suppressed. Dojin is completely bewildered, asking why such a place is necessary. She casually reveals the report's length. A gilt, inducing 2,069 billion pages. That number absolutely breaks him, and he drops to his knees, begging to help carry the burden he created. But she calmly explains that the value of human souls demands this, and only a high-ranking god can write it. She tries to calm him, explaining that the report is a ritual to mourn the soul, not a punishment. Gently patting his head, she tells him that risking his own life was more than enough responsibility. Her simple act of kindness sends Dojin's heart racing, and a deep blush creeps across his face. Still desperate to help, he insists there must be something he can do, promising he'll do anything. After a moment's thought, she admits there is one thing that would help her out. A slight smile plays on her lips as she casually asks if he's free tomorrow. His entire face lights up with a hopeful grin as he enthusiastically confirms he is. She then explains that her 2-day confinement means she'll have to miss a prior engagement. Dojin's excitement immediately drains away, replaced with dawning confusion. She asks him to go in her place to meet with someone, another woman, leaving him utterly baffled. The next day, as Dojin gets ready to leave, his sister Yejin asks where he's heading. Her curiosity is piqued when he vaguely says he's off to meet someone. He gets flustered under her gaze, admitting with a blush that he's meeting a girl. With a quick farewell, he slips out the door, leaving a stunned Yejin behind. The words finally register, and her eyes widen in shock. Her brother is meeting a girl? A huge smile spreads across her face as she celebrates him finally escaping his single life. Meanwhile, Dojin arrives at the location, recalling how Chasa sent him a photo for the meeting. He stands awkwardly before the woman, apologizing and explaining he came in Chasa's place. It's Sarang, and comparing the photo to reality, Dojin immediately thinks she looks way fiercer in person. Sorang, however, is seething, furious that some measly soul was important enough to cancel her date with Chasa. He tries to introduce himself, but Sarang coldly cuts him off, stating she already knows who he is. In fact, she smugly adds that she knows much more than just his name, leaving Dojin confused. With a wicked grin, she begins listing his most private computer habits, from hidden folders to his search history. Dojin freezes in horror as she details his preferences, begging her to stop shouting his secrets in the street. He panics, demanding to know how she knows so much, accusing her of planting hidden cameras in his house. Their argument explodes, with him yelling about surveillance and her retorting that she's his senior officer. She scoffs at his complaints, declaring her superiority and leaving him utterly speechless. Her true feelings surface as she admits her disgust that Chasa's partner is someone like him, even threatening assassination. After their shouting match, they stand panting on the sidewalk, earning weird looks from everyone around them. Utterly defeated and flushed with shame, Dojin realizes there's no winning this and decides to just try and get along. Sarong clicks her tongue, still seething over the punishment given to her superior, Chasa. She pictures Chasa forced to write trillions of sutras, all for losing just one soul to that human. In a flashback, Sarang protests to a higher authority, arguing the punishment is too cruel for an accident. But the wise, white-haired woman explains that a single lost soul creates a crack in the universe itself. Sarang scoffs, retorting that such a disaster is billions of years in the future. The superior calmly insists that a future that will definitely arrive must be prepared for now. She reminds Sarang of the human shamans who have sacrificed for centuries to protect that distant future. Holding Sarang close, she says that Chasa's penance is nothing compared to their endless struggle. The profound lesson sinks in, and Sarang's indignation melts into teary-eyed admiration and resolve. The superior smiles, hoping this understanding will help Sarang and Dojin become good partners. Back in the present, Dojin steals his resolve, determined not to waste his precious day off. Sarang appears before him in her physical form, telling him to follow her. They need to make clothes for their Chasa. She leads him to a desolate-looking building with a for-lease sign hanging in the window. Hess completely baffled, pointing out that it's just an empty shopping complex, but she quickly tells him to be quiet. Her gaze shifts to a milk delivery bag by the door, asking him about the newspaper inside. Following her lead, Dojin reaches out and pulls the rolled-up paper from its pouch. He stares at it blankly, wondering what this is all for, as Sarang prompts him to check the date. The date is bizarre, month 14, day 3, which only confuses him more, while Sarang seems annoyed by the oversight. But she immediately deciphers the code. Left 1 4 times, right 3 times, and begins weaving a spell. Bright blue energy wraps around the door's sign, hinting that this place is far more than it seems. The letters on the sign shimmer and transform, much to Dojin's shock. Sarang casually announces it's time to go in, leaving him to wonder if this is even a building anymore. He's completely lost, his mind struggling to catch up with the impossible sight. They step through the door, not into a shop, but into a lavish, antique-style room that appeared from nowhere. Sarang snaps at him for standing there dumbfounded, telling him to hurry up and follow. She then shifts her focus to a strange bird, scolding it for not changing the newspaper in the milk bag. She warns the little creature that its carelessness with ghost energy could open a gate and cause problems. To Dojin's amazement, the bird actually beeps in response, as if it understood everything. Just then, a low, rumbling sound catches his ear, distracting him from the bizarre conversation. He turns to find the source, a giant black cat, sleeping soundly, whom he immediately recognizes as Damsil. Seeing his cat sleeping so peacefully, Dojin can't help but reach out to pet him. But Sarang's voice immediately cuts him off, warning him not to wake Damsil unless he wants his arm torn off. The little bird on its perch seems to agree, flapping its wings as if to add its own warning. Dojin freezes, and Sarang introduces the bird as Chu, another spirit beast from the underworld. She explains its full name is Chuyu, but it gets shortened to Chu for convenience. Enough with the introductions, she tells him to hurry up and follow. They have a busy day ahead. He's still completely bewildered, unable to grasp how such a massive space is hidden inside a tiny shop. Sarang explains that this workshop is a special place where the boundary between worlds is forcibly overlapped. It's here she creates equipment for Chasa, noting that powerful treasures can be used right away. But all the consumables, from talismans to clothes, are personally made by her, the Chasa's secretary. She takes a moment to nibble on a chocolate pie, clearly enjoying herself. With Dojin looking on, Sarang officially kicks off their idea meeting to design the Chasa's next outfit. But something else immediately catches Dojin's eye. He points out the massive mountain of snacks piled high on the table. He dismisses it as junk food, but Sarang passionately defends it as humanity's greatest nutritional achievement. She then blushes, claiming she absolutely hates snacks and is only forcing herself to eat for inspiration. Dojin decides to ignore that little lie and asks how they're supposed to design anything. Sarang proudly reveals their tool, the legendary Seihan brush, once used by the master Kim Jong-hui. Its original purpose, she explains, was for grim reapers to draw the souls they were guiding. But now, with a simple offering and a polite request, the magical brush will draw anything they desire. And for the offering, Sarang carefully opens a bag of rice crackers. She presents it to the magical brush, declaring their first project will be functional clothing. The brush begins to glow as they brainstorm, starting with a simple black dress for combat. Dojin chimes in, suggesting they add pockets since the Chasa always carries talismans. Sarang's eyes light up, taking his idea and escalating it to a detachable overcoat with huge pockets. With a flourish, the brush reveals the final design, a frilly, elegant maid outfit, leaving Dojin utterly speechless. He admits it's functional, but maybe more suited for housework. Sarang can't believe he's never seen gothic combat wear. She happily pins it up as candidate number 1, claiming it stimulates her sadistic aesthetics, much to Dojin's confusion. With a happy little spin, she celebrates their successful, if bizarre, first design. She turns back to him, energized, exclaiming that designing clothes with him is proving to be quite fun. Still flustered, Dojin suggests they pivot from the dark theme to something with a pure, white feeling. Sarang agrees, adding that the first design wasn't practical enough. This time, mobility is key. With a flick of her wrist, the magic brush begins to sketch, stripping away all the lace and frills. But Dojin panics, realizing it's too simple, and blurts out that it needs an aura of devotion to fit the chasa. And with that final input, the second design is complete. A sleek, form-fitting nurse's outfit. Sarang is absolutely delighted, agreeing that it perfectly captures that feeling of healing and philanthropy. As she happily pins up candidate number 2, it finally dawns on Dojin. This was never about combat gear. A slow grin spreads across his face as he realizes her tastes are suspiciously similar to his own. So he lays the praise on thick, calling her a genius designer, which she modestly accepts with a laugh. Feeling generous, she hands him the brush, telling him to take a shot, though she'll probably just throw it away. Taking the brush, Dojin admits to himself he has absolutely no experience with design. But since this will be the chasa's actual combat gear, he knows he has to take this seriously. A fire lights in his eyes. He can't afford to make this a joke. He pours all his focus into one single command for the brush. Create the most functional clothing possible. The brush delivers, and Dojin is left stammering, because that was definitely not the function he had in mind. Sarang explodes in a fury, demanding to know why on earth he designed a swimsuit. She points an accusing finger, claiming he's been having perverted thoughts this whole time. Fuming, she complains that the chasa should have just chosen her predetermined partner, the Spearpoint Priestess. The title catches Dojin completely off guard, leaving him confused. He realizes there was another candidate from the start, but Sarang flatly refuses to tell him who it was. She scoffs at his curiosity, refusing to tell a nobody like him anything important. But as she fumes, Dojin spots an opportunity, and a brilliant idea begins to form. He casually pulls out his phone, asking if she might have a taste for desserts. Sarang tries to act completely uninterested, but her eyes betray a flicker of weakness. He then reveals his trump card, a screen full of dazzling cakes and sweet drinks. Her proud facade instantly shatters as she stares, completely mesmerized. And just like that, the two find themselves on their way to a local dessert shop. With a slice of strawberry cake before her, Sarang is in absolute heaven, her anger forgotten. Seeing his chance, Dojin brings up the Spearpoint Priestess again now that she's cooperative. Sarang finally explains that it's not one person, but a title for a warrior from an ancient shamanic family. Dojin is stunned. They've been raising partners for divine beings for generations. Sarang continues, explaining this family travels the world, adopting orphaned girls to replenish their numbers. From these orphans, they select girls born on spiritually significant days for a special kind of training. They induce weak divine possessions, forcing the child to overcome them with nothing but prayer and purified water. Through endless repetition, the girls become spiritually pure, capable of handling even the strongest possessions. But Sarang waves her finger, clarifying that this harrowing ordeal is just the foundation. The family then uses the girl's birth details to assign her a specific weapon and religion for life. Dojin questions the sudden shift to religion, but Sarang explains it's merely a tool for cultivating their power. Divination determines the most suitable faith, and it doesn't matter which one it is. The girl is then raised as a devout believer, using the doctrine to polish and refine her spirit. Among these priestesses, some are raised with exceptional skills in both Beck and martial arts, and only one, chosen every 10 years, becomes the ultimate anti-monster weapon, the Spearpoint Priestess. Sarang leans forward, her point sharp and clear. That is the minimum level required to partner with their chasa. Dojin processes this in silence. So that was it, the predetermined candidate was a super soldier. The question burns in his mind. If someone that perfect existed, then why on earth was he chosen? Meanwhile, in a quiet building elsewhere in the city, another meeting is about to begin. A hand, marked with the crimson runes of a wolf spirit, knocks on a plain apartment door. It's Master Knight Frost, here for a late-night strategy session. He recalls Summerstar's request for intel on the Mokdugi he recently fought. The door swings open, and there she is, welcoming him inside with a calm smile. Summerstar playfully chides him for knocking like an old man, to which Nightfrost dryly replies he'll just break the door next time. Getting straight to business, Summerstar asks how his recent mission went, sensing his serious mood. But the serious tone immediately shatters as Summer Star gives him a sly look, offering a free rest on their bed. That's the last straw. Night Frost snaps, grabbing Summer Star by the collar and threatening to wring their neck for the creepy comment. As they walk inside, he grumbles that Summer Star is becoming more and more like a girl every day. He even suggests adding a few scars to their face to toughen them up, an offer Summer Star flatly rejects. Summer Star just laughs it off, saying the idea of men not wearing certain clothes is an ancient concept. But Night Frost is having none of it, absolutely losing his mind over the sight of a man in a kitchen apron. Just then, another figure, Dawn Rain, emerges from the kitchen also wearing an apron and carrying a plate of food. The wolf warrior completely short-circuits, screaming at the creeping fox to take off that ridiculous PO apron. Despite the delicious-looking spread, Night Frost is only interested in his dog Jerky. He sits there grumbling, wondering why they're wasting time with a meal. This was supposed to be a strategy meeting, and he sees eating as a pointless human habit. But Dawn Rain calmly explains it's about enjoying human culture, not just imitating it. A sly smirk crosses Night Frost's face, sensing an opportunity to get under their skin. He mockingly suggests that this focus on human aesthetics is why they got beaten by Dojin. Annoyed, Dawn Rain shoots back that since a stray dog lost in beast form, they thought their human form would be enough. Night Frost insists it wasn't a defeat, but Dawn Rain coolly calls that what it is, an excuse. That's the last straw for the wolf warrior, whose runes flare as he slams his fist down. The entire table goes flying, sending food and their strategy meeting crashing to the floor. The two wolves are face to face, auras blazing, ready to tear each other apart over wounded pride. But Summer Star, the resident cat, cheerfully pops up between them, trying to play peacemaker. With a devastatingly sweet smile, they point out the one pathetic thing the two rivals share, being defeated by the same human. And just like that, the two wolves find common ground, united in their absolute fury against the little troll. Having masterfully diffused the situation, Summer Star feigns fear and quickly changes the subject. The conversation shifts from their petty squabbles to a much deeper question about the strange nature of the Mokdugi. Summer Star begins to lay out their fundamental rules. They are more powerful than humans, but with heavy restrictions. They can only harm the wicked, and in turn, can only be harmed by the power of the truly virtuous. Their true purpose, it's revealed, is to act as society's grim reapers, handling the dirty work. They exist to filter evil from the human world, processing evildoers so that people don't have to stain their own hands. Master Night Frost connects the dots, wondering if this makes the mysterious mother their creator. Dawn Rain cuts him off, dismissing their origin story as an unimportant hypothesis. What truly matters now, she insists, is how their clan can survive and find salvation. Master Night Frost snaps back that the only one who ever showed them a path was Mother herself. With no other options, following the will of this shadowy benefactor is the only way for their species to endure. Elsewhere, Dojin grills Sorang, demanding to know why he was chosen over the highly skilled Spearpoint priestess. She huffs, explaining that the Chasa believes simply pairing the two strongest doesn't guarantee the best team. With Mokdugi appearing all over the globe, the Chasa's family has to dispatch personnel worldwide. This leaves them constantly short-staffed, forcing them to assign their strongest assets, like the Spearpoint priestess, to other critical fronts. Sorang huffs, reminding him there were plenty of other strong priestesses they could have picked. So Dojin's question still stands. Why him? After all, his incredible bake value was only discovered after his selection. The two sit in a tense silence, Sorang stewing over her dessert. But as she watches him, her sharp gaze seems to soften with a flicker of understanding. Dojin, however, places a hand on his chest, declaring his intent to prove the Chasa's choice was the right one. His earnest resolve completely catches her off guard, and she wonders if she misjudged him. But her pride snaps back into place, and she thwacks him with her spoon for being so presumptuous. She then leaps up, insisting their Chasa never makes a mistake and always picks the best. To prove her point, she activates a magic circle, deciding to use a loophole to help him. She pulls out a tablet, offering him stability so he can focus entirely on his training. A few days later, the scene shifts to a far more elegant and professional setting. Inside, the white-haired Chasa sits calmly, reviewing a report in her lavish study. Her work is interrupted by an excited Sarang, who proudly announces she's secured the permanent permit for the Judgment Sword. But her excitement quickly gives way to concern for her master's well-being after such an arduous task. The Chasa, however, seems completely unfazed, reassuring Sarang that she isn't tired at all. This just gets Sarang started on a rant, questioning why her master even needs permission for her own weapon. The Chasa calmly explains that for high-ranking divine weapons, such restrictions are simply necessary. But Sarang isn't convinced, huffing that all this red tape is just a massive waste of manpower. Her master's expression turns sharp, and she calls Sorang over with a deceptively sweet tone. The atmosphere darkens as the Chasa confronts her, revealing she knows Sorang has accumulated bad karma by violating divine laws. Sorang's mind races, realizing she's on thin ice with her master and needs to fix her karma problem fast. And so her mission begins with Lee Dojin, whom she promises to grant stability so he can train without worry. She casually points out his cramped living situation, a fact he sheepishly confirms. Her solution is a brand new apartment in his name, a gift so extravagant it leaves Dojin completely stunned. Sorang silences his protests, demanding he accept all help and focus only on getting stronger. She gives him a pep talk, reminding him he is the Chasa's chosen candidate and must live up to it. But to make this a fair trade and avoid bad karma, she needs something from him in return. Flustered but grateful, Dojin quickly searches his pockets for anything he can offer. He presents the only thing he has, a tube of lip balm, which sends Sorang into a spiral of disgust. Dojin frantically explains it's new and for his sister, but Sorang is already mortified by the gesture. Sorang sighs in frustration, wondering why the karma from her apartment gift hasn't disappeared. The Chasa, sitting beside her, calmly explains that karma isn't so easily erased. She reminds the girl of the most fundamental law. Gods are forbidden from direct interference. Their only right within the cosmic system is to act as administrators, maintaining universal balance. Even when disasters like war and famine rack the human world, they are powerless to step in. The gods have always wished they could perform miracles, but the system strictly forbids it. Sorang listens, her expression hardening as she's told these catastrophes are considered trials for humanity's growth. If a god were to carelessly influence humans, it would trigger dangerous errors throughout the system. The resulting catastrophe could shatter the entire universe in ways no one could possibly predict. This is the absolute law established by Princess Bari, one of the great creator gods herself. It's a cold but necessary law, she explains, and as compensation, the gods can only guide souls to better afterlives. Sorang sheepishly admits she remembers learning all of this back in school for young gods. Feeling ashamed of her earlier outburst, she quietly apologizes to Chasa. In a surprising move, Chasa simply pats her lap, offering to comfort the young god. Though completely flustered by the offer of a lap pillow, Sorang can't bring herself to refuse. Chasa gently holds her head, asking her to just stay still for a moment. As Sorang rests, a strange crimson energy begins to coalesce right above Chasa's chest. The energy forms a dark, pulsing red orb, held carefully in her hand. Before Sorang can even process what's happening, the orb sinks directly into Chasa's body. She sits up, bewildered, demanding to know what that mysterious power was. Chasa calmly explains that the orb was the karma Sorang gained from giving Dojin the apartment. The young god jolts in absolute shock, unable to comprehend what she's hearing. Chasa elaborates that such unbearable karma would have destroyed Sorang, so she transferred it into her own body. Horrified, Sorang pleads with her to put it back, insisting that she should be the one to face any punishment. But Chasa gently corrects her, explaining this isn't about punishment. Karma must simply be purified. As a high-ranking god, she can handle it easily, reassuring Sorang that it will be gone in less than a month. Overcome with guilt, Sorang can barely manage a tearful apology for causing so much trouble. Chasa pulls her into a comforting hug, praising her for being a good child who helps others. After a moment, however, she asks a very pointed question. What did Dojin give her that was worth all this trouble? The answer lies elsewhere, at a hospital where Dojin's sister, Yejin, receives monthly inpatient care. Her condition requires a 4-hour IV drip to prevent lower body paralysis. Arriving at the reception desk, Dojin tries to check his sister in for her stay, but the receptionist informs him that Yejin has already been processed into a private VIP room. He's completely baffled, learning that a work senior called ahead to arrange everything. He finds the room, with his sister already waiting outside for him. She's impressed, thinking his company must have amazing benefits, and he just awkwardly agrees. Steeling himself, he peeks inside, wondering who could have possibly done all this. And there she is, Chasa, waiting for him in an outfit he instantly recognizes as Sorang's handiwork. Nope. He immediately tries to shut the door before his sister can see a thing. Panicking, he quickly shoves his sister away, insisting it's just the TV, and they desperately need drinks. He practically shoves his sister down the hall, begging her to go buy literally anything. Anything that will take as long as humanly possible, leaving Yejin completely bewildered. The door slides shut, and with his sister finally out of the picture, he can deal with the real problem. He cautiously peeks back into the room, his mind racing to formulate an excuse for that outfit. But Chasa is already waiting, and she thanks him, saying Sorang told her how much he helped with the design. The comment sends him spiraling, and he comically crashes to the floor in a panic. He scrambles back up, grabbing her by the shoulders, his mind a frantic mess of denials. He swears he tried to make it practical. This level of exposure was absolutely not what he had in mind. The open back, he insists, was not his idea, though he has to admit some of his input might have made it in. Defeated and flustered, he pulls off his own sweater, telling her to at least wear it to cover up. But just as he's about to hand it over, the door slides open again. His sister forgot her wallet. She walks in on the worst possible scene. Dojin, sweater halfway off, standing beside a smiling Chasa. Her mind immediately jumps to the most scandalous conclusion, seeing her brother stripping for a strange woman. The sight triggers a traumatic flashback to some weird videos she found on his computer years ago. He desperately tries to explain that this is her actual work uniform, but his sister isn't listening. From her point of view, he's just making excuses and looks like a total pervert right now. After a few minutes to clear the air, Yejin sits on the bed, formally apologizing to Chasa. She tries to explain the misunderstanding, blaming the trauma from his old video collection, much to his horror. Chasa, however, handles it with grace, introducing herself and calmly diffusing the sibling spat. She assures Yejin that Dojin's intentions were good, which only earns him a suspicious side-eye from his sister. But the truce is short-lived as Yejin grabs him by the shirt, her fury reignited. She accuses him of sexually harassing his superior, while he frantically denies everything. Her imagination runs wild, screaming that he's going to jail for forcing Chasa into those clothes. Just then, Chasa calmly intervenes, explaining that Yejin is still misunderstanding the situation. She clarifies that this outfit was her secretary's idea, and for a moment, Yejin softens, thinking her brother isn't a total creep. But then Chasa decides to be helpful, revealing that Dojin's original clothing suggestion was a swimsuit. She explains she thought it was functional, but her secretary wisely pointed out it wasn't hospital appropriate. To make matters worse, she adds that she quite liked the swimsuit, sending Yejin into shock and Dojin into a cold sweat. With a dead-eyed stare, his sister delivers her final judgment with a swift punch right to his face. And so, the night at the hospital continues on, leaving one brother to nurse his bruised cheek and shattered dignity. After all the chaos, Yejin is finally resting peacefully in her hospital bed. A nurse comes in to administer the last of her medication. She assures Dojin that the IV includes a sedative, so his sister will sleep soundly until morning. Dojin thanks her as she explains that this private floor doesn't have a waiting room, but as she turns to leave, the nurse gets a sudden, mischievous twinkle in her eye. She looks over at Dojin and Chasa standing side by side, and her mind jumps to a conclusion. Giggling to herself, she finds their hospital date to be absolutely adorable and envious. It even reminds her of how she first met her own husband back in the day. With one last knowing smile, she wishes the handsome young couple a good night. But her parting shot about the rooms being soundproofed leaves Dojin and Chasa frozen in pure horror. While Dojin stammers in embarrassment, Chasa coolly comments on the room's excellent construction. Once the nurse is gone, she turns serious, telling Sarang it's now safe to send in the drone. A moment later, a cat-faced drone materializes from a ring of blue light, with Sarang confirming her arrival. Dojin finally gets a moment to thank Chasa for the private room, insisting she didn't need to do so much for him. But Chasa just gestures to the drone, revealing it was Sarang's idea all along, much to the AI's panic. His direct thanks causes Sarang's holographic form to appear, completely flustered by the attention. She explains that she wanted to do something nice for him, and this small act was within her karmic limits as a young god. Chasa clarifies that Sarang personally sought out a way to show him kindness that she could handle on her own. In fact, she had stayed up all night, poring over the divine law books, just to find a permissible way to help. Sarang's drone frantically bonks Dojin's head, denying she did it for him, but he just smiles and thanks them both. Chasa then admits she's quite happy to have this precious experience of meeting someone like his sister. The comment catches Dojin completely off guard. What does she mean by a rare soul? She explains that a soul like Yejin's is born only once every few hundred years across the entire globe. Dojin is stunned by the revelation, trying to process the idea of a newly born soul. Chasa clarifies that Yejin's soul has never been through reincarnation. This is her very first life. Her spirit is like a blank piece of paper, completely pure and free from any past deeds or karma. This phenomenon, she continues, happens only once in tens of millions of people, making it incredibly rare. Dojin's confusion quickly turns to worry, as he asks if this condition is good or bad for Yejin. But Chasa reassures him, telling him not to worry, as it has no special advantages or disadvantages. Yejin's soul is simply a clean canvas, with no karma built up and no spiritual pros or cons. In the end, Chasa assures him that Yejin is simply an ordinary girl, nothing more. With his sister's condition clarified, she smoothly transitions, asking about the business he had at the hospital. Dojin immediately puts it together, asking if the evildoer he's hunting is here, and Chasa confirms it. The target, she reveals, is in the very next building. She gives him the critical intel. Around 3 a.m., 4 evildoers will gather in private room 1202. This meeting will be their last, pushing them past their karmic limit and sealing their fate. Dojin is taken aback, realizing he's not dealing with a single target, but a group of 4. Chasa explains they're a clique of 4th-generation Chibol heirs, their shadows oozing malice. At the center of their illicit activities is a drug they share called snow sugar. The group's organizer discovered it while studying abroad and has been smuggling it into the country for 5 years. And here's the kicker. Ju Jin, the woman he fought before, was also supplied this drug by the very same organizer. The ringleader of this depraved group is none other than the owner of this very hospital. Dojin processes the information, thinking this is a simple tale of lifelong oppression, but Chasa immediately shuts that thought down. The truth is far more sinister. These heirs target poor, helpless patients for a twisted murder game. They get their kicks by secretly injecting unknown substances into the IV drips. Any deaths are covered up as malpractice, and the grieving families are paid off to stay silent. With their endless money, they didn't just take lives, they bought the anger and sorrow that followed. Dojin's patience wears thin, asking why they can't just forcibly reap these monsters now, before more victims suffer. But Chasa calmly explains that, as frustrating as it is, the laws of the underworld forbid it. For a supernatural being to forcibly cut a human's life short is a grave sin that cracks the very system of the universe. So, if Dojin truly wants to see these monsters punished, there's only one way. He must continue to do what he's been doing, protect the victims' souls from the Mokdugi, and once their souls are safe, he can send the perpetrators straight to hell. But Dojin is skeptical, wondering if hell would even make men like them repent. Chasa scoffs at the idea. The lowest levels of hell aren't for repentance or begging forgiveness. It's a place of unimaginable, unending pain, where every last sin is squeezed from their souls through eternal torture. With a smug grin, she reassures him they are professionals, the best in the universe at punishing evil. This grim reality check terrifies Dojin, who silently vows to just live a kind and quiet life. With the lesson over, Chasa moves on, explaining that with 4 targets, they'll need a new approach. Dojin questions this new plan, only for Sarong to reveal Hell be infiltrating the scumbags meeting. A magic circle glows as she explains the mission. He will be disguised as a young Chibol. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. The idea of this is already making him incredibly nervous. With a flash, a full luxury suit, complete with shoes and a watch, materializes before him. Sarang appears in her full form, promising to wrap him up in the finest packaging for the role. The scene shifts to the dark exterior of a hospital, the likely stage for their operation. Now, dressed for the part, Dojin adjusts his tie, looking every bit the wealthy heir. He can't help but marvel at the quality of the clothes, feeling how soft and different the fabric is. But Sarang's drone points out his modest impression remains, causing him to panic internally. Chasa, however, looks on with approval, pleased that his true character isn't swayed by mere clothes. She adds that his genuine nature is a rare asset, especially for someone in their line of work. Standing outside his sister's room, Chasa confirms the disguise is perfect and moves on to the most crucial item for the mission. In her hand materializes a small, glowing blob, a spirit beast from the afterlife known as Yungo, the silver worm. She explains its miraculous ability. It can completely purify any powerful toxin, an insurance policy for what's to come. And as the little creature hops onto his shoulder, she assures him that ordinary humans can't even see it. Dojin finds it a bit cute, but also undeniably gross, poking its wobbly form with a hesitant finger. Chasa then hands him a paper talisman, instructing him to keep it in his pocket at all times. This, she reveals, is a tasimbu, a special talisman that will allow them to communicate telepathically. He slips it into his inner pocket, realizing the incredible advantage this gives them. A moment later, her voice rings clearly inside his head, testing their new connection. But Chasa gets a little too close, grabbing his tie and teasing him for looking so stiff. She tells him to prioritize blending in, promising to feed him mission details through the tasimbu. Dojin is left a blushing, stuttering mess, completely flustered by how close she was. As he stands there dazed, a system message from Sarong snaps him back to reality. She practically boots him out the door, telling him to get going and not to worry about his sister. Chasa leans out the door, giving him one last gentle reassurance that she'll take good care of Yejin. He takes a moment outside the door, the interaction leaving him completely stunned. A stray thought crosses his mind. He wishes going to work could feel this good every day. But then Chasa's voice echoes in his head, curiously asking what his work is normally like. He panics, realizing the talisman transmits his embarrassing emotions too, and bolts down the hall. As he walks, Chasa's voice rings in his mind, explaining that his role is to be a sheepdog. The targets, the Chable heirs, are scattered across the lower floors, making them vulnerable. If they remain separated, the Makdugi will have far too many vectors to attack. The strategy is simple. Herd all the targets into one room, limiting the battlefield. Chasa explains that his presence alone, as a powerful outsider, will disrupt their secret murder game. He just needs to infiltrate their meeting. That's the first and most crucial step. But time is short, as the real fight against the Makdugi is set to begin in just an hour. Dojin stops, his feet planted firmly on the corridor floor. He has arrived at his destination, room 1202. A nervous sweat breaks out as Chasa instructs him to follow her directions perfectly to get inside. Following her instructions, he grasps the handle and gives it 3 firm shakes. When 3 knocks answer from inside, he recites the bizarre passphrase he was given. He says the words, privately mocking how meaningless their little secret code is when they're all about to die. The door cracks open, and a man inside welcomes him, clearly impressed by the high-class VIP password. Chasa explains that this is a code only known to the children of the top 20 corporations or high-ranking legal officials. Dojin walks into a lavish room where several other young men are gathered around an unconscious person in a medical bed. The man who opened the door is all smiles, assuming Dojin must have a powerful sponsor as he smoothly pivots to business. But another heir immediately gets in his face, suspicious about this new arrival he's never seen at any of their parties. The first man quickly cuts his friend off, reminding him of the basic rule. You don't ask questions of someone who knows the password. With a disarming smile, he then slides a drink toward Dojin, casually mentioning it's been spiked with 2 pills to make the effect absolutely certain. The heir even offers to call some women, completely misreading the cold fury in Dojin's eyes. Without a word, Dojin picks up the glass, accepting their disgusting little test. He knows he has to drink it to gain their trust, but he isn't worried Yungo is ready to purify anything. Looking at their victim, he steels his resolve. If he's going to do this, he'll see it through to the end. An older associate watches his every move, his gaze sharp and calculating. So, with a grimace, Dojin throws back the drugged drink, much to their satisfaction. The effect is immediate, the world twisting into a psychedelic blur as he silently calls on his partner. As planned, Yungo leaps from his shoulder, glowing with intense, purifying energy. The tiny spirit beast lands right on Dojin's hand, becoming a beacon of pure light. It envelops his skin, its power flaring to neutralize the poison the very instant it enters his body. Though Sorang assures him it's working, Dojin can't help but feel disgusted by the leech-like sensation of Yungo on his skin. The older man smirks, impressed by his composure and mockingly asking if he's done this a lot. Dojin plays along with a huge, goofy grin, boasting that he's practically a pro, which seems to win the man over completely. With the test passed, Sorang's voice cuts in, confirming he has successfully gotten in with them. Her avatar appears beside him, unseen by the others, whispering that it's time to begin the real work. Their target, it turns out, is the Gangnam Municipal Hospital, looming under the dark of night. Inside, the 2 associates relax with a drink, completely oblivious to the fact they've just let a wolf into the fold. Dojin has to act the part, and Sorang reminds him not to look too normal, or they'll get suspicious. Yungo's job isn't just about purification. Its eyes glow as it analyzes the substance it just absorbed. The results flash in Dojin's vision, a heroin-type depressant, giving him the exact script he needs to follow. With the intel from Yungo, Dojin knows exactly what kind of act to put on. It's showtime. He throws himself back in the chair, pretending to be completely wasted. The 2 associates watch him, the younger one annoyed that their little murder game is now on hold. But the older man just smiles, pulling out a different container to knock their new friend out cold. He offers Dojin the good stuff, and our hero eagerly accepts, playing the part of a spoiled rich kid perfectly. This was all part of the plan, decided earlier at Yejin's hospital bedside. Chasa, Sorang's powerful avatar, had explained that she would prepare to face the Makdugi. She reassured Yejin that while Dojin would be out of contact, she could use a special charm to call for help. Dojin had confirmed his role. He could feel the enemy's barrier the moment it formed, and would move immediately. He told them not to worry, revealing his own powerful spell as a trump card before we cut back to him downing the new drug, committing fully to the infiltration. He's feeling confident, thinking his only job is to keep these 2 wannabe villains occupied. After all, he has a secret weapon. His spirit beast, Yungo, is on his wrist. The tiny silverworm instantly purifies any substance, rendering their drugs completely useless. Yungo then helpfully projects the drug's true nature, and Dojin's confident smirk vanishes. It wasn't a knockout agent, it was a powerful aphrodisiac, and he's just downed the whole glass. A wave of pure panic hits him as he wonders how on earth he's supposed to act this out, but he quickly pieces it together. It's just a crude scheme to get him out of the room. His mission hasn't changed. He has to keep them here, so he'll just have to commit to the role. With a deep breath, he starts his performance, yelling frantically for them to call him a woman. He forces a blush and a deranged smile, and the two associates look on, thoroughly entertained by the show. The older man smirks, making a call to have a woman sent over immediately. His face twists into a villainous sneer, gloating that their little murder game can finally begin. Meanwhile, Dojin fully commits to the act, getting uncomfortably close to the younger associate. The older man, completely buying it, tells him to go enjoy himself in the empty room across the hall. Dojin sees right through their attempt to separate him, but he just keeps on smiling. It's not going to work. He makes a break for the other room, planning to neutralize the woman in a minute and return. Sure, his pride as a man might take a hit, but he knows the mission is far more important. He confidently throws open the door, ready to execute his plan. But he's shocked to find a woman already standing there, arriving much faster than he ever anticipated. Shaking off his surprise, he lunges forward and grabs her, forcing himself to stay in character. He lays it on thick, declaring she's his ideal type, and she coyly plays right into his hands. Their flirtatious words echo down the hallway as he proclaims she's the prettiest woman he's ever seen. But beneath the act, Dojin's mind is cold and clear. This is his chance to take her and escape. He leads her towards the room, right under the watchful eyes of the two associates. The door slams shut behind them, sealing them inside. The two men are a bit baffled, wondering if their boss really sent a woman dressed as a nurse. The younger associate sighs, thinking it's a waste to give a woman like that to Dojin. But the older man's expression suddenly shifts, a flicker of confusion turning into alarm. He distinctly remembers locking that door, so how on earth did she get in? Inside, the charade is over as Dojin slams the woman hard against the wall. His plan is simple. Lead this woman to an empty room and immediately restrain her. But as they walk, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind something isn't right. He glances up at the elevator display, and his suspicion deepens. A quick look down the hall confirms it. Every single elevator is on the first floor. Panic begins to set in. There was no way for her to get up here so discreetly. Before he can react, a sharp blast of energy slams into his chest, stunning him. Her innocent act melts away, replaced by a predatory grin as she reaches for the spirit on his shoulder. A terrifying aura erupts around her as she pins him, mocking him for attracting such a dangerous sister. With a soft touch, she plucks the helpless Yungo from its perch. A blade of pure red energy forms by her cheek as she demands to know where his guardian is. She holds the terrified little spirit up to his face, a condescending smile on her lips. The woman looms over him, proposing a little chat as if he has any choice in the matter. His mind flashes back to a crucial piece of information. Ordinary humans can't even see Yungo. The horrifying implication hangs in the air as she tightens her grip on his tie. And then it hits him with the force of a physical blow. This woman is a Makdugi. Panic sets in as he desperately considers using his teleportation skill to create some distance. But he immediately scraps the idea. She's got him by the tie, making any quick move impossible. More importantly, she's holding Yungo hostage, forcing him to comply for now. Amused, she tells him to relax, claiming she's a lady who never attacks without setting up a barrier first. But her next move chills him to the bone, revealing she already knows about his guardian spirit. With a sinister smile, she threatens to squeeze the life out of Yungo, admitting she has a very strong and possessive grip. Dojin freezes, completely powerless as she maintains her hold on his tie. She explains that since they haven't set up a barrier, his chasa is completely unaware of their presence. He glares at her, his mind racing as she tells him to stop being so prickly. Her mission, she claims, is persuasion, a job for the females, since the males only know how to fight. She then gets straight to the point, telling him to quit the afterlife business for good. It would be better for him, she suggests, to go back to his old life while he's still in one piece. She even tries to appeal to his wallet, mocking the pitiful pay he must be receiving for such dangerous work. But Dojin's resolve doesn't waver. He states firmly that he's not doing this for the money. Her smile widens, sensing an opening as she leans in closer to present her offer. She dangles the Makdugi's vast, hidden fortunes in front of him as the first reward. But Dojin is completely unimpressed, stating that wealth alone is a boring prize. So she moves on to her second offer, her hand sliding up his tie as she promises something the afterlife could never give. She reveals the Makdugi have spent a millennium in the shadows, studying and mastering the human form. Their research is obsessive, a deep and twisted science dedicated to controlling every sensation. Pulling him closer, she dismisses the crude experiments of her allies as nothing but cheap thrills. Her offer is far more refined, pleasure beyond anything he could ever imagine, for both body and mind. A glowing purple appendage extends from her back as she urges him to just try it once. Dojin's composure finally breaks, a cold sweat on his brow as she declares him hers. A purple mist coils around his feet, a neurotoxin that renders willpower meaningless as his mind begins to fog. Dojin feels a strange heat rush through him as his thoughts become hazy and confused. His will crumbles, and in his drugged state, all he can think is how beautiful she is. She leans in to reward his submission with a kiss, but something suddenly pops out of his shirt. It's his spirit beast, Yungo, who immediately begins absorbing the purple toxin from the air. In a flash, Dojin's eyes snap open, the fog of seduction completely vanishing. The Makdugi pulls back, utterly bewildered by the sudden change. Before she can react, he grabs her by the collar, his expression now cold and sharp. He shoves her away with explosive force, sending them both flying backward. Stunned and sprawled on the floor, she can't comprehend how he suddenly broke free. She curses herself, wondering if the poison was too weak, or if she should have used a higher dose. With his mind clear, Dojin points mockingly, declaring that her cheap tricks were never going to work on him. The Makdugi is completely bewildered, yelling about how he just called her the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. He coolly clarifies that it was just a surface-level impression, no different than calling a puppy cute. Flustered, she brings up his offer to go to the next room, demanding to know what that was all about. Dojin explains it was a simple lie, a tactic to lure her away from others to protect her. His words stun her into silence, the idea of him trying to protect her leaving her blushing and speechless. He tries to maintain his tough facade, but a nervous gulp gives away the fear he's hiding. Standing over her, he demands she release his spirit beast, ready to fight her alone. But her smirk returns as she sees right through him, pointing out the trembling he can't conceal. She casually tosses his spirit beast back to him, leaving Dojin shocked that his bluff was seen through so easily. The woman mocks his reliance on his chasa, her energy flaring as she calls him someone else's man. Her killing intent explodes in a crimson torrent, declaring that if she can't have him, then she'll simply have to kill him, manifesting a colossal blade out of pure energy. She stands transformed, lamenting what a shame it is to destroy someone who is her type. With a smirk, she lunges forward, deciding to end it quickly before she gets any more attached. But as the blade descends, a strange, powerful seal flares to life within Dojin's eye. A violent shockwave erupts from him, blasting his attacker back and leaving him utterly stunned. When the dust settles, Sorang is there, casually blocking the massive sword with a single hand. She coolly tells the assassin to step aside, but Dojin quickly refuses, stating he's far too valuable. The assassin's grin widens, catching Sorang in her own words after all. She did just say he wasn't hers. With a declaration, the assassin turns their duel into a contest. Whoever wins takes Dojin home. She crashes down with her blade, but Sorang meets the attack head-on, creating a violent shockwave. The assassin is impressed, even a little flustered, by Sorang's ability to handle the immense force. Sorang doesn't just block, she pushes back, her own blade glowing as she matches her opponent's power. But from the shadows, a new figure takes aim, a pink energy signature swirling around his weapon. He fires a concentrated blast, a perfectly timed shot to disrupt the assassin's assault. The attack hits its mark, sending the assassin stumbling to the ground, her charge completely broken. But she just smirks, finally understanding this is the same coordinated attack that troubled her allies. As Sorang's partner steps out of the shadows, the assassin acknowledges their teamwork is impressive. She doesn't mind a tough fight, however, reaching for a hidden canister on her leg with a confident grin. She smirks, declaring a proper lady never gives up, and uncorks the vial on her thigh. A dark, toxic energy erupts, pouring onto the ground around Sorang's feet. The mist coalesces, forming vicious, shadowy projectiles that spring up from the ground. They completely envelop Sorang and her partner, trapping them in a cage of dark magic. Sorang realizes these things are homing in on them, and they need to move immediately. Her partner grabs her arm, warning her that it's too dangerous to get separated. Just as he speaks, a razor-sharp spear of dark energy erupts right where his foot just was. He recoils in shock, realizing the assassin targeted the exact moment he stepped away from Sorang. The assassin sighs with mock disappointment, remarking what a shame it was she only aimed for his ankle. With her trap sprung, a storm of these toxic projectiles begins to rain down on the duo. Suddenly, innocent bystanders are violently snagged by tendrils of dark purple energy. The four civilians are instantly wrapped in thick cocoons and tossed from the high-rise building. They plummet towards the ground, their lives hanging by a thread. But the assassin reveals herself with a smirk, explaining they survived the 12-story fall. Her magic-infused spider webs absorbed the impact, and her barrier now covers the entire hospital. She gestures below, where a far more sinister part of her plan is waiting. A horde of lesser demons, twisted shadow beasts she's tamed, crawl across the courtyard. They may be low grade, but she boasts they know exactly how to kill any toys she gives them. Her mindless minions gather the cocoons, unable to break the magical webbing just yet, but she gives a final, chilling warning. The cocoons will unravel on their own over time. She smirks, adding another condition. Her spiderwebs can only be removed by a human beck. She explains that while they go down to save the villains, she intends to investigate a powerful holy barrier her kind can't even touch. Her target is located in the next building, and she's very curious about what it's hiding. Dojin's blood runs cold. That's the exact location of Yejin's hospital room. His sister lies unconscious, protected by a barrier that has now painted a target on her back. The assassin lays out the impossible choice: save the villains below, or stop her from reaching this treasure. With a generous smile, she gives them exactly 3 minutes to decide. Sarang quickly turns to him, trying to keep him from panicking. She confirms his worst fear: Yejin is now trapped inside the Mokdugi's barrier. Dojin panics. A Mokdugi's barrier should repel humans, not swallow them whole. Sarang gravely confirms that, for some unprecedented reason, Yejin has been pulled inside. His only hope is that her personal spiritual protection, her beck, is still holding up. Sarang reassures him, showing a vision of Yejin's spirit shielded by its own powerful holy light. She clenches her fist, admitting that this oversight is her responsibility, but she looks him dead in the eye and swears she will bring his sister back safely. Elsewhere, the assassin takes a seat, her mind drifting back to the human she's fighting. She remembers his strange act of mercy toward her master's runic mice, and she recalls his odd claim that his lies were meant to protect her. A sudden realization hits. Mokdugi can sense good and evil, and she now knows he was telling the absolute truth. Her thoughts drift to his words, and she finds them surprisingly romantic. She begins to run a mental checklist, noting his height and decent looks. But it's the warm, pure light of his bake that truly captivates her. With a blush, she makes her decision. He's husband material, and shall take him alive. She daydreams that while he might be sharp-tongued, she can just beat him into submission. Back in reality, Sorang announces she's going down to face the demons alone. She slams her massive weapon into the ground, warning Dojin he'd be easily trapped. Instead, she'll leave her 4 symbols judgment sword behind to cast a spell on him. Dojin watches, confused, as the powerful artifact begins to pulse with energy. A barrier forms, designed to deflect up to 10 malicious attacks that slip past his defenses. The Mokdugi notices the new protective spell enveloping Dojin. She smirks, dismissing it as a complete waste of effort. Annoyed by their private conversation, she demands they hurry it up, hating to be left out. Sarang ignores her, turning to Dojin to quickly explain their tactics. The plan is simple. He must hold off the Mokdugi's attacks right here. Meanwhile, she will descend to subdue the lesser demons and recover the villains' souls. Once she returns to the 12th floor, they'll have the advantage in a 2-on-1 fight. She encourages him not to shrink back, reminding him he's already overcome life-or-death situations. Dojin's confidence is restored, and he agrees to hold on no matter what. Sorang gives one final order: count each time the sword spell activates and report back to her. She sets a clear limit for him. If he's forced to use the sword's power 8 times, she will rush back to his side. But if he feels overwhelmed before then, he has permission to call for help immediately. She turns to him with a serious expression, reminding him that his life is the most important thing. Dojin is taken aback, her genuine concern for his safety hitting him unexpectedly. With the final instructions given, Sorang explodes into motion, leaving him to his post. She dashes through the corrupted building, a streak of white and pink heading for the lower levels. The cat drone flies beside her, questioning the wisdom of splitting their forces like this. Sorang calmly explains that if both of them stayed to guard the barrier, their true objective would be too obvious. By leaving the area, they'll bait the Mokdugi, making it desperate to discover what they're protecting. Her hands begin to glow with power as she prepares to execute her part of the plan. She declares her intention to summon weapon racks from the fabled sword pavilion. With these weapons, she plans to eliminate every last demon in brutal close combat. The drone is shocked by the scale, noting she's already used immense power on protective spells. But Sorang is thinking ahead, needing to conserve her magic for the Mokdugi. She refuses to waste a single drop of power on these lesser shadow demons. A brief flash of fear crosses her mind as she imagines her teacher's wrath for this stunt. However, the cat drone reassures her, promising to smooth things over and even grant a wish. Thrilled by the offer, Sorang's resolve hardens, her excitement growing. Her appearance shifts as she shouts her intent to send the weapon racks immediately. With a flash of light, 2 glowing magic circles activate, beginning the teleportation. The weapons vanish in a cascade of blue data, teleporting away from the battlefield. A massive pillar of light erupts as the transfer completes, stunning the surrounding demons. Elsewhere, Sarong, now in her powerful Chasa form, receives her new weapon. She immediately commands her system to filter Lee Dojin's thoughts. She needs to conserve all her power for the fight ahead, deciding to send her drone to help Dojin. The cat drone, ever eager, zips away to begin its new support mission. With her preparations complete, Sorang's gaze hardens, focusing on the true threat. She stands alone before an endless sea of demons, trusting her familiar to protect Dojin. Meanwhile, the demonic woman watches her other target flee, leaving Dojin behind. A predatory smile crosses her face, amused by the girl's bravery but more interested in her now isolated prey. Lee Dojin calmly tells her not to worry about him, but about her own demons facing the Chasa. The woman simply laughs, admitting his boss is strong but her demons are merely buying time. She compliments Sorang's quick thinking, musing how nice it must be to have such a capable leader. Her eyes narrow, challenging Dojin to prove he can live up to those high expectations. With a predatory smile, she invites him to show her what his tactical skills are really made of. She then casually warns him that his precious guns are completely useless against her. Dojin fires anyway, a brilliant streak of energy erupting from his rifle. The woman recalls that guns only worked on Night Frost because he never expected such a tactic. But she is not him, and Dojin's persistent barrage is met with nothing but amusement. The bullet clatters harmlessly to the ground as she scoffs, revealing no Mokdugi would fall for such a simple trick. Dojin realizes with frustration that conventional shooting is, in fact, completely ineffective. Alright, if fastballs won't work, he'll just have to switch up his pitch, pulling out a grenade. He drops the explosive right at his feet, letting it prime on the ground. With his shield ready, he leaps back to a safe distance to let his trap spring. The woman seems impressed, recognizing the grenade, and complimenting his surprisingly adept skills. But she has a trick of her own, pulling a small, dark object from behind her back. She unleashes it, forming a super elastic spider web that expands to meet the blast head-on. Dojin can only watch in disbelief as his grenade is completely neutralized by a web. She gives a smug smile, knowing the shrapnel is far too weak to pierce her defense. Now she's closed the distance, taunting him about what he'll do now that his big trick has failed. Dojin panics, realizing his opponent has already closed the distance. He knows his rifle is too slow for her movements, and decides a shotgun blast is the only answer. The demon woman just smiles, mockingly reminding him that bullets are utterly useless against her. Ignoring her, Dojin fires a point-blank shotgun spray, hoping the spread will overwhelm her, but she calmly raises her web, which pulses with a dark, magical energy. The entire blast is absorbed without effort, the pellets stopping dead in the strange fibers. He's in disbelief, wondering what kind of bulletproof web can stop even a shotgun. She explains that her super elastic fibers are woven into a net too dense for any firearm to pierce. Having exhausted his rifle, grenade, and shotgun, she asks if he's finally run out of tricks. With a sinister grin, she grabs his weapon and declares that now, it's her turn. She smirks, revealing that spiders have another weapon besides their webs. A sinister purple aura coats his shotgun as she taunts him about her poison. With a simple touch, she infuses the metal with her dark, magical power, unleashing a cloud of neurotoxin mist that instantly envelops Dojin. She explains that just one breath will completely paralyze his nervous system. He's told to just breathe it in deep and make her job easier. She excitedly plans to wrap him in webs and keep him as a secret pet. But suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the mist. Sorang has connected to him. She commends his quick thinking, using the detox specialist Yungo to counter the poison. Sorang teases that it was Yungo's first kiss, but an embarrassed Dojin shouts that it was his first kiss too. Sorang points out Yungo is male, but Dojin just retorts that he is too, so they're even. She then gets serious, noting that his defensive spell didn't react to the neurotoxin. This implies the demon's offer was genuine, and Sorang teases him about becoming a pet, much to his annoyance. Back in the hallway, the demon woman feels the mist begin to thin. Dojin finally emerges, weapon raised and shield glowing, ready for a real fight. She's stunned that he withstood her poison, her eyes quickly landing on the jelly-like creature on his shoulder. Shaking off her surprise, she stomps her foot, deciding it doesn't matter how he survived. The two now face each other from opposite ends of the corridor, the standoff broken. He watches her carefully as the last of the poison mist is drawn away from him. Her patience gone, she declares that she'll just have to break a limb to capture him now. But she's already on the move, smashing a thorny mass of dark energy right into Dojin's shield. Her simple staff is now wrapped in a sinister purple aura, a web that seems to disintegrate his shotgun shells. She's decided she can't give an opponent with his kind of luck any more time to fight back. Things could get unpredictable, so she needs to end this now, even if it means getting rough. With a condescending smile, she hefts the massive, energized weapon, dwarfing him from down the hall. Her plan is simple. She's going to blow his shield clean off. She warns him that if he doesn't let go, his arm is going to break right along with it. Dojin feels the immense pressure, his arm screaming as he desperately fires back in defiance. But it's useless. His shells are caught and nullified by her strange, web-like power. She scoffs at his futile struggle, reminding him that bullets have no effect on her spiderweb net. Her weapon swells with a sinister purple energy, crackling with destructive power. It lashes out like a monstrous tentacle, a tidal wave of force hurtling down the hall. Sarang's interface flashes in panic, screaming at him to drop the shield before his arm is torn apart. But he can't let go, knowing it would take far too long to manifest it again. A violent explosion of dark magic erupts, shattering his desperate blockade completely. The elf-eared woman stands amidst the chaos, smugly announcing his shield is gone. She gives him an ultimatum: keep fighting and get broken, or surrender with his limbs intact. He knows bullets were useless, but now he's trying something else, loading a new kind of power. Sarang's voice cuts in with a sharp command, reminding him to count the 10 activations. And with a brilliant flash of blue energy, the first judgment bullet lands dead center. The bullet explodes into a warrior of light, a white-haired Valkyrie who cleaves through the shadows. She gathers the raw blue energy in her hands, preparing to give it form. It solidifies into 2 glowing rods as the count begins. 1. They fuse into a deadly spear, the manifestation standing ready as the count hits 2, and 3. But his opponent retaliates, hurling a twisted ball of dark purple magic. The blast slams into Dojin, but the count continues, unfazed. 4. The elf-eared woman launches another attack, confident she can overwhelm him. Dojin stands firm, his targeting system active as he channels energy into his gun. A solid blade of judgment erupts from the barrel, a shield and a sword in one. He thrusts it forward, meeting the demonic energy in a violent, grinding clash of power. The barrage is relentless, forcing Dojin to the ground as another blast of dark energy screams past. He realizes his manifestation speed is just too slow. He can't possibly keep up with this rapid-fire assault. And the 5th activation slams into him, a brutal explosion of purple light and raw power. But even through the smoke, Dojin analyzes his foe. Noting how she braces against his shots, she's wary of his gun. He fires again, but she scoffs, effortlessly deflecting the bullet, and mocking his futile attempts. She declares his insolence has run its course, and now she'll have to break a limb just to take him in. But a single word catches his attention amidst her threats: capture. A crucial piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Watching from her interface, Sarang panics, seeing this is the 5th loop with no hope of victory. But Dojin has a request. She snaps back, calling him an idiot before telling him to just hurry up and count to 8 already. Ignoring her outburst, Dojin calmly prepares to give his instructions, telling her to listen carefully as the system urges him on. He gives a strange order, telling her not to inform the Chasa, no matter what happens. Sarang is completely baffled, thinking he's lost his mind since dodging is impossible and his gun is useless. She worries he'll be subdued instantly, with no telling what the enemy will do once he's captured. But Dojin calmly explains his reasoning. Ever since his shield broke, she's only used capture webs. He believes that if her goal is simply to capture him, he should be able to endure a single hit. Sarang is still unconvinced, knowing full well his gun can't even pierce that Mokdujus net. But as he's on the ground, a new magic circle glows to life, summoning a massive, ornate sword. A new ability manifests, one that has nothing to do with his revolver. The sword plants itself firmly in the ground, instantly erecting a solid, shimmering blue barricade. The elf weaver looks on with a smirk, identifying his new defensive toy with mild curiosity. But his new shield is immediately bypassed as her purple energy webs curve around it. They slam into Dojin's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The elf weaver smirks, condescendingly asking if he really thought her attacks were so simple. Seeing him overwhelmed, a panicked Sarang decides this isn't working and tries to contact Chasa for backup. Dojin quickly stops her, begging her to wait as he shakily gets to his feet. He reminds her of their last failure, warning that calling for help now means losing the villain souls downstairs. Sarang freezes, knowing he's right but still terrified that he's in mortal danger. He knows Chasa's personality. She would take full responsibility for any failure, a burden he refuses to let her bear alone. As her partner, he is determined to share that responsibility with her. He has to stop this Mukdugi, and conveniently, he's just figured out a way to win. Sarang is floored, questioning if he truly has a plan while pleading that his life is more important than the mission. But Dojin weathers the relentless barrage, his defensive spells shattering one after another. He knows Chasa also fights at great risk. He can't just push all the responsibility onto his superior. With his barriers finally exhausted, he steels his resolve, determined to end this fight himself. The elf weaver smirks, seeing his defenses crumble and mocking how quickly he's been worn down. She finds it amusingly fast, and casually launches another tendril of dark energy to finish him off. But Dojin isn't panicking. In fact, this is exactly what he wanted, guiding the attack right toward his torso. As the shadowy web closes in, his twin guns flare to life with a brilliant blue light. The purple energy slams into him, and for a split second, even he seems shocked by the impact. It brutally impales him, lifting his body from the ground as his own plan violently comes to fruition. He coughs up blood, the purple energy tearing through his chest as the small spirit on his shoulder panics. The elf weaver smirks victoriously, believing she's finally caught her prey. Sarang frantically shouts through the connection, seeing his ribs are broken and his energy is depleted. But Dojin calmly explains his plan, noting one web is binding him while the other is purely for defense. With his gun aimed true, he knows if he can just pierce that defensive net, she'll be completely exposed. Sarang protests, her tactical mind telling her that the super-elastic net is far too tough for mere bullets. But then a horrifying realization begins to dawn on her as she processes his insane gambit. Dojin simply raises his shotgun, ready to execute a strategy that seems far too reckless. He states calmly that all field strategies are this way, but Sarang isn't convinced. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes he's stopped counting his shots. Something is very, very wrong. Watching the feed, Sarang stammers, unable to process the disastrous situation unfolding. She tries to steady her nerves, recalling that while Dojin is an idiot, his combat instincts are terrifyingly sharp. Clenching her fists, she resolves to put her faith in her partner, forcing herself to believe he'll be fine. Back in the fight, Dojin unleashes the fifth furious blast from his shotgun. The pellets slam into the web, but the system confirms he only has enough energy for one final shot. Seeing him hesitate, the elf-eared weaver moves in, wrapping him completely and gloating that he's finally been caught. She leans in close to taunt him, but he knows he could simply call Sarang to bail him out. That thought stops him cold if he does that. Sarang will be the one who takes the blame for another failure. Refusing to let that happen, he shoves the shotgun's muzzle directly against the web binding him. He declares that he alone is more than enough to deal with her, and fires the last, desperate shot. The elf-eared weaver scoffs, unimpressed by the blast that barely dented her web. She smugly tells him to give up, threatening him for his futile resistance. But through the blood and grime, a confident smirk spreads across Dojin's face. He reveals his trump card, a special shell, a 1-2, gauge dragon's breath round. He promises her that this last shot is going to be something special. A torrent of pure fire explodes from the shotgun, engulfing her defenses. The weaver reels back in shock, her mind struggling to understand how a gun could produce flames. She recalls a warning from Summerstar about Dojin's modern gunpowder weapons. The terrible realization dawns on her this is the legendary martial arts of steel and flame. And just like that, his final shot pierces her supposedly bulletproof web, shattering her confidence. And while he was busy upstairs, Sarang was having her own little party down below. She informs him that the lesser demons have been handled, and she'll be up shortly. Feeling like he should contribute, Dojin tries to get up to help with the cleanup, but a sharp jolt of pain from his broken ribs stops him cold, earning him a quick scolding from Sarang. She tells him to stay put, opening a portal to his location to investigate the Mokdugi's barrier. A hand reaches through the shimmering gateway as she promises to treat his injuries as well. Sarang herself emerges, ready to take charge of the situation. Well, half of her emerges, anyway, as she gets stuck, admitting she's too low on power for a proper teleport. Her grand entrance is reduced to an awkward dangle, her portal placed just a bit too high on the wall. She even brought a ladder, but it's comically short, leaving her to regret her hasty planning. Dojin, completely unimpressed, asks why she can't just open the portal on the ceiling. Sarang frantically rejects the idea, not just because of the fall, but because she's wearing a skirt. He muses that he thought all gods could fly, but she insists she's the intellectual type, not the athletic one. He sighs and suggests opening it on the wall instead, which is at least better than falling from the ceiling. With a defeated huff, the portal vanishes from its high perch. A new one immediately appears, shimmering into existence on the wall right next to him. Sarang pokes her head through, a determined blush on her face. Unfortunately for her, the portal is positioned directly at floor level. This leads to an even more undignified exit as she crawls out, trying to pull rank and call him a dummy. She lectures him on respecting his superiors, threatening him with internet shame as a drone hovers nearby, and Dojin wisely just apologizes. Tapping the drone against his head, she insists he remember she's his senior, and Dojin wisely plays along. With the lecture over, she tells him to stay still while she connects the healing drone. A green tendril of energy snakes out from the device, wrapping around his torso to begin the treatment. She explains it's not a powerful spell, just a simple boost to his metabolism for first aid. He thanks her sincerely, which makes her blush and quickly invent an excuse about needing to check his vitals anyway. With that settled, she gets down to business, snapping her fingers to summon her investigation team. A single, white cat-faced drone materializes from a glowing blue rune, followed by an entire swarm that floods the room, awaiting her command to investigate the barrier. Dojin can only watch in awe, realizing he's never seen her operate on this scale before. She explains the urgency. Mokdugi almost never abandon their barriers, meaning something has gone terribly wrong. She clarifies that normally, a barrier vanishes the moment its Mokdugi master is destroyed. This makes the current situation an incredibly rare opportunity for them to gather intel. The spider Mokdugi, thanks to Dojin's intervention, fled in a cocoon while barely clinging to life. As a result, it left behind this unique, ownerless barrier for them to study. The drones get to work, knowing the barrier will soon fade, and she laments how little they truly know about their ancient foe. But as he watches them work, a disturbing question suddenly dawns on Lee Dojin. He asks how his sister, Ye-jin, was even able to enter the barrier in the first place, as normal people should be repelled. Sorang's expression turns serious, and she corrects his assumption. The Mokdugi didn't pull Ye-jin in. She looks him dead in the eyes, her tone shifting entirely. It was the other way around. Ye-jin simply ignored their barrier, a revelation that leaves Dojin utterly stunned. Sorang speculates that Ye-jin's newly born soul, a blank slate with no karma, is what disrupts the Mokdugi's power. She admits this is completely unprecedented, a fact that stuns Dojin after their millennia-long war. The conditions for this to happen are astronomically rare. A new soul, untouched by karma, caught in a battle at the exact moment a barrier forms. With not a single case ever reported, they're navigating completely uncharted territory. Sorang then puts their long war into perspective for the young human. 1,000 years is just a brief moment to an immortal, a concept Dojin slowly begins to grasp. Noticing his lingering worry, she tries to set his mind at ease. She winks, confidently declaring that their Chasa have erected a holy-grade barrier around Ye-jin's hospital room. No demon, Mokdugi, or even a high-ranking god could possibly get near her. But as her proud boast hangs in the air, a sinister blade appears just outside the window, aimed right at the impenetrable room. With a crackle of arcane energy, the so-called impenetrable barrier shatters like glass. The intruder, a cat-like agent, announces he's here to dismantle the barrier for his master. But then he spots Ye-jin through the window, his mission forgotten in a flash of intrigue. He quickly assesses her, noting her pure energy and lack of any hunter's contract. It's a puzzle. A girl who ignored a demonic barrier is now sleeping soundly inside a divine one. He leaps from the building's edge, deciding that reporting this anomaly would be far too noisy. A glint of mischief shines in his eyes as he twirls his blade. He smirks, resolving to keep this fascinating girl his own little secret for now. Meanwhile, Sorang's more intimidating form materializes before Dojin with a cold stare. She scolds him for his recklessness, explaining he was lucky to get away with just a broken bone. She explains that even divine magic has its limits. It can only accelerate natural healing or numb pain. To truly mend a human body is to interfere with fate itself, a forbidden act classified as a divine miracle. Dojin breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the rules he's operating under. He meekly promises to be more careful from now on, but Sorang isn't satisfied. Her tone sharpens as she brings up another promise he broke during the fight. She reminds him he was supposed to call for her when his defenses were failing, yet he pushed on alone. This wasn't just a minor injury, she snaps. He could have actually died from his recklessness. Dojin is stunned. This is the first time he has ever seen his Chaza truly angry with him. He finally looks up, ready to explain his actions. It wasn't about pride. He tells her he just wanted to share her responsibility. But Sorang doesn't understand, asking why he would risk his life to share a burden that is hers alone as his superior. Dojin respectfully disagrees, explaining that blindly shouldering responsibility for someone isn't always the right thing to do. He uses an analogy, starting with their spirit beast, Damsel Pio, and its duty as a hunter. Even if told to stop, the cat's sense of responsibility would drive it to continue hunting mice. It would face down impossible odds, a monstrous swarm of foes far beyond its power. Forcing Damsel Pio to give up would be taking away its very purpose, leaving it heartbroken. The little cat would feel useless, believing it would never be trusted with its job again. Bringing his point home, Dojin looks a bit flustered but stands by his conviction. He then sincerely apologizes for breaking his promise to monitor his defensive spell. He knows her concern isn't just about rules, it's about his safety, and for that, he is truly grateful. But Dojin isn't finished. He declares that he is both her subordinate and her partner. Sorang is visibly stunned by this sudden and serious declaration. He admits that while he's still unreliable, He can't let her protect him forever. He then flails, quickly trying to clarify he doesn't feel ignored by her. Sorang goes quiet, considering his words and wondering if he might be right. She reflects on whether she's tactically underestimated him or just seen him as weak. It wasn't about weakness, she explains, but a simple measure of his combat power. A brief flashback shows his inexperience, where one wrong move could be fatal. Because of this, she confesses, her first instinct has always been to protect him. She admits this led her to plan their tactics with a feeling of overprotecting him. Dojin jumps in, agreeing that compared to monsters, his physical abilities are a joke. Sorang's eyes narrow as a new strategy forms in her mind. She needs to make him stronger. He confesses that he's always fought alone and isn't used to sharing the burden with someone. With a knowing smile, she asks if perhaps she can try leaning on him a little more partner. The single word completely short-circuits his brain, leaving him a blushing, speechless mess. Later, Sorang, back in her usual form, calls her Chasa manifestation over to look at some data. A floating cat drone activates, its screen glowing with information. The two of them analyze a holographic blueprint, preparing for their next move. But Sorang quickly changes the subject, reminding Chasa of a promise she made to play all day. She nervously fidgets with her fingers, trying to build up the courage to ask for her reward. She shyly asks for her reward, a full day dedicated to playing games with him. Her other self, Chasa, agrees with a knowing smile, sending Sorang into a celebratory frenzy. Before Dojin can process what's happening, she suddenly grabs his hand. She yanks him down the hall, telling Chasa she's just going to check on his condition. He's confused, pointing out she already did that, but Sorang dismisses his concern. She has something far more important to tell him, an order from his workplace senior. He has to join her and Chasa for a gaming day on the holiday, leaving him utterly baffled. With a sly grin, she reveals her grand plan, a betting game where third place grants first place's wish. Since Chasa is a complete beginner, she's guaranteed to lose, allowing Sorang to win and wish for a proper date. Dojin questions the convoluted logic, but Sorang scolds him he clearly doesn't understand the importance of build-up. She panics, explaining that asking for a date directly is way too risky. The emotional damage of rejection would be immense. While Chasa seems agreeable on the surface, Sorang knows she can be brutally sharp when she truly rejects something. So, the gaming day is just the bait, a necessary first step to conquer the heroine, as if this were some dating sim. Dojin finally seems to understand her convoluted logic, but he immediately finds a flaw. Why does he need to be involved at all? Sorang explains that since gaming is her specialty, a one-on-one match against a beginner like Chasa would be completely unfair. She passionately declares that contracts in the divine realm must be fair, and this wish-granting bet is a type of contract. So, she's including him to create a legitimate three-person deathmatch, all to preserve the illusion of fairness. He sarcastically admits it's a tiny bit more fair, muttering that games are probably the only thing she could beat Chasa at anyway. Dojin lays out the final step. Hez supposed to lose to her at the end, right? Hez ready to just throw the match for her. But his casual offer deeply offends her. The very idea that he could choose to lose to her in a game is an insult to her skills. She scoffs at the very notion he could be better, calling him a mere prop to ensure fairness. But her condescending attitude finally makes something in Dojin snap. He remembers his past, a trial by fire forged in the toxic crucible of online gaming. He declares that while his personality might be flawed, his gaming skills are undeniable. Fine, she says, a competitive fire now burning in her eyes. Then let's compete first. Shell thoroughly crushed Dojin's pride before moving on to win over the Chasa. As her declaration echoes, the scene suddenly shifts to the sprawling city at night. And inside a quiet apartment, someone else is making plans. Spread across a table are documents, and on them is a picture of team leader Seo. It's Summer Star, phone in hand, realizing their target lives in Seoul and contemplating a visit. Summer Star gazes at a photo, wondering if this new person has the right aptitude for their plans. Their destination is a sleek, modern building under the quiet cover of night. Inside, it's less of a home and more of a private, high-tech laboratory. The shelves are stocked with countless vials and sterile medical equipment. Standing guard is a girl with a tiger's tail, watching over another figure floating inside a green stasis tube. She calmly studies a glowing data slate, monitoring the situation with focused resolve. Suddenly, a panicked Master Knight Frost storms in, followed by a far too casual Summer Star. He shouts that Morning Voice is in critical condition, but Summer Star calmly clarifies that was yesterday's news. An infuriated Night Frost demands to know why he wasn't told, but Summer Star just smirks, blaming his dramatic flair. Morning Voice herself explains she was more than capable of handling it alone, even when things got critical. Floating in the stasis pod, she explains that Mokdugi bodies are just spiritual constructs, easily fixed with enough power. She admits she nearly died from a single, devastating blow but was fortunate the healing arrived in time. The cost, however, was immense. She'll need to consume an entire human soul to recover her lost spiritual energy. Summerstar lightly mocks her, finding it amusing that one of the six fangs was brought to a critical state. Nightfrost remains serious, demanding to know who her attacker was, since she could have escaped at any moment. Averting her gaze, Morning Voice admits it was her own carelessness. He asks incredulously if she was shot in the head. The mention of a gun triggers a sharp realization in Nightfrost, who immediately thinks of one specific person. Summerstar just smirks, confirming that his suspicion is absolutely correct. They then recount finding a holy grade barrier left behind by that man's chasa, while closing another portal. Nightfrost is left in stunned silence, realizing their target has already grown far stronger than he ever anticipated. Having finished her report, Morning Voice turns to her unwanted guests. She bluntly states her hatred for crowds, and asks them to leave if their visit is over. When Nightfrost offers to help, she sarcastically tells them to clean up the lab. Summerstar's sweeping technique is immediately shot down for kicking up too much dust. His next attempt to organize medicine by color is met with pure disdain. The commotion gives her a headache, and she finally tells both of them to just leave. While Summerstar is ready to bolt, Nightfrost insists on tidying up quietly. He spots a medicine bottle with a loose lid, reaching out to fix it. But the moment his fingers touch it, the glass vial shatters from his immense strength. The two stare at the mess, Nightfrost confused by the weak glass, and Summerstar screaming that it's glass, so of course it's weak. Nightfrost stammers that it was just a mistake, but the damage is already done. Morning Voice's face darkens, her patience finally snapping. She has a very simple, very direct order for both of them. The two shrink in terror, trying to clean up the mess while deflecting blame. But it's too late for excuses. She roars for them to leave immediately. They're thrown out of the lab, with Summerstar wisely noting that you don't mess with an angry tiger. He then wonders aloud where their companion Dawn Rain has disappeared to. The scene shifts away from the chaotic lab to a quiet, moonlit forest. There, Dawn Rain guards an unconscious girl, annoyed at an interruption that cost her the mission's primary target. Transformed into a monstrous wolf, he reports to his newly arrived master, admitting he almost failed. But his master simply thanks him, taking the glowing orb of energy, the human soul, from his subordinate. He orders the injured Dawn Rain to take the girl and return to the lab for healing. With his mission passed on, Dawn Rain dematerializes, teleporting away from the battlefield. But before his master can leave, two figures burst from the trees, demanding he leave the soul behind. A volley of sharp crystal shards flies at him, yet he stands perfectly still, utterly unfazed. The caster leading the assault clutches a green orb, pouring her energy into a much larger attack. Her companion stands guard as they prepare to unleash their final, desperate gambit. A colossal crystal materializes above them, hurtling down towards the lone commander. He merely raises a single hand, a wisp of ethereal blue flame flickering into existence. With a look of sheer boredom, he calmly unleashes his own counterattack. Foxfire. The ethereal flame meets the colossal crystal, and the forest holds its breath. In an instant, their ultimate attack shatters into a million pieces. The caster's desperate energy shield strains against the overwhelming force. The warrior can only watch in horror, realizing just how outclassed they truly are. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, engulfing the entire clearing. The two attackers are sent flying, their combined assault utterly broken. Dazed, the warrior questions what kind of flame could carry such impossible impact. The commander, however, understands perfectly, comparing their pathetic attempt to the Chasa's true power. He looks down on them with a condescending smirk, judging them as mere rookies. With a cold glint in his eye, he warns them that using force beyond their station only leads to disaster. But the battle isn't over, as a new challenger unleashes a furious crimson slash. The fox-eared commander, however, meets the attack with an almost bored expression. Their blades clash, and he effortlessly parries her strike, utterly unimpressed. Yet her eyes blaze with a fierce determination, refusing to back down. He realizes she's doing something reckless, over-injecting a volatile energy into her blade. The ground cracks beneath her as she pours everything she has into one final, desperate gambit. With a roar, she unleashes her ultimate technique, an explosive wave of destructive power. Even the commander is forced back a step, finally acknowledging the sheer force of the blast. But the attack is stopped, and he looks on with a pleased grin, asking for the name of such a worthy swordswoman. Humiliated by the gap in their power, she simply looks away, refusing to answer. She finally gives him an answer, not with her name, but with the name of her sword style. The two warriors stand opposed under the night sky, ready for the next round. The fox-eared commander simply smiles, still looking completely unthreatened. Unfazed, the pink-haired swordsman readies her stance, determined to land a blow. Her eyes gleam with focus, preparing to unleash everything she has left. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunges forward, closing the gap in an instant. Their swords meet in a violent clash, her crimson aura exploding against his defense. She swings again, a wide, powerful arc meant to shatter his guard through sheer force. Pouring her remaining energy into her blade, she prepares for one last all-or-nothing strike. But he counters with a casual slash of his own, and a wave of blue energy sends her reeling. Refusing to accept defeat, she lands with a thud, her blade glowing with renewed purpose. The crimson energy around her sword intensifies, swirling with immense power. The fox-eared commander watches coolly, identifying her as a priestess supremely confident in her martial arts. She stomps the ground hard, launching herself high into the air for a final, devastating attack. She unleashes her ultimate technique, Baby's Breath Sword, New Moon, a massive crescent of red energy. For a moment, he's genuinely impressed, realizing she's outputting pure energy with her sword's momentum. With a determined cry, she pours everything she has left into the descending slash. He meets her all-out assault, with a single, upward slash of his own, releasing a wave of calm blue fire. Her crimson arc shatters against his defense, her ultimate move breaking apart like glass. The resulting shockwave blasts her backward, her final gambit utterly and effortlessly crushed. She lands gracefully, refusing to accept defeat, her blade already glowing with renewed power. With a fierce glare, she channels her energy, preparing a different, more intricate technique. She unleashes Foxfire, Evening Dusk, painting the battlefield in crimson moonlight. But once again, a single, lazy slash of his azure flame cuts right through her masterpiece. He smirks, impressed that her swordsmanship is far beyond that of a typical priestess. She grits her teeth, retorting that he's only seen a fraction of her family's true power. The fox-eared commander considers this, realizing his plans for a quiet evening of reading are now on hold. A flicker of genuine interest crosses his face. This hunt might just be worth enjoying. Suddenly, a communication request flashes in his vision, a call from an ally. Morning Voice appears on the line, confirming she's secured the human soul he was after. She questions why he's still fighting when there are other souls to hunt, reminding him he was just looking for a good fight. From her containment chamber, the stasis girl chimes in, warning that she needs at least one more soul. The commander sighs, conceding the point. His fun will have to wait for another day. He turns to leave, activating a teleportation circle and apologizing for having to postpone their match. But his opponent isn't having it, and with a burst of speed, she lunges forward to cut off his escape. Their blades clash, red energy grinding against his cool blue flame as she blocks his retreat. Her eyes burn with intensity. She's making it clear that no one said he could just walk away. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face, but he admits he was getting fired up anyway. She leaps high into the air, bringing her blade down for a powerful overhead strike. He meets her assault not with a block, but with a brand new technique, Foxfire Marigold. But his attack isn't a direct strike. Instead, it's a massive wall of ethereal blue flame. Undeterred, the pink-haired swordsman grits her teeth and slices into the fiery barrier. But he's already moved on to his next technique, summoning a new level of Foxfire. He unleashes Carnation, and the blue energy erupts from beneath him. The blast propels him high into the sky, far out of her reach. From his new perch, he looks down with a smug smile, asking if she can follow him up there. He mocks her predicament, reminding her that humans can't simply fly. What a shame, he muses, wishing they could have crossed swords a little longer. But her expression isn't one of defeat. It's a look of pure, unadulterated resolve. The commander's smugness vanishes, realizing she's actually considering jumping from this height. She simply defies his expectations, rocketing into the sky after him. Her sword flares with pink energy as she brings it down in a devastating overhead slash. A sudden realization dawns on the commander. He finally recognizes her power. It's an explosive enhancement spell, and he wonders if she's a priestess from that family. He effortlessly parries her attack, his own blade flashing with an ethereal blue light. But instead of pressing his advantage, a teleportation circle shimmers into existence beneath his feet. As he begins to fade, he declares their short but thrilling fight a genuine pleasure. He gives one last confident smile, hoping they'll meet again, and then vanishes. The pink-haired swordsman is left alone in the night sky, her momentum spent. She comes crashing back down to the ground, the sheer force of her landing shaking the earth. With the commander gone, the strange blue barrier that had sealed the area begins to dissolve. Waiting just outside, a support team breathes a sigh of relief as the energy field finally disappears. The pink-haired swordsman calls them over, urging the medical team to hurry and see to the others. Her two companions, though weary, insists they're fine and not seriously injured from the encounter. Seeing that the situation is under control, she finally relaxes, her glowing pink sword dematerializing. But her moment of calm is shattered by a sharp smack to the back of the head. A blonde woman in a lab coat appears, furious, scolding her for being a reckless, crazy girl. The swordsman defiantly retorts that she didn't need her partner, convinced she could handle it alone. But her superior isn't listening, pressing her on the real reason for her recklessness. Was it pride or jealousy? She spells it out. After Dojin took down one of the 6 fangs, she must be feeling impatient, desperate to keep up. The blonde woman smirks, noting that with his achievements, Dojin is now a serious contender for Chasa's partner. She cuts right to the heart of it, asking if the swordsman's anger stems from jealousy over her position being threatened. With her arms crossed, the pink-haired warrior denies it, claiming she couldn't care less about this Dojin guy. But her superior isn't buying it, continuing to tease her as they walk through the woods. The swordsman tries to play it cool, but her flustered reaction to a question about Dojin's age gives her away completely. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a news report about a recent incident involving 4 luxury cars crashing into the Han River. We find Dojin in his apartment, reading the details on his phone. All 4 of the deceased were high-ranking youths deep in drug addiction. The article even confirms that one of them, an heir to a medical conglomerate, was the one smuggling the drugs himself. Dojin turns from the window, his work confirmed. The 4 corrupt souls targeted by the Makdugi have been dealt with. A look of cold justice crosses his face, knowing they will now suffer in hell for an eternity, paying for their sins. He resolves to live a more righteous life, one that avoids both heaven and hell, when his sister Yejin suddenly appears. Turning to face her, he cryptically repeats his newfound goal, leaving the poor girl utterly baffled by his sudden seriousness. As he puts on his shoes to leave, she presses him, wondering where he could possibly be going on his day off. He tells her plainly he's going to fight, a statement that only deepens her confusion. Her brother isn't a fighter. Ignoring her protests, Dojin simply heads out, locking the door behind him with a quiet click. His resolve comes from a recent challenge he issued to Sarong, a bet on a game competition. She immediately got the wrong idea, assuming he was about to ask her on a date. But Dojin coldly shot that down. He exploded, demanding a little dignity for once, but Sarong just smugly called him an idiot to his face. With a defiant grin, she finally accepted his bet, vowing to crush his pride and win the title of Chasa. And so, back in the present, the memory of her challenge fuels his cold determination as he heads out to battle. His eyes narrow with an unwavering focus. He declares this fight is for his pride and dignity, leaving his sister stunned. Left alone, Yejin can only stare at the closed door, completely baffled by his behavior. She looks down at the egg in her hands, a tear of pure confusion welling in her eye. Glancing at a family photo, she concludes her brother must be going through a very late, very difficult puberty. Meanwhile, Dojin arrives at the so-called decisive battleground, ready to crush Sorang. Hess confident as a game character modeler, he understands systems and hit detection on a level she can't. But beyond teaching a kid a lesson, he reveals there's a much bigger reason he's here. He steps through the door, revealing a shockingly dorky rabbit sweater, ready for his grand entrance. A mysterious woman with white hair greets him warmly, casually petting her small bird familiar. She explains this isn't for work, but a rare private meeting with a Chaza, Sorang's true form. With Sorang busy, the woman offers Dojin a drink, smoothly suggesting alcohol. But our hero, completely flustered, stammers out a request for just plain water. She explains that all the drinks here are special, magically replicating taste without any sugar or alcohol. Given a second chance, Dojin sheepishly asks for banana milk, a choice she notes is just like Sorang's. A moment later, a very fancy glass of banana milk is placed before him. He takes a sip while sitting beside her, his eyes widening in surprise at the taste. This intimate setting sends his mind racing. Could this be a date? He panics, realizing he has zero experience. But just as he's internally combusting, her friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a serious gaze. The real reason for this meeting is revealed. His victory over the Makdugi let them gather priceless data on its barrier. But it was more than just data. She reveals they made one major achievement, piquing Dojin's curiosity. The Divine Realm used his intel to forge a brand new, powerful spell technique. With a confident smirk, she calls it the Beck form, a spell that weaponizes the Makdugi's own barrier against it. It's a specialized technique that amplifies a human's bake, but it can only be used from within an enemy barrier. And in about a week, his own personal Beck form will be ready to be engraved on his right eye as his third spell. Before he can even process that, she stands, announcing they're leaving for 2 weeks of training on Mount Jiri. She explains the mountain is a sacred ground, home to a secret shamanic family that has trained for 1,000 years. There, they will set up a virtual barrier, mimicking the Mukdugis to create the perfect training ground. And he won't be alone. He'll be training alongside a young swordswoman from that very family named Saya. The name sounds familiar to Dojin, and the Weaver confirms it. Miss Saya was already active with another Chasa partner. And it seems Dojin won't be the only one with this power. A Beck, form tailored for Saya, is also in development. The Weaver explains that for 1,000 years, the Mount Jiri shamans have perfected spells to enhance the human body for close-quarters combat. Learning these ancient martial arts is the core purpose of his upcoming training, and Dojin takes it all in. With a slight smile, she notes that he is indeed growing stronger, bit by bit. But then she adds a playful warning, telling him not to leave her protection too quickly. Leaning closer, she admits that if he no longer needed her, she might feel a little lonely. Dojin is completely stunned, his face flushing red at her sudden, intimate confession. He stammers, trying to assure her he has no plans of leaving, as she casually raises a finger to change the subject. Oh, and one more thing. From now on, his sister Yejin will have a guardian Chasa assigned to her. The last battle confirmed a terrifying truth. Newly born souls like Yejin can unknowingly ignore Mokdugi barriers, leaving them completely defenseless. To prevent future incidents, she explains, all newly born souls like his sister will now be assigned their own guardian Chasa. Dojin stammers, finally managing to finish his thought, promising he has no intention of ever leaving her side. But the moment is shattered, as a cheerful Sarang bursts in, announcing that the game setup is finally complete. From her arms, the cat Damsil Pyo glares, receiving a silent command to wait until they're alone to deal with Dojin. Sorang triumphantly leads the way, inviting them into the world of love games she's meticulously prepared. With a grand gesture, she welcomes them into a lavishly decorated room, clearly proud of her work. She highlights the main attraction, a cozy couple's sofa, perfectly sized for her and Chasa, who wonders how she knew. Dojin watches from the side as Sorang presents a tray of drinks and snacks, all exclusively for Chasa. She proudly lays out a spread of special non-crumbly cookies, declaring that snacking is a gamer's sacred duty. Then, she turns to Dojin, generously handing him his snack, a giant, burdensome water cooler jug. With a devilish grin, Sarang dares him to drink it all. But Dojin is having none of it, vowing she won't get a single sip. She looks down at him, her eyes sharp with condescension, questioning if he's an idiot. Why would anyone drink water when they could have juice? She declares she only consumes sweet things, leaving him baffled by her logic. Meanwhile, Chasa picks up the instruction manual, asking Sorang if this is for the game they're about to play. She pores over the pages with intense focus, trying to understand the rules of this mortal pastime. But the very first instruction leaves her utterly perplexed. She has no idea what a button is. Sorang is ecstatic, realizing Chasa is a complete novice. But Dojin sees a path to victory. If he wins, he can wish for anything. A silent, intense rivalry ignites between them, both laser-focused on one simple thought: beat the kid. Completely oblivious to the war being waged over her, Chasa glances back, confused by the sudden tension in the air. As the two rivals glare, Damsil Pyo stretches on the table, announcing that it's finally time for the game to begin. To decide the matchups, they draw lots, and Sorang conveniently pulls the bye round. This means Dojin will first face off against the complete novice, Chasa, in a simple tournament bracket. He smirks, controller in hand, absolutely certain that this is just a preliminary match before the real fight with Sorang. The first game begins, pitting his martial artist avatar against Chasa's elegant-looking character. They're dropped into a desert arena, and the digital battle is officially underway. Dojin watches her character flail wildly, confirming his suspicion she's just a newbie mashing random buttons. Deciding to treat this as a light warm-up, he leaps in for a casual attack. But his jump is instantly met with a brutal kick that sends his avatar flying across the screen. Dojin's smug expression shatters into pure, unadulterated shock. His character hits the dirt, and he's left wondering if that was just a lucky shot, because he knows he didn't jump that close. He tries to brush it off as a fluke, a complete coincidence, as his character picks himself up. But before he can even get up, Chasa's avatar is on him again, with another perfectly timed kick to the face. Dojin is stunned. How did she hit him at the absolute maximum range of his own attack? Then, a horrifying realization starts to sink in regarding her clumsy movements at the start. She wasn't mashing buttons, she was calibrating, testing every single move's range and distance. She even plays dumb about the round's time limit, maintaining the innocent beginner act. With a simple nod, she declares it's time to end this little warm-up and lunges forward. Dojin throws a desperate uppercut, hoping to catch her off guard and turn the tables. But it's useless. Her dash stops just outside his hitbox, having calculated his spacing better than he has. Her lesson is clear. His weakness in judging distance applies not just in games, but in real life too. And with that lesson taught, her character smashes him into the ground with a devastating final blow. The KO screen flashes as Sorang erupts in laughter, mocking Dojin for losing to a complete beginner. He tries to protest, insisting she's playing with impossible precision, but she just laughs it off as a sore loser's excuse. Turning to her other self, Sorang asks Chasa to confirm he's just lying, but Chasa's answer isn't what she expects. She calmly states that memorizing attack ranges after seeing them once is perfectly normal, leaving Sorang utterly speechless. A digital overlay appears as Chasa mentally catalogs every single move, its range, and its hitbox, with terrifying accuracy. As she asks to continue, a horrified Dojin realizes he's not playing against a person. He's facing a max difficulty AI. Back in the game, Sorang pumps herself up, switching to her own custom character to even the odds. She reasons that while Chasa's fundamentals are perfect, fighting games aren't just about the basics. Banking everything on a new strategy, she unleashes a special move, hoping to overwhelm Chasa's flawless defense. But Chasa meets the attack with a perfectly timed just guard, a high-level parry. The projectile is instantly reflected, blasting Sorang's character back across the screen. Sorang is in utter disbelief, wondering how Chasa could possibly know about such an obscure system. With a smug little smile, Chasa explains she simply read the tutorial book Sorang gave her. Realizing she can't win a drawn-out battle, Sorang decides to end this quickly. She lunges in for a close-range assault, confident that her attack has frame advantage even if it's blocked. But before she can act, Chasa's hand is already on her, breaking through the block stun. She's instantly hoisted into the air by a command grab, completely stunned by the impossible speed. Chasa calmly explains another technique from the book, a special grab that ignores frame data after a block. With that, she slams Sorang into the ground, ending the match with another lesson in perfect execution. A scream of pure, unadulterated gamer rage echoes through the room. Sorang is absolutely beside herself, accusing Chasa of using cheat-level moves with impossible timing. But Chasa just smiles, calmly stating she won because she read the manual carefully. Dojin sighs, figuring it's fine as long as Chasa is happy, though he's already feeling drained. Just then, a small bird familiar named Chu arrives, letting out a single, sharp beep. Chasa understands immediately and tells the others she needs to step out for a moment. Dojin is baffled, asking Sorang how anyone could understand a message from a simple beep. Sorang effortlessly translates the sound into a long, formal inquiry from a powerful god. She then mercilessly mocks Dojin for his ignorance, questioning how he can call himself an adult. Flustered, Dojin retreats into the game, vowing that he will absolutely not lose to Sorang now. He is absolutely determined. He must beat Sorang right here to win back his pride. With a battle cry, his avatar lunges forward, promising he won't show a shred of mercy. But mid-swing, a sudden, horrifying thought stops him dead in his tracks. His fist freezes just inches from Sorang's face, her expression utterly unfazed. He's just remembered the grand prize. The loser gets a wish granted by Chasa herself. Dojin knows the gentle Chasa would never make an unreasonable request, making third place the real victory. Sorang lets out a sigh, annoyed that he figured it out. She was counting on him to hit her. Back in reality, she leans over, gloating that he's just a dummy who can't even beat a kid. She continues her onslaught, calling him pathetic and demanding an apology for his very existence. But Dojin coldly cuts her off, explaining that her insults only work when there isn't genuine contempt behind them. Their match devolves into a childish shouting contest, with Sorang begging him to just hit her and Dojin refusing. The real Chasa appears at the door, mockingly asking if he was fighting for his pride, but he's too busy yelling insults to care. While the real-world cat Damsil Pyo sleeps peacefully, their in-game avatars hurl increasingly elaborate insults at each other. As evening falls in the real world, Dojin walks home, frustrated that Sorang never attacked, leaving their match unresolved. He and Chasa walk side by side, and he mulls over the fact that they never actually decided who came in second place. Then, a brilliant, game-changing idea hits him with the force of a thunderbolt. He spins around with a smug grin, realizing that if there's no second place, they must have tied for last. Chasa pauses, the concept of making a wish seeming entirely foreign to her. As a high-ranking god, she explains, she's the one who grants wishes, not the one who makes them. Dojin smiles gently, telling her it doesn't have to be some grand desire, just something ordinary he can do for her. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Chasa turns back to face him. She has decided on her wish, and it's far simpler than he could have imagined. Her one and only desire is for him to stay alive and unharmed in the battles ahead. Dojin is visibly moved by her sincerity, a gentle smile spreading across his face. He playfully accepts the grand quest from a lofty high god, promising to do his best. A rare, contented smile touches Chasa's lips, her gaze softening ever so slightly. As they walk home, she thinks to herself that it's a happy day even a god can have a wish. But her playful side returns, telling him to be sure to inform Sarang, which sends him into a panic. The next morning, back in his apartment, Dojin prepares a meal with a sleepy damsel Pyo clinging to him. Just then, his sister Yejin appears, asking about the 2-week training trip he's about to start. He confirms the meeting point is Chilseon Valley, but Yejin presses for a more specific location. Dojin sheepishly admits he doesn't know, and she can't believe it, pointing out the valley is over 18 kilometers long. As she heads for the door, he asks how she knows so much, and she reveals she did some research for his sake. She gives him a smug look, advising him to get the exact details so he doesn't get yelled at. Suddenly, her concern overflows into a rapid-fire list of warnings, from moonbears to calling her every single day. After overwhelming him with worry, she gives a bright smile and a wave, wishing her brother a safe trip. The door clicks shut, and her words finally hit him. He actually never asked for the exact spot. He quickly pulls out his phone and messages his senior, Sarang, asking for the precise meeting point. But Sarang's reply is pure hostility, scolding him for questioning her and telling him to just show up. Dojin lets out a tired sigh, realizing his new colleagues don't exactly operate on common sense. Still, after all the chaos, Dojin feels a sense of calm as he finishes his chores. He realizes leaving Seoul for the first time in a while feels more like a trip than a chore, and he's actually excited. A red bus soon pulls up to the stop with a squeal of its brakes. His destination is confirmed on the sign, Chilseon Valley. Stepping off the bus, he takes a deep stretch, happy to finally be there. But his attention is immediately caught by an old woman struggling with an enormous bundle. He's baffled by how such a tiny woman could possibly carry a load that massive. Playing the part of a good Samaritan, he approaches and offers to help her with the heavy bag. Her suspicious glance makes him quickly clarify he's not a thief, just also heading to the valley. The old woman doesn't answer, instead giving him a sharp, appraising look that feels strangely intense. She finally accepts his offer, gesturing for the young man to please carry her heavy load. Lee Dojin lifts it effortlessly, remarking with a smile that it's actually quite light. They follow the wooden signs deeper into the mountains, heading for Chilseon Valley. The path winds through a breathtaking landscape with a majestic waterfall in the distance. He's not worried, confident that Sorang or Chasa will find some strange way to contact him here. But the old woman interrupts his thoughts, still suspicious, and asking if the bag isn't heavy for him. He almost forgot he was even carrying it, the weight completely unnoticeable to him. Hoisting it with a single hand, he realizes it feels even lighter now, almost weightless. The small, pink-haired girl just stares, her gaze far too sharp and knowing for a child. Dojin just shrugs it off, chalking it up to recent exercise and insists on carrying it for them. The old woman mockingly tells her granddaughter that she has no spiritual sense, just seeing useless things. But in a flash of light, the little girl vanishes, and the woman declares the first test is officially over. She turns to a baffled Dojin and apologizes for disrespectfully testing someone chosen by a guardian spirit. She reveals the bundle contains a talisman that grows heavier in proportion to the carrier's dark intentions. The fact it became lighter for him was undeniable proof that he genuinely wanted to carry her burden. A shaman, she explains, is someone who lives to embrace the grudges and tears of other people, and while he isn't one of them, she can see that his heart is fundamentally the same. It's likely the very reason the guardian spirit chose an outsider like him over their own people. He was deemed worthy because he is a kind young man who instinctively knows how to carry others' hearts. With his character confirmed, the head shaman calls out, and her entire clan materializes around them. Dojin is stunned, realizing he's standing before the clan's head shaman. But she isn't finished. A kind heart alone, she says, is not enough to earn their trust. Her family is a house of both shamans and warriors, and he's only passed one half of their test. She calls out for Yunhong, and a girl in a red hood steps forward, her gaze sharp. Dojin sets down the bundle, understanding this is the next trial. A wave of panic hits him. He's a gamer, completely clueless about close-quarters combat, but he can't back down now, so he awkwardly raises his fists, declaring he's ready. The girl just stares, completely unimpressed by his clumsy fighting stance. Instead of attacking, she simply walks up and holds out her palm, with a simple request. She tells him to hit it as hard as he can, and a confused Dojin throws a punch. His punch lands with a soft tap, leaving Dojin utterly confused by her strange request. Yunhong turns to the head shaman, explaining that he has absolutely no technique and a spar would be meaningless. But the elder isn't convinced, stating that a lack of pretty form doesn't mean a person can't fight. She gives the final order to spar, and Yunhong reluctantly accepts her command. With no warning, she leaps into action, launching herself at him with a powerful aerial kick. A flurry of strikes rains down on him, and he realizes with a jolt that this girl is incredibly fast. But as faced faster, he knows her speed doesn't compare to monsters like the Mokdugi or Chasa. At this level, he thinks he can handle it, planting his feet firmly on the ground. His confidence is premature as her kick slams squarely into his stomach, the impact echoing through the clearing. Dojin stumbles back, clutching his side, but is shocked to find the blow didn't hurt nearly as much as he expected. He remembers the brutal hits from the Mokdugi, the sheer force of its attacks. Even sparring with the monstrously strong Chasa was on a completely different level. Compared to that, this girl's kick was nothing. Dojin smirks, thinking he might actually have a chance to win this. But just as his confidence swells, the head shaman claps her hands together, calling an end to the spar. Dojin stands there confused as the old woman tells Yunhong to stop, assuring him he'll have other chances later. She looks at him with a knowing smile, explaining that his spirit to stand firm after being hit is enough to pass. Hes stunned as she adds that if Yunhong had been serious, he'd be hospitalized. It clicks she wasn't even trying. The other shaman clan members step forward, announcing it's time to open the barrier to the main hall. They join hands, forming a strange, intricate symbol. Purple energy flares to life as the three women begin chanting, channeling their power to open the way. With a crisp clap, their hands meet, and the ritual's energy surges through the air. The three shamans move as one, their forms blurring as they tear open a path through reality. Dojin stands frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the magic before him. A shimmering gateway of light and energy forms, and the head shaman introduces herself as Yunhua. She presents the women beside her, the head priestesses of the clan and the national shaman. Then, with a warm smile, she formally welcomes Li Dojin into their sacred home. This hidden sanctuary belongs to the Jirasan shaman family, protected by a great barrier. It was this very barrier that led them to meet in a mundane valley, simply for its convenient bus access. A kind, green-haired shaman guides him to his room, outlining his stay for the next 2 weeks. He unpacks, surprised to find that beneath the traditional exterior lies a modern, comfortable lifestyle. Stretching wide, Dojin soaks in the fresh mountain air, feeling like he's at a luxury resort. But his moment of peace is cut short by a knock at his door. A young shaman with braided hair and glasses informs him it's time for his basic physical assessment. Agreeing without hesitation, Dojin follows her out into the hall. As they walk, he learns his guide's name is Yunhong, and he thanks her for her help. He glances at her, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Something about her serious, focused vibe reminds him of how Sarong was when they first met. He reflects on how much softer and warmer she has become lately. But he remembers that her Chasa form was once just as cold and unapproachable. A goofy grin spreads across his face as he realizes he adores both sides of her personality. His daydreaming is cut short when Yunhong calls him out for grinning, startling him back to reality. She leads him to a grand building, announcing they've arrived at the Hall of Beast Striking. Inside, the head shaman and her followers are waiting to greet him. The elder begins the introductions, presenting Zhongyang, the head of their medical team. Zhongyang introduces herself, and a slightly flustered Dojin politely greets her back. She explains that they need to conduct their own physical tests to tailor his training. The assessment begins simply, with some stretches and a pull-up to check his basic capacity. Next, he's put through a series of shuttle runs, which feels strangely like a soccer team tryout. Then comes an agility test, forcing him to memorize a sequence of numbers, which he finds a bit tricky. But the difficulty suddenly ramps up, and the new, complex instructions leave his head spinning. The final physical test is a strange game of catch with a ball that magically changes weight. After a grueling session, the test is finally complete, and Dojin looks utterly exhausted. Zhongyang is pleased, thanking him for his cooperation as they've gathered some excellent data. But now, the head shaman steps forward, announcing it's time to measure his Beck. She reminds him of their last session, when he used his guardian spirit to gauge his power. He recalls the memory clearly, how he was told to create the heaviest cube of energy he could. This time, however, the elder instructs him to press his palm to the floor and make it impossibly heavy. It's his first time using Beck to directly strengthen his body, and he's not sure if he can even do it. An assistant scanner immediately lights up with a staggering number, far surpassing the power of 2 people. The other shamans are left speechless. The rumors of him inheriting his parents' will were not just rumors after all. Zhongyang admits to the head shaman this is the first time she's seen someone inherit Beck, assuming it's why Chasa chose him. But the elder insists there's another, simpler reason for the guardian spirit's choice. With a knowing look, she declares that Dojin was chosen because he possesses a truly kind heart. A heart so dedicated to others, she explains, is the ultimate key to victory when using Beck. Dojin, however, is just stunned by his own power, apologizing for accidentally shattering the entire floor. The head shaman just laughs it off, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving him her full approval. She then begins his first real lesson, explaining he just used the UI attribute, a basic body enhancement spell. He's in awe, realizing that just channeling Beck into his hands was enough to cause such destruction. The significance of this moment isn't lost on him, a personal lesson from the head shaman herself, and his thoughts immediately turn to the one at the center of it all, his guardian spirit, Chasa. With his lesson complete, the head shaman and her priestesses formally welcome their true guest, the guardian spirit, Chasa. Chasa accepts their welcome with grace, while Dojin is just happy to be along for the ride, enjoying the very cozy situation. The priestesses are absolutely starstruck, especially the younger blonde one, who seems completely overwhelmed. Her friend tries to snap her out of it, but the flustered shaman, Gyo Young, can barely introduce herself, drunk on Chasa's divine aura. With the test over and introductions made, the head shaman instructs her people to prepare a celebratory meal. She assures Chasa that Dojin will be well taken care of in their house, a promise he readily accepts. The head shaman smiles, telling them to rest well, and that she's even brought out special alcohol to properly serve the guardian spirit. They are led to the Beast Summoning Clan's main dining hall, a grand and traditional building. Inside, the entire hall is filled with shamans, all buzzing with a surprisingly relaxed and friendly energy. Dojin is confused by their casual attitude, but Chasa explains they're all drunk on her divine energy, which is why they're so outgoing. Chasa explains that it's not uncommon for shamans to get drunk on divine energy during rites. Dojin gets it now. These inexperienced shamans just can't handle her pure, high-ranking presence. Even Chasa seems a little impressed, while the younger girls look like they've been hit by a truck of divine liquor. Just then, his phone buzzes, and Dojin realizes he completely forgot to call his sister. He politely excuses himself to make the call, and the head shaman simply nods her approval. As he steps outside to talk to Yejin, a serious-looking warrior with a katana walks right past him. She enters the dining hall, telling the younger members it's past their bedtime and time for the adults to talk. Then, in a stunning display of deep respect, she kneels right at Chasa's feet. She introduces herself as Saya, from the main house, and reveals a shocking past as Chasa's former partner candidate. Her shamanic name, she declares, is written with the characters for lion and knight. Chasa greets her calmly, acknowledging that it's a pleasure to finally meet the spear tip of the family. But Saya cuts straight to the point, asking about the partner Chasa chose over her. She wants to know if it's that weak-looking man she saw talking on the phone outside. After Chasa confirms it, Saya lays out her argument. She's trained her entire life and is objectively the superior warrior. Unfazed, Chasa simply takes a slow, deliberate sip from her cup. Then she looks at Saya and agrees, admitting that both then and now, Saya is indeed more outstanding. The warrior is stunned, gritting her teeth as a bead of sweat rolls down her face. Her composure finally shatters as she slams the table, screaming about how hard she worked to be chosen. As Saya continues her rant about the powerful team they could have been, Chasa just listens serenely. But the outburst is cut short as two other clan members rush in, restraining Saya for her insolence. Her clan sisters playfully threaten to put her hair in pigtails, but Saya only grows more furious. They try to calm her down, explaining that she was chosen precisely because she's so excellent and strong. But Chasa cuts through the noise, telling Saya to stop obsessing over simple concepts like strength and weakness. With a faint smile, she explains that in their line of work, weakness can be the very key to victory. Saya glares back, her pride wounded but her will unbroken, demanding a chance to fight that man. She declares she will prove her strength against Lee Dojin in front of the entire family. And the family she speaks of is no joke. A clan of warriors forged in the fires of relentless training. They endure grueling exercises, like push-ups with massive sacred drums strapped to their backs. Each member pushes their physical limits, lifting impossible weights under the watchful eye of their peers. This is the brutal standard Saya has lived by, the very culture that now feels betrayed. Yanhong bursts onto the scene, excitedly announcing the start of the match inside the beast-slaying barrier. The news spreads like wildfire, with clan members thrilled at the prospect of skipping morning training for the show. Soon, the entire clan gathers around a massive courtyard arena, the stage now set for this unexpected duel. The women murmur amongst themselves, some betting on a quick win for Saya, while others recall Dojin's monstrous strength. Another group seems less invested, more concerned with missing out on a double experience event in their game. Meanwhile, Dojin stands with the head shaman, casually asking where Sorang, the guardian spirit, has gone. The head shaman explains she received an urgent message and returned to the divine realm, before turning his attention to their unique arena. She reveals the entire compound is a giant barrier, a combat space where one's body becomes a spirit form. Dojin immediately understands a training ground where you feel all the pain but suffer no real injury. But this barrier is special. She explains they can create any battlefield they wish, from forests to entire cities, leaving Dojin in awe of their power. Dojin, with a bright smile, asks who everyone is gathered to watch fight today. The head shaman gives him a deadpan stare, completely baffled by his cluelessness. He then asks Dojin if the guardian said anything to him before she left for the divine realm. Dojin recalls Sorang's parting words, a chance to experience a new technique called Susuhaye. He relays the message, and the head shaman realizes with a grin that Sorang is a very hands-on teacher. The penny finally drops for Dojin. This surprise match is his lesson. The head shaman agrees he has an excellent teacher, as the clan members watch from the sidelines. Elsewhere, Seiya is on the ground, being told by her senior that this fight is probably pointless. But that's exactly why she's upset. She stands, declaring she needs to do this because Sorang was right. She asks for one last spar, and the two immediately clash in a brilliant display of light and power. During their spar, the instructor easily blocks Seiya's strike, teasingly asking why she's so fixated on fighting Sorang's partner. Seiya tries to play it cool, claiming she was simply curious about the skills of the man Sorang chose. But her senior isn't buying it for a second, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She lays out the truth as she sees it. Seiya is just a jealous girl wanting to beat down the wimp who stole her partner. A faint blush confirms it. The accusation lands perfectly. It really is just jealousy. Their training session was a fierce exchange of blows, with the instructor even yelling for the fiery girl to take it easy. She thinks back on how cute Seiya was as a child, wondering when her temper became so vicious. Seiya looks away, stubbornly declaring she'll never marry, and will just live with her sisters and grandmother forever. Her instructor wonders if the others get a say, but Seiya just retorts that another of their sisters has no marriage prospects anyway. Back in the present, this very instructor approaches the group, breezily introducing herself to a totally bewildered Dojin. She offers a sly smile, introducing herself with the shaman name Hahyun. Dojin tries to be polite, but she immediately swats away the formality, telling him to speak casually. In fact, since she's 2 years older, he might as well just call her Nuna. He notices her dialect, and she explains she joined the clan later than the others, after middle school. It's just how she talks, and she has no intention of changing it now. She then turns to lead the way, with a completely lost Dojin and the head shaman following. Hez stunned when she reveals Hez here for a match, something Chasa never mentioned. Before he can even process it, she's grabbing his hand and dragging him forward. Just then, the head shaman gives a chilling order. Tell Seiya to use Susuhai in this match. Hahyun questions the decision, but the matriarch is firm it's the guardian's will, just at a lower output. Hahyun points out that all the clan's girls have gathered just to watch him and Seiya spar. She tells him it's a rare sight, and a perfect chance to introduce himself to everyone. A bit flustered, Dojin bows deeply, asking them to please take care of him for the next 2 weeks. Just then, his opponent arrives, and Hahyun formally introduces the red-haired girl as Seiya. As Seiya walks forward with a staff, Hahyun tells him to watch carefully and learn about Susuhai. The two opponents stand face to face, a clear tension filling the air between them. Dojin immediately senses her overwhelming presence, not the ferocity of a cat, but the savage power of a lion. Her intense, piercing gaze seems to confirm his assessment. This girl is on a completely different level. With the introductions over, Hahyun steps back to act as the referee for their match. She explains that inside the training barrier, their bodies become spirit forms, allowing them to go all out. Hahyun turns to her clanmate with a warning, telling Seiya to go easy and use Susuhei on low output. She taps the silent girl's shoulder, reminding her that even in spirit form, the pain is very real. Noticing Seiya's cold indifference, Hahyun gives Dojin a look of pity, warning him to watch himself. Dojin's expression turns serious, his mind focused on one question: what exactly is Susuhai? The answer flashes through his mind: it's a body enhancement spell, a secret art of the Jirisan shaman family. Unlike standard techniques that drain energy, it reinforces only the necessary parts at the perfect moment. It's a foundational combat art, the very technique that grants humans the power to rival a Makdugi. With the explanation over, Hahyun's hands glow with a blue light as she officially begins the match. Dojin immediately materializes a submachine gun and shield, while Seiya simply whispers the name of her technique. A bead of sweat forms as he grips his weapon, finding it hard to believe such power is even possible. A crimson aura flares to life around Seiya, her eyes glowing with latent power. Before Dojin can even process it, she vanishes from his sight. His eyes widen in disbelief. Her speed is absolutely unreal, but her expression remains cold and calculated, locked onto her target. She pivots with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath her foot, and in the same fluid motion, unleashes a devastating punch. The blow slams directly into his side with bone-crushing force. He's sent flying helplessly across the entire training ground, crashing hard against the far wall in a cloud of dust and debris. He struggles to breathe, unable to believe this is mere human strength. His mind races, replaying the attack. That speed, it was even faster than a Makdugi. Pushing himself up from the rubble, he finally puts a name to this overwhelming power. This is Suzahai, the legendary body enhancement technique, and she's radiating a crimson aura. Seiya's eyes narrow, her expression promising that the first hit was just a warm-up. Dojin forces himself to his feet, raising his submachine gun and shield for round 2. Before he can even get a proper stance, she's a red blur, closing the distance in an instant. He knows he has to stop her somehow, pouring energy into a defensive shield skill. But she's already moving, weaving between his frantic spray of bullets with contemptuous ease. Hez stunned, even with a high rate of fire submachine gun, he can't land a single shot. His plan to intercept her with a barrage of fire is failing spectacularly as she closes in. But his eyes widen in sudden confusion as he spots something else. A large rock suddenly comes flying straight for his face. He barely gets his shield up in time, the impact staggering him. And emerging from behind the makeshift cover is Saya, her eyes gleaming. He realizes with a jolt, the rock was just a distraction to block his line of sight. Before he can process it, she deftly ejects the magazine from his gun with one finger. Her gaze is intense. He knows his shield is the next thing she's coming for. Using her staff for leverage, she begins to pry the shield from his grip. In a split-second decision, Dojin abandons the shield entirely, creating an opening. He uses that brief moment to manifest a new power, his hand glowing with light. He unleashes his new skill, but Saya moves in a flash, her hand blurring as she intercepts his. She clamps down on his wrist, coldly asking where he thinks he's going with that. With a brutal twist, she shatters his concentration, sending a shock of agony through his hand. She then begins to school him on the very basics of Beck concentration. The ability to ignore pain, she explains, is the foundation for surviving any real fight. And as Dojin sweats, she tells him he is nowhere near ready for that. Kneeling on the ground, he can only listen as she declares his right hand useless for a while. He stares at his trembling, injured fingers, the reality of his situation sinking in. It dawns on him that even if he tried to use his left hand, she'd just steal his weapon again. The memory of his complete and utter failure at her hands is a painful one. He realizes he can't match her in strength or skill. A normal fight is a guaranteed loss, but a flicker of resolve hardens his expression, a new plan already forming. Every powerful opponent he's ever faced had the same weakness, their own carelessness. He just needs to make her believe this isn't a fight, but a simple hunt. He turns and runs, and just as he expected, she mocks him as she gives chase. She lands and casually stomps on his foot, pinning him to the ground in a show of dominance. With her weapon at his throat, she smugly prepares to end this little game. Dojin smirks internally. She could have ended it for real, but chose to toy with him instead. And in that moment of arrogance, he makes his move. A blue aura gathering in his hand. He explodes forward, locking her in a desperate grapple, much to her complete and utter shock. His face lands somewhere she definitely didn't expect, leaving her blushing and completely stunned. He reveals his trap, an energy binding that locks her hands together behind her back. She's absolutely furious, screaming that she'll kill him for this humiliating hold. With her weapon on the floor, he declares victory, but she just demands he let go. She tries to push his head away, ordering him to admit defeat, but his grip is like iron. Losing her cool entirely, she relentlessly pummels his side, enraged at being shamed in front of her sisters. Yet Dojin just takes the beating, a confident, bloody smirk plastered on his face. He looks up at her, his calm demeanor in the face of her rage making her pause for a second. Then he leans in, cheekily telling her that even after all this, she still smells nice. The shameless taunt is the final straw, and a pure, unbridled fury ignites in her eyes. A crimson aura erupts from Saya as she screams, absolutely determined to kill him. But a strange clicking sound catches her off guard, and Dojin muses that he should have ended this sooner. He warns her that she'll regret wasting so much time trying to beat him down. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she sees what is done. He's cuffed them together with a live grenade. She can't believe he'd resort to mutual destruction, calling it a cheap mess, not a real tactic. As the pin lights up, her martial artist pride shatters. This isn't a fair fight at all. A massive explosion engulfs them both, and her last thought is that she cannot accept such a loss. The other Chianma clan members can only stare in stunned silence at the sudden blast. Through the smoke, Ha-hyun calmly walks onto the training ground, asking if anyone is still conscious. She looks down to find both Dojin and Saya knocked out cold, a mutual defeat for the both of them. She's impressed, realizing Saya used her Susahai technique just to stay conscious through the blast. But Ha-hyun declares it a draw, which sends Saya into a rage, insisting she won since Dojin is out cold. Ignoring her protests, Ha-hyun calmly reaches for the ribbon in Saya's hair. She smirks, pointing out that being conscious means nothing if you're too paralyzed to move. And it's true. Saya can't even twitch, the shock of the explosion having locked her body in place. With a devilish grin, Ha-hyun threatens to give her an old, hated hairstyle, daring her to stop it. A memory flashes of a younger Saya in pigtails, a look she absolutely despised. She recalls begging her older sister not to embarrass her in front of the whole family. Ha-hyun gleefully recounts how she did it anyway, even taking pictures of the humiliating moment. Back in the present, Saya lies there with her hair in twin tails, utterly mortified as the match is officially called a draw. To make matters worse, other clan members swarm in, phones at the ready to capture the moment. Even the clan elder joins the fun, promising to share embarrassing baby photos, as Saya internally begs for it all to stop. Later that night, the grand estate settles into a deep silence. From behind a traditional paper door, a pained groan breaks the quiet. Inside, Lee Dojin is thrashing in his bed, caught in the throes of a nightmare. He suddenly shoots awake with a gasp, drenched in a cold sweat, and utterly disoriented. A soft voice from beside him calmly states that he had passed out. His mind flashes back to the explosion, the sheer terror of it leaving him shaken and thinking he might be traumatized. A woman with silver hair watches over him, musing that perhaps she should go easier on him next time. Dojin sits bolt upright, shocked to find Chasa sitting on his bed, a slight smirk on her face as she notes he woke up early. She praises his performance in the fight, adding that the head shaman was also impressed. A flustered Dojin can only blush at the unexpected compliment, but his thoughts quickly turn to his friend, anxiously asking if Saya is okay after the explosion. Chasa reassures him with a calm smile, confirming Saya is perfectly fine. In fact, she was so unfazed by the blast, she's already finished all her training for the day. Dojin can only marvel at what an absolute monster Saya is, realizing he has no reason to worry. With that settled, Chasa pivots to the plan. A new Beck form spell will arrive in 6 days, and to prepare for it, he'll begin 6 days of grueling Susohei training starting tomorrow. She tells him to rest well, casually mentioning her room is right next door if he needs anything. She then smirks, explaining that as a god, she doesn't actually need to sleep like a mortal. She clarifies that for gods, sleep is a form of spiritual recreation, not a necessity. They only do it when spiritually drained or in a truly pleasant environment. And this shaman house, she explains, is the purest place in all of Jirasan, perfect for a god to rest. Chasa turns to leave, reminding him to get some sleep before his grueling training begins. Dojin just sits on his bed, dumbfounded, as the door slides shut. A moment of silence passes and then the realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He dives under the covers, completely freaking out. A goddess is sleeping just one wall away. His mind instantly conjures images of her in a delicate nightgown, sleeping soundly. The thought of seeing her so vulnerable makes his face flush a deep, embarrassed red. Unable to stop himself, he creeps toward the door, convinced he'll just take one innocent peek. His heart pounds against his ribs. It feels wrong, but maybe it's not a bad thing? He sets some ground rules for himself. Just a quick peek, only at her face, nothing more. Then comes the glorious self-rationalization, framing his mission as a noble scientific quest. With his mind made up, his hand reaches for the door, ready to do this for all of humanity. But a sudden voice shatters the silence, and he nearly jumps out of his skin, completely busted. Standing there is Saya, fresh from training and looking thoroughly unimpressed by his late-night antics. Dojin's brain short-circuits, and he abandons his first excuse for a new one about being hungry. He then tries to weave his hunger and his love for humanity into one grand, nonsensical explanation. Believing his ridiculous excuse actually worked, he quickly says goodnight and makes a run for it. But a single word from Saya stops him dead in his tracks. He is not getting away that easily. Completely cornered, Dojin can only manage a sweaty, nervous response. But instead of a scolding, Saya simply turns and tells him to follow her. She leads him not to a punishment hall, but to the beast summoning hall's kitchen. To his complete shock, she tells him to sit down, offering to make him ramen since he was so hungry. A perfectly made bowl is placed before him, a peace offering he never expected. As he eats, she tells him to drop the formalities, revealing she's actually younger than him. He almost chokes on his noodles, realizing she's the same age as Yejin, a high school sophomore. This completely changes his perspective, and he has to ask if they even go to school here. Saya explains their unique lifestyle, homeschooling and exams to make time for their true duties. Dojin nods, finally understanding that a normal school life is a luxury these priestesses can't afford. Saya's gaze hardens, admitting that for the duties they carry, even training all day is never enough. The atmosphere shifts as she suddenly gets Dojin's attention, telling him she has an apology to make. With her arms crossed, she formally apologizes for provoking and disrespecting him earlier that day. He pauses mid-bite, surprised, as she explains it wasn't personal, she just needed to know who was stronger. Her story then unfolds in a flashback, showing the grueling training she endured to become the Guardian's partner. She had trained her whole life for that role, but then came the day she heard he had been chosen instead. In that moment, it felt like all her hard work, her entire world, had just crumbled into nothing. Consumed by jealousy and self-loathing, she felt her value and all her efforts had been completely denied. Dojin nods in understanding, adding that Chasa isn't one to rank people, but to assign tasks to those who fit them best. The truth hits Saya hard. She realizes no one else judged her. She was the one who broke herself and then got angry at the fragments. Dojin, still processing her confession, asks if she's really okay now. She lets out a small smile, admitting she's glad they fought. It helped her understand why Chasa chose him. If she hadn't met him soon, she would have just continued to torment herself with jealousy. He gets a little bashful, saying he learned a lot too, realizing how powerful humans can truly be. With the tension broken, Saya decides it's time to clean up after their meal. Dojin offers to do the dishes, but she quickly takes charge, knowing her own kitchen better. She makes quick work of the cleaning, earning a grateful thanks from Dojin. With the air cleared between them, they bid each other a simple goodnight. But as he reaches for a door, she stops him, pointing out that his room is next door, not this one. He dismisses her warning only to be hit by a sudden, soul-crushing wave of panic. He freezes in sheer terror, realizing he was caught trying to sneak into Chasa's room. Desperately trying to play it cool, he comes up with the worst excuse imaginable. He forgot how to open a door. Saya is not amused by his pathetic act and simply pushes the door open for him. But the moment she glances inside, her expression flips to one of pure, blushing shock. They're standing at the entrance to a wide-open training hall, not his room at all. She immediately grabs a training staff, demanding to know why he was lurking outside Chasa's room. He descends into a full-blown panic, pleading that it was only an attempted crime and demanding a lawyer. His mind flashes to a scene of him being punished, realizing his mistake all too late. But even in the face of judgment, his one burning question remains. What was she wearing? The scene shifts to a divine realm, where Chasa informs Dojin's avatar that she must leave for a while to attend to her duties as a deity. She explains that a high god's duty calls and she must depart, promising to return in 7 days. Dojin's avatar beams, assuring her he'll train hard so they can review his progress when she gets back. With a respectful bow, Chasa formally asks the head shaman to look after Dojin in her absence. The head shaman is humbled by the Guardian's trust, promising to personally oversee his training. And with a final farewell, Chasa vanishes in a shimmer of divine light. The pleasantries end instantly, as the shaman turns to Dojin, stating they have high expectations to meet. She begins the lesson by explaining that mastering Susahai can take years, sometimes even a lifetime. So for this retreat, their goal is more practical, focusing on just the basic body enhancement technique. Her first question is simple, wanting to know how Dojin currently uses his Beck, his core energy. He thinks for a moment, explaining that he just imagines what he wants to happen, like making his hand feel heavy. The head shaman nods, confirming his method is the very foundation of Beck's 3 combat attributes: will, mind, and faith. All of them, she explains, begin with visual imagery, whether it's creating an object or channeling an element. Likewise, for strengthening the body with will, one must visualize the enhanced form, because simply deciding to use power isn't enough. But she warns that in the chaos of actual combat, that theory falls apart. Against a true monster, there is absolutely no time to think before acting. In a single moment, countless attacks capable of shattering a human body will come flying in. Every single part of the body must be able to strengthen itself instantly, repeatedly, and simultaneously to survive. She levels her gaze at him, driving the point home. If he thinks before enhancing, he's already dead. It must be reflexive. The concept finally clicks for Dojin. It's not about conscious thought, but pure, instinctual reaction. The goal is to imprint the spell's activation into his very being, to use Bake by reflex. This is the first stage of his training. Dojin sweats, doubting he can master this in a week, but the head shaman just smiles, mentioning their family's secret training method. She presents the legendary technique, a simple, almost disappointing, little bell on a string. The instructions are strict. Wear it on his left wrist for the entire week, without ever taking it off. He tries it on, but notices something odd. He shakes his wrist. Yet the bell makes absolutely no sound. Before he can ponder it, a cat paw staff smacks him hard from behind, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The attacker is a tiny, pink-haired girl with horns, who lands with a smug look and a menacing purple aura. She immediately unleashes a barrage of attacks, pummeling the completely unprepared Dojin. He staggers back, nursing a fresh bruise on his cheek, wondering if he's being haunted by a ghost. The head shaman calmly identifies the attacker, explaining that she isn't her granddaughter. She reveals the truth. The girl is a living fragment of her own soul, split off long ago to serve as her familiar. Dojin is completely stunned as the head shaman reveals the spirit is her younger self. She teases him, asking if he thought she was born an old hag, though he can only see a faint resemblance. With that, she reiterates the mission. Wear the bell diligently for 1 week. And so, his brutal week of basic Susuhai training officially begins. The method sounds simple enough. Just live and train with the other shamans while wearing the bell. But on day 2, as he's about to eat, the previously silent bell suddenly rings out. It turns out that whenever it rings, the head shaman's spirit appears out of nowhere. She strikes with the force of a cannonball before instantly vanishing, and the pain is all too real. By day 3, he's learning that even if he manages to block or dodge the first attack, the spirit will just relentlessly hunt him down until it lands a clean hit somewhere new. And for some strange reason, the aching from her attacks lingers for a very long time. By day 4, he's finally learning the one and only way to stop the spirit's assault. When the bell rings, he must instantly manifest a small mirror made of pure Beck energy. The goal is to quickly reflect the spirit's face in its surface. Only then will she quietly withdraw without striking. That's the core rule of this training. But if his Beck control is unstable and the mirror's surface is warped or cracked, the spirit will mercilessly strike him down anyway. No questions asked. He realizes this whole ordeal is to condition his Beck reflexes, the very foundation of Susuhai. By the evening of day 6, the end is in sight, but it feels like he's been there for years. His entire body is shaking, covered in aches from that cat paw club that just won't fade. Lying in bed, Dojin is tormented by waves of pain, questioning if this torture is really the path to Susuhai. Still, he feels a definite change. His Beck control has grown sharper, and he can finally block frontal attacks. Just then, another bell rings, and he instinctively forms a mirror, but he sees nothing in front of him. He frantically looks around his empty room, wondering where the spirit could possibly be. A rustle under his blanket catches his attention, and his eyes widen in dawning horror. The spirit emerges from under the covers, right in his face, with a deviously smug grin. Before he can even process the trick, her staff swings down with devastating force. He's sent flying across the room, knocked out cold, marking the end of his 6th and final day of training. On the bright morning of the 7th day, the estate is peaceful. Its brutal training regimen concluded. As promised, Chasa has returned, thanking the head shaman for putting Dojin through his ordeal. With a calm smile, Chasa announces it's time to check how well he's grasped the Susuhai technique. Dojin responds with a bright, confident grin, feeling better than ever now that the pain is gone. He admits, however, that he has no idea how to activate the spell, since he was never taught the formula. The head shaman appears, smugly revealing that the spell formula is already covering his entire body. Chasa then drops the bombshell with a playful pose, adding that the markings resemble cat paw pads. He's utterly stunned, trying to process the idea of his body being covered in cat paw prints. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The beatings from the spirit's staff weren't random. They were carving the spell into him. The head shaman puffs out her chest, proud of her family's unorthodox but effective training methods. With the formula now a part of him, all he needs to do is channel his Bach energy to activate it. The time for talk is over. He's urged to show them the fruits of his week-long brutal training. With his audience watching, Lee Dojin squares up against Chasa in the training arena for his final test. She explains the rules. She'll go easy on him, and he must dodge her attacks barehanded using Susuhai. The moment she asks if he's ready, she explodes forward, her speed leaving him completely stunned. He realizes she's as fast as Saya, but his training allows him to track her movements and summon a shield. Chasa pivots with blinding speed, channeling a fierce pink energy into a powerful roundhouse kick. The attack closes the gap in a flash, aimed directly at his defenses. He just barely blocks the blow, stumbling back, knowing his body isn't agile enough to fully evade. Landing gracefully, Chasa praises his quick reflexes, noting the results of the head shaman's training. But she immediately shuts him down, reminding him that manifesting shields is forbidden in this spar. She begins gathering energy, explaining he'll never understand his power without facing her unprotected. Dojin hesitates, knowing he has to defend barehanded and seriously doubting he can take her hits. But Chasa's eyes narrow, telling him to stop hiding like a turtle and learn how to truly evade. She immediately unleashes a devastatingly wide energy wave that sweeps across the entire courtyard. His eyes widen in shock, He instantly realizes there is absolutely no room to dodge sideways. With only one option left, he channels all his focus and power down into his legs. He rockets straight into the air, a powerful vertical leap clearing the deadly pink slash just in time. But now he's just hanging there, sweating, a bit confused by his own incredible jump height. Watching from a balcony, Ha-hyun is impressed, remarking on his clear talent for will-type spells. Her silver-haired companion, Rana, agrees but adds with a smirk that he jumped way too high. Looking down from his absurd altitude, Dojin finally understands this is the Suzuhai enhancement, a power he can't yet control. Before he can even begin to descend, Chasa is already on him, a blur of motion in the air. She coolly informs him that while his dodge was impressive, a blind leap is just asking for trouble. The horrifying realization of his mistake dawns on Dojin's face far too late. With a devastating kick, she slams him straight down, carving a massive crater into the courtyard. The shock of the impact rattles his very bones. Lying in the wreckage, his body glowing, he can't believe he actually survived that hit. Chasa lands gracefully beside him, noting that his full-body reinforcement absorbed the blow well. She actually gives him a bit of praise, and he manages a tired, cocky smile in response. But she's not one for breaks, immediately demanding he get back on his feet. The assault instantly resumes, and Dojin is sent tumbling backward with no time to recover. He's sent skidding across the fractured courtyard yet again. Chasa lands lightly, offering a critical warning about his power. She explains that maintaining full-body reinforcement burns through his beck at an alarming rate, and after that, it starts burning his very lifespan. The grim reminder hits him hard. He'd completely forgotten that horrifying detail, treating it like an everyday buff. She continues the lesson. To fight a Mokdugi, he needs to learn how to endure, not just dodge. That clicks for him, and a new determination lights up his face. He's a shield user, after all. Blocking is what he does best. A subtle, pleased smirk crosses Chasa's face. This is the resolve she wanted to see. With newfound purpose, they explode toward each other for the next clash. Watching from afar, Ha-hyun is impressed by his speed, deducing he must have a high aptitude for will-type spells. And now, Dojin meets her head-on, throwing a solid punch that she casually blocks with her forearm. But Chasa's expression remains utterly cold and unimpressed by his resolve. She moves like a phantom, her after-images striking Dojin from all sides in a coordinated assault. He barely manages to block, and she chides him to focus, saying his Suzuhai is strong enough for this. With a powerful kick sending him airborne, she commands him not to give up until the very end. Before he can even recover, she's right on him, reminding him never to lose sight of his opponent. He's completely overwhelmed, his mind unable to keep up with her relentless speed. Her voice is a calm whisper in the storm, instructing him to track her movements above all else. But the lesson is punctuated by another vicious kick that sends him reeling across the training ground. Watching from the side, Ha-hyun can't help but comment on how frightening Chasa becomes during training. The head shaman's spirit retorts that this is how it should be. Practice needs to be like real combat. And another brutal kick sends Dojin tumbling through the air like a rag doll. Chasa is already on him, warning him to anticipate her movements before they land. Her gaze is cold and sharp. There's no room for error in this lesson. But he's completely lost, his senses screaming that he can't possibly keep up with this speed. The head shaman watches critically, noting that he's completely blind when an opponent uses his blind spot. Her spirit agrees, seemingly concluding that this must be his current limit. With a subtle focus, she closes her eyes, deciding to give him a little push. Suddenly, the spirit's bell on Dojin's wrist begins to faintly glow. He stares at his arm in shock as a surge of unfamiliar energy flows through him. Before he can even think, his left arm snaps up, channeling Baek to perfectly block Chasa's next attack. The spectators can't believe it. Ha-hyun erupts in cheers while Rana offers a smug little smirk. Chasa herself pauses, her cold expression momentarily broken by a flash of surprise. That surprise quickly twists into a satisfied, almost predatory grin. She likes what she sees, but before he can celebrate the small victory, she's already in motion, delivering a lightning-fast kick. He realizes the block held, but the sheer force behind her blow is overwhelming, sending him flying. He smashes through a wall in a cloud of dust and splinters, completely overpowered. As he recovers, Chasa's voice cuts in, expressing her approval of his performance. Then, in a complete 180, she's suddenly clinging to his back, much to his flustered confusion. She tells him that his use of Suzuhai was good, but what truly made her happy was the fact her spirit chose to help him, a sign that holds more weight than any amount of training. She tells him what matters is having the will to inspire others to help through sheer effort. Leaning in close, she promises to support him and fill in any weaknesses he has. And with a final hug, she praises him for a job well done, leaving Dojin completely stunned. From a distance, The head shaman observes this heartwarming scene with her spirit. She smiles, realizing the guardian spirit truly looks upon Dojin with kindness. This kindness, however, now manifests as the spirit chasing a terrified Dojin through the halls. The little spirit tries to act nonchalant, but her flustered expression says it all. From that point on, Chasa is constantly by his side, right after training, during mealtime, where he can barely eat from the pressure, and even after, where she clings to his arm, refusing to let him go. But even as she walks with him, Dojin's mind is completely elsewhere, blushing as he reaches a firm conclusion. He's replaying the memory of her hug, fixated on that soft, unforgettable feeling. It's a moment he feels he'd pay anything to preserve forever, lost in a goofy, blissful daze. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chasa has been talking this whole time, trying to get his attention. Her expression darkens slightly as she realizes he hasn't heard a single word. She snaps him out of it, demanding he prove he was listening by repeating what she just said. Caught completely off guard, Dojin can only stammer, his mind a total blank. In a desperate panic, he starts weaving the most abstract, philosophical nonsense he can imagine. He spouts some gibberish about a winding story, twisting and turning just like their lives. And to his utter shock, she buys it, leaving him sweating with relief that he somehow bluffed his way through. Just as he recovers, Chasa drops a bomb. She's returning to the divine realm for a few days, leaving a stunned Dojin behind. She explains her duty calls, as a nun who has lived a life of exceptional virtue is scheduled to pass away next week. He doesn't get it, so she gives him a quick lesson on the divine pecking order. Souls with such immense virtue are treated like VIPs in the afterlife, greeted personally by powerful guardians. They get to skip judgment entirely and are thrown a massive party with the 10 kings of hell. After 49 days of celebration, they transcend the cycle of reincarnation entirely. They ascend to the rank of the divine, which is why the gods treat these precious human souls with such care. So, to prepare a proper welcome for this soul, a high god like herself must attend personally. With a smirk, she adds that his training won't stop, as she's given all her authority to someone named Sarang. And Dojin's imagination immediately paints a horrifying picture of this, Sarang, a vicious girl already tearing into him for being a pathetic failure. Chasa's voice fades, certain that everything at the shrine will be just fine, she thinks. Meanwhile, at that very shrine, a girl in a maid outfit arrives, suitcase in tow. This is Sarang. She's not a terrifying drill sergeant, just incredibly annoyed that her schedule didn't align with Chasa's. But her pouting is cut short when a familiar voice calls out her name. An old classmate, Hyuk Ran, rushes over, overjoyed to finally see her again. Sarang instantly recognizes them, teasingly pointing out they're blushing just like they always did. Hyuk Ran is thrilled, she remembers, saying it was easy since they were the only two blondes in class. Sarang's memory, however, is a bit more specific. She recalls Hyuk Ran as the only person she ever beat in combat class. Completely unaware, Hyuk Ran asks what brings her all the way to Jirisan for work. Before she can explain, they both turn as Hyuk Ran respectfully greets the approaching Miss Saya. Sarang's mind races as she puts the pieces together. Saya was Chasa's original partner candidate. Hyuk Ran proudly introduces Saya as their new partner, explaining they now fight the Mokdugi together. They even brought their partner's back form training equipment, just like she was supposed to. Left alone with her thoughts, Sarang can only remember Hyuk Ran as a timid weakling with zero fighting talent. The idea of them fighting in deadly missions against Mokdugi seems absolutely impossible. She can't fathom what could have possibly pushed such a conflict-averse person to volunteer for that kind of danger. Her brooding is interrupted by a familiar voice, Lee Dojin, finally showing up and waving casually. Sarang instantly explodes, unleashing her frustration about how late he is. Dojin can only offer a sheepish apology as she fumes, telling him he shouldn't have bothered coming. He grabs her luggage to hurry her along, but she's already back in business, announcing her great training plan for him. And so, Sarang activates the beast-slaying barrier, officially beginning Dojin's training. Nearby, Hyuk Ran and Saya are having their own discussion while Saya casually juggles some energy orbs. Hyuk Ran mentions a target whose evil deeds have overflowed, urging Saya to master her beg form. But Saya is completely unbothered, confident that the skills her body already knows are all she needs. Hyuk Ran looks on with admiration, blushing as they wish they were a more experienced partner for her. Saya glances back, catching the hint of self-doubt in her partner's voice. She playfully pinches Hyuk Ran's cheek, telling them to stop talking nonsense because she's perfectly satisfied. Meanwhile, Dojin's eyes gleam with a new sigil as he asks if Beck form is an easy skill like Susuhai. Sarang immediately crushes his hopes, bluntly informing him that it's nowhere near that simple. She explains that without her or Chasa's direct support, it's nearly impossible for him to use it alone. She continues, listing all the limitations, It requires physical and magical support and careful energy management. Sorang looks at him doubtfully, stating it's a complex spell she's not sure he can handle, but Dojin just brushes it off. With a devious little smirk, she decides it's time to check if their connection is working properly. She tells him she's going to run a mild electric current through his neural system. The next thing he knows, a massive jolt of energy surges through his entire body, making him scream out in agony. She giggles, confirming a perfect connection, and reminding him that his nervous system is now completely in her hands. Dojin is stunned, demanding to know what she's doing, while she just plays innocent. But her expression quickly turns mischievous as she explains she can make him do anything she wants. By manipulating his voice, muscles, and lungs directly, she can even force him to shout her praises while he's pinned under her foot, a reward he never asked for. All the while, two of Sorang's underlings watch the spectacle, laughing at his expense. Dojin can only curse her name, muttering that she's going to hell, but she just scoffs, saying she practically works there. With a devious smile, she announces the start of his first bake form training, a special plan he should be grateful for. He begs to know what the training even is, but with a snap of her fingers, she reminds him she's not as kind as Chasa. In an instant, Dojin is teleported into a strange, digital-looking dimension, completely disoriented. He's still trying to figure out where he is when system windows pop up, explaining this is a training barrier. It's a replica of a Mokdugas domain, and he's currently in his spirit form, which at least means he can't get physically hurt. Sorang's voice rings out, outlining the objective. Use his new Beck form to defeat a virtual Mokdugi. He protests, having just acquired the ability, but she simply dismisses his whining and initiates the program. Before he can even react, a glitchy, pixelated figure begins to materialize in front of him, her voice echoing with curiosity. Dojin can only grumble Sorang's name, already hating this so-called training. The virtual Mokdugi finishes forming, striking a pose and calling out to her darling. She stretches languidly, repeating her greeting as if they're fated lovers reuniting. Seeing his wary stance, she playfully asks why he doesn't look happy to see her. Then her expression darkens with obsession, promising to break his ankle so he can never run away again. He recoils, wondering if this is really virtual. But a system pop-up explains her lines are just AI generated. That's a huge relief for a second, until the system message continues with a crucial addendum. Because it mimics the original's pattern, it will actually try to break his ankles. And just like that, a vicious kick slices through the air, forcing Dojin into a desperate dive. The virtual Mokdugi looks down, a smirk on her face, disappointed he was quick enough to dodge. She lands gracefully, mocking how much cuter he was when he used to tremble behind his shield. Frustrated, Dojin tries to summon a gun and shield, thinking he can end this quickly. But the system zaps him with a sharp penalty, forbidding the manifestation of regular weapons. The virtual Mokdugi doesn't waste the opening, instantly closing the distance with a vicious slash. She leans in with a smug look, playfully asking if he's developed a new fetish for legs. This time, however, Dojin catches her kick clean out of the air, shocking her silent. He takes a moment to realize his training is paying off. His body, enhanced by Susuhai, is holding up. Unfazed, the AI smiles and unleashes another of the real Mokdugi's abilities. Dojin is forced on the defensive again, dodging the strange spider webs she casts on the ground. System notifications pop up, reminding him this is a reenactment. His old tricks won't work here. He's getting absolutely styled on, shouting that fighting a Mokdugi with only his body is impossible. Dojin barely dodges another lethal slash, questioning what this mysterious Beck form even is. Just then, his personal guide, Sorang, appears to explain, it's a personalized anti-demon spell. He cuts her off, demanding the short version, so she playfully winks and gets to the point. In short, it hijacks the Mokdugi's barrier, using his fully activated brain to amplify his power. This awakened state lets him manifest advanced technology, like a massive plasma gun appearing in his hands. But Sorang adds a crucial detail. He can't use this new power to its full potential by himself. Back in the fight, he dodges another vicious kick, demanding to know why he's being limited. She lays out the hard truth. Does he have the engineering knowledge to design the complex internals of a railgun? Of course not. And that's why he needs her, the genius, Sorang, to handle all the weapon blueprints. She explains the system. She transmits the blueprint, and he just has to follow the design with his Beck. For his first time, she'll trigger the Beck form for him, a jolt of energy surging through his eye. A vortex of blue light swirls around him, materializing a high-tech gauntlet on his hand. He gets a warning though. Since this isn't a real demon, he can't draw power from its barrier. The lesson moves to phase 2 as he barely blocks a punishing blow from the virtual Mokdugi. He immediately realizes it's nearly impossible to focus on activating 100% brain power in close combat. The new instruction is simple: run for his life and try to awaken his brain while dodging. The virtual demon gives chase, playfully promising to make her darling pay if he gets caught. To focus, he's told to fill his mind with happy thoughts, and his brain immediately goes to one place: a future with Chasa. His imagination runs wild, ending on the intimate thought of her wanting a third child with him. Clenching his new gauntlet, Dojin believes he just needs to focus even harder. He'll use this desperate chase as the ultimate training to sharpen his concentration. So, he reframes the entire scenario. The one chasing him isn't a demon, it's Chasa on a sunny beach. His imagination runs wild, with her laughing and him promising a fourth child if he catches her. In his mind, she's overjoyed at the idea, eagerly asking if he truly means it. But the daydream takes a turn as she suddenly launches herself at him, tackling him to the ground. He lands hard on the imaginary sand, completely dazed by the surprise attack. She pins him down, a mischievous grin spreading across her face in his fantasy. Leaning in close, she whispers that the chase is over, and it's time to name their fourth child. But reality crashes in as the virtual Mokdugi's face appears above him, coldly confirming his embarrassing daydream out loud. The word fourth echoes in the virtual space, leaving Mokdugi stunned while Sorang looks on with a smirk. But before anyone can process it, a blinding flash of light erupts from Lee Dojin's position. The virtual demoness is sent reeling back, screaming in fury from the unexpected attack. Her eyes narrow as she tries to make sense of the intense light searing her vision. She shields her face, only to see Dojin holding up a newly materialized device on his gauntlet. The small gadget pulses with a brilliant, disorienting light, completely overwhelming her senses. As the glare subsides, she's immediately engulfed by a massive explosion, pelted by a storm of shrapnel. From the sidelines, Sarang calmly analyzes the situation, impressed that Dojin crafted a claymore mine in 1 second. She explains his 100% brain activation lets him rapidly materialize weapons for the next 5 minutes. Dojin, having barely survived his own trap, immediately demands Sorang send him the next weapon blueprint. Unfazed, the virtual Mokdugi erects a new defense, boasting her spider webs are now massively fire-resistant. But Dojin just receives the next blueprint from Sarang, who promises this weapon will be more than enough. As the data flows into his gauntlet, he hesitates, wondering if this new toy will be dangerous for him too. Sarang reassures him it's perfectly safe, and a futuristic plasma gun materializes in his hand. Trusting her design, he grips the weapon, its energy core humming as he takes aim. He pulls the trigger, unleashing a colossal beam of pure plasma that obliterates everything in its path. The sheer power of the blast leaves even him stunned, staring at the sci-fi spectacle he just created. Nothing remains of the demoness or her webs but a glitching, scorched crater in the virtual floor. A system message flashes, confirming the virtual enemy was completely evaporated in a single shot. Sarang claps in delight, noting that while the real deal will be tougher, the training was a spectacular success. But that one shot completely drained his beck, leaving him gasping on the floor. He collapses, realizing he now holds a powerful, but extremely costly, trump card. Sarang, however, is more curious about how he achieved full brain activation so fast. She playfully pries, wondering what happy thought could have triggered it, but Dojin panics. Too late, she pulls up his thought log, only to be met with a heavily censored image. Her face flushes with a mix of pure shock and flustered rage. With an infuriated cry, she shatters the holographic display with a single punch. Meanwhile, Dojin is completely spent, begging to be let out of the training simulation. He can't even lift a finger when the virtual demoness suddenly respawns right before his eyes. And she's not alone, as multiple copies surround the helpless warrior with triumphant smirks. Barely conscious, Dojin weakly calls out for Sarang, hoping this is just some kind of system glitch. But the Mokdujas only multiply, their voices echoing with a chilling threat. Even imagining touching their master is a death sentence. The scene then shifts far away, to a magnificent, ethereal palace glowing under a violet sky. Here, a group of powerful beings known as the Six Fangs question a strange order from their mother. Their white-haired leader is frustrated, unable to understand why they're stuck dealing with a high-rank Chasa. A more analytical, blue-haired member agrees, noting that a divine rank opponent is far too much for a mere Mokdugi. The leader's irritation grows as his colleague simply confirms he doesn't have an answer either. But a cheerful, orange-haired Fang reminds them their mother's commands are absolute, meant to be obeyed without question. He then pulls up a report, noting with a smile that the human they're discussing has grown quite a bit. His companion is shocked to learn he even defeated a powerful opponent using fire, a power he never had before. The long-eared Fang seems personally offended, complaining that even her best seduction attempts failed. But the white-haired leader simply scoffs, respecting that a true warrior wouldn't be so easily swayed. The cheerful, orange-haired Fang offers a mischievous theory. Perhaps the human just isn't interested in women at all. While one member blushes at the thought, the leader instantly dismisses the idea as nonsense. The analytical blue-haired Fang agrees, noting that if that were true, their comrade Dawn Rain would have reacted. This sets them off, the two squaring up and trading insults as muscle-headed Wolf and Pretty Boy Fox. The orange-haired Fang happily steps in to mediate, reminding them it's their monthly meeting, not a brawl. Suddenly, the leader's anger shifts, demanding to know why their tiger family member is absent. It turns out their second sister, after centuries of the same old meetings, decided it was tedious and went to bed. He erupts in fury, declaring that Mother's decree is absolute and they must drag her here, no matter what. But just as they prepare to enter, the ornate doors to the chamber swing open on their own. A message is delivered from their mother. She's in poor spirits and won't be seeing her children today. The eldest sister relays the final command: everyone is dismissed and must return to their quarters. Her brother, Night Frost, immediately objects, finding this completely out of character. He declares hell, see her himself, and reaches for the door, but his sister's voice stops him cold. She reminds him that this door leads directly to their mother's private inner chambers. It's a sacred space where only she, the first daughter, is ever permitted to enter. Grudgingly, Night Frost pulls his hand back, conceding that if it is their mother's will, then so be it. As the brothers begin to depart, the eldest sister calls out to the one named Morning Voice. The others walk away, a deep unease settling in, wondering if their mother's health has suddenly collapsed. The blue-haired brother tries to calm the others, explaining their mother's condition is normal after expending so much power to name them. Night Frost agrees, his resolve hardening. This is precisely why they gather human souls, to restore her strength and save their people. But the one called Summer Sun speaks up with a dangerous thought. If Mother named them, who named her? Night Frost warns him to hold his tongue. Summer Sun isn't deterred in the slightest, a sly, knowing look in his eyes. He pushes further, questioning why only their mother possesses the unique power to bestow names. Night Frost snaps at him to stop his needless curiosity, but Summer Sun just grins, asking if his brother isn't curious too. Then he drops the ultimate heresy, wondering if their mother isn't even a Makdugi at all. That's it. Night Frost grabs him, reminding him of the oath they swore to serve, guard, and die for her. Summer Sun seems almost pleased by the reaction, questioning such blind loyalty, but Night Frost just growls at him to shut up. The calm, blue-haired Fang reminds them to lower their voices. They are, after all, still within Mother's palace. Night Frost releases his brother, kneeling to show his unwavering devotion, declaring that Mother gave them life and meaning. He stands, arguing that it's only natural to repay the one who saved them, no matter who they are. Summer Sun just flashes a sly grin, backing down for now and blaming his questions on a cat's endless curiosity. But as he pulls out his phone, he knows he has to be careful. He doesn't have many cards left to play. His screen displays an image of Sorang, and he wonders how this little princess managed to breach their barrier. Elsewhere, another Fang, a woman with long, pointed ears, approaches a set of grand double doors. A voice calls from inside, telling her that there is something important she needs to hear. The door opens just a crack, the woman inside explaining that she cannot leave her chambers and beckoning her sister to come closer. From behind the door, her sister passes her a strange red box with a simple command: take it to Mount Jiri. The Fang accepts it, cautiously asking what this mysterious new device is. Her sister explains that it's a personal project. She's been developing an upgraded Makdugi barrier spell. This new version not only lasts longer but can create entire custom battlefields, from forests to city streets. The Fang is impressed, but her sister clarifies that it's still a prototype, so its internal environment is fixed for now. She's being given this powerful item to test it in the field and gather crucial combat data. The Fang questions this, pointing out they already sent another agent to Jirasan and offering to just team up. But the woman behind the door reveals a chilling truth. The other agent isn't at Jirasan, they're inside the box. She reels back in utter disbelief, the weight of that horrifying revelation hitting her all at once. The Fang erupts in fury, accusing her sister of sacrificing another one of their own for a cold experiment. But the voice from behind the door explains, this was the agent's own choice, a sacrifice for all Makdugi. She refuses to accept it, screaming that no one would ever joyfully choose such a gruesome fate. The red box sits on the floor between them, a silent testament to the terrible mission. Her sister's hand emerges, resting on the box as she asks if the young Fang has forgotten their vow. A flood of memories begins, showing the origin of their kind not born of gods, but from humanity's sins. They were once the remnants of souls, nameless creatures fading from existence, until a figure they called Mother gave them names, and with them, a reason to exist. Recalling their sworn oath to protect their people, The Fang's anger subsides into grim acceptance of her duty. Her sister's voice explains that the agent willingly chose this path for their race's salvation. She presents the box, asking her younger sister to take the remains back with her. The somber exchange is made, the heavy burden passing from one hand to the other. Clutching the box, the younger sister quietly apologizes for her earlier outburst of anger. She needs reassurance, asking if the nameless child's sacrifice was at least painless. She desperately seeks confirmation that the agent truly made the choice on its own. From behind the closed door, her sister's voice gives a simple, unwavering confirmation. A dark silhouette appears in the doorway as the older sister reminds her of one simple fact. Her big sister never lies, a promise reflected in her cold, unblinking eyes.